64 game, retro gaming goodness.
Hey, Bastish B here for 64K and welcome to my new video, The History of Arcade Gaming. And welcome back. So in this video special, I'm going to be taking a trip down memory lane and reliving the origins as well as the best years of the video game arcade scene. We're going to start with video games' humble beginnings and the birth of the arcade scene in the early 1970s, a jump through the golden age of arcade gaming in the 1980s, and of course arcade's big resurgence in the 1990s. And I've also gathered up a bunch of guests from all over the world, people from different facets of video gaming, and they'll be sharing their arcade experiences from their point of view, as well as my own.
My name's Neil from RMC Retro. I come from the UK, and most of my 90s gaming happened in a little seaside town called Weymouth down on the south coast of England.
G'day, my name is Brian. I'm from a channel called Synth Spacies, and I've been asked to come along and just give a bit of a rundown or a flashback of my perspective as a gamer in the 90s here in Sydney, Australia.
Greetings. My name is Adam, and I'm the host of the Commodore Chronicles podcast. I'm born and raised and also live currently in Southeast Michigan in the United States.
Hi, this is Darren Doyle from Grey Fox Books here based in Dublin in Ireland, creator of the Atari Visual History as well as the kind of the arcade guide. But I was delighted to be a part of this documentary here today to share my thoughts and my questions on games of the arcades of the 1990s.
Hi there, I'm Audi Sorli from Norway, PC98 Audi on Twitter, member of Digital Foundry, and I totally did not forget to film my introduction months ago, and then did it now, many months later.
Hey everybody, my name's Mark McRae, and I'm currently living in Wellington, New Zealand. Some of you might also know me as editor and reviewer for ZZAP Amiga magazine from Fusion Retro. I'm originally from London, England, and that's where I spent most of my time playing arcade games back in the 90s, and also lots and lots of sensible soccer on the Amiga.
Hello, I'm Sega Master Tim, and I'm from Melbourne, Australia.
Hi, I'm John Linneman with Digital Foundry, and I come from the United States.
And hey, I'm Bastish B. If you're new here, I run the 64K YouTube channel dedicated to the Commodore 64 and all other retro gaming goodness. I originally used to live in South Africa, that's where all my arcade gaming experience comes from. Currently though, I now live in Canada. And this is it, the end of my 3-part arcade series. This one is covering 1990 to 1999. And now let's head back to a time where the arcades received a complete renaissance. Unfortunately, it was also the bitter end of classic arcade games as we knew them. With the start of the new decade, the arcade business would experience some of its all-time highs in terms of popularity and financially, and it would also hit crushing lows and almost fade to black in most Western countries. That's not to say the 90s were the end, but that time on a journey of you going out of your way to see the latest technology on display would soon become a thing of the past for most people. But with that race to attract your attention and draw in new players, the arcades were creatively in one of its most prolific decades, defining old genres, creating new styles of play, and pushing 2D into the 3D realm. 1990 brought a lot of new elements to the arcade formula with the introduction of the Neo Geo MVS arcade system by SNK.
Here I am, peoples, just hanging out at the factory where they make these Neo Geo multi-video systems. Now, what these things are is that you can play 4 different games on this machine.
It was a multi-system cartridge-based arcade that allowed arcade owners to swap games out whenever, and allowed each system to house multiple games at once, increasing the amount of experiences drastically at each location with only the space of one machine. It was a massive worldwide success, and you would see these MVS machines in every arcade you went to back then, guaranteed. It wasn't a new idea by any means, as Data East already had a previous version of this idea called the Deco cassette system, released in 1980, but where those had to be loaded from cassette, these were instantly available, and the cartridges were more reliable. I played so many games on the MVS systems back in the early 90s, with NAM 75 and Magician Lord blowing my mind when I first played them. Another home system, the Sega Mega Drive or Genesis, was gaining ground dramatically worldwide and was host to most major Sega arcade games getting some sort of port for home players. The reason it's important to the arcade scene was, besides the fact that it was based on Sega's System 16 arcade board, allowing it at the time to bring extremely accurate conversions to home players. This was one of those big jumps forward, where the lines between arcade quality and home quality was getting narrower by the minute. It was still a ways off from perfect, but as a kid getting my Mega Drive in late 91, I can safely say that it felt like the arcade experience was almost there. But as the decade rolled on, the gap started to blur to the point of no distinction. But more on that later. Thanks in part to the extreme popularity of Taito's Operation Wolf in 87 and Operation Thunderbolt in 88, amongst other games in the genre, the light gun game would experience its most well-known and much beloved titles released in the arcade during the 1990s. And we'll start off with a new company that was introduced to the arcade scene called American Laser Games. They were formed in the late 80s in Albuquerque, New Mexico as a company that made light gun games to train police officers. They then decided to adapt their system for use as games for the arcade, using their Laserdisc technology, full motion video, and light guns. Their big hulking machines were a staple of all major arcades at the time, and being the games that made me a full-on FMV junkie. I loved seeing them playing their games despite the high price of admission. Their first game was called Mad Dog McCree, and it was an extremely successful FMV light gun experience, putting you in the Old West as a stranger that rides into town and gets tasked with helping out a sheriff and his daughter, as well as take down Mad Dog, the leader of a band of outlaws that had terrorized the town.
Howdy, stranger. We need your help. Mad Dog McCree's gang is taking over the town. The mayor and his daughter have been taken hostage out to Mad Dog's hideout. The sheriff, he's locked up in jail. We're gonna have to get him out to help with the gang. Can you help? Good.
It was basically an FMV version of the Commodore 64 game Law of the West. The game featured all manner of Western cliches played out to perfection, with saloon shootouts, bank robberies, showdowns, and so much more. The fun tongue-in-cheek acting and cool FMV production values really made you feel at the time that you were living out a day in the life of a Western gunslinger. The game's budget was reportedly $125,000 and was shot literally in the backyard of the company in New Mexico. It sold just over 100 machines in North America, which seems pretty low, but with the big hulking machines' increased price per game, it skyrocketed to the top of the arcade earners by February 1991, and even achieved success in Japan, which a lot of Western arcade manufacturers had trouble achieving, and of course kicked off their whole range of FMV light gun games we'll look at over the next few years. Other notable light gun games that year were Steel Gunner, Space Gun, and Laser Ghost. Two of these games were made by Namco and Sega and would kick off their 90s arcade rivalry that we saw started in the 80s. However, the 90s was when these companies went for it big time, trying to outdo each other with every single release, from the Virtua Fighter Tekken combo to the Ridge Racer Daytona days, and much more. Their epic rivalry became every gamer's reward and produced some of the most brilliant cabinets and games of the 90s. So let's first check out Steel Gunner, Namco's first ever light gun game. It was something straight out of an anime of the time, putting you in the role of cops Garcia and Cliff, who are decked out in giant mech suits, trying to bring down a terrorist organization known as Sturm, who are busy making a doomsday weapon of mass destruction. The game was produced by legendary Namco designer Kazunori Sawano, who designed one of their all-time classics, 1979's Galaxian. The game is an anime come to life in game form, from the futuristic setting to the rocking music and those on-the-nose anime sound effects. It's a sprite-scrolling extravaganza running off their System 2 Plus arcade board, with you having unlimited bullets and a limited amount of rockets, massive destructible environments, huge boss characters, and a reward system for not killing civilians gave this game an excellent different take on the genre. The game was very successful in Japan, becoming the 8th highest moneymaker of 1991, and remaining in the top 10 in the US right up until 1992. A fantastic sequel was also released in 92, with most of the staff on board for this excellent extension of the original game. And coming out almost at the same time at the end of 1990 in Japan was Sega's Laser Ghost, a Sega System 18 game designed by their R&D 1 team. I was lucky enough to play this massive 3-player horror light gun machine once back in the day, and I remember the cool mirrored aiming system that made it look like you were actually shooting lasers out of the end of the gun. It was freaking awesome. The game is a blatant Ghostbusters ripoff, probably trying to cash in on Ghostbusters 2 and the cartoon The Real Ghostbusters, both at the peak of their popularity at the time. You, as one of the 3 ghost-busting team, have to rescue a girl that's been kidnapped by a giant gargoyle. The whole city is ghost infected, as the action is spread across 5 stages, including every horror cliche known to man. Boss characters guard the end of each level, and you also have a limited special weapon for desperate situations. It's a bit of a forgotten Sega property that never got a sequel, although the Master System in 1991 got a horror-based light gun game of the same name released exclusively in Europe, but it wasn't an arcade conversion and was its own original game. And Space Gun was another end-of-the-year release from Taito, and they were clearly taking their inspiration from the Aliens movie franchise, right down to the beeping radar system, as you are sent to a spaceship riddled with aliens as you try to rescue as many people as possible as you blast your way through the ship. It sports tons of extra weapons besides your gun, like a flamethrower, grenade launcher, and freeze bomb, and features 2 unique gameplay mechanics, with you being able to use a foot pedal to reverse the motion of travel, giving you more time to kill aliens without being too overwhelmed. Namco would go on to use this idea in their Time Crisis series later. And another feature was occasionally you would be given the choice to choose your own path through a level, which was pretty unique for this style of game. My favorite aspect though was being able to blast the limbs off aliens, which was extremely satisfying, with its gore effects and excellent sound design by Taito's Zuntata music division. The game was a staple of my arcade shooting gallery days, right up there with the arcade version of Terminator 2. It performed well both in Japan and the US, and received a slew of home ports courtesy of Ocean in 1992.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The fact that I was in Sydney, being the most heavily populated city in this country, really helped in that I was never starving for arcade games here.
In the 90s, I went to college in a seaside town, and in the UK, the seaside towns were where the biggest and the best arcades were, really.
England is famous for its pubs and pub culture, and as a kid we used to go to the pub with my family on a regular basis, probably because my parents were alcoholics.
When I was younger, at that age of going to arcades, I wouldn't have, been given the opportunity to travel to other locations that would have had, arcade games that, are different layouts. But in our city, there was maybe 3 or 4 different arcades, some a lot dingier and gringier than others.
We had a very busy arcade scene from it was starting off in the late 70s, really matured in the 80s, but came into full fruition in the 90s.
Being in the US, I can only imagine what the differences in other nations would have been. I can theorize that Japan and China probably didn't get the titles that we got, like NBA Jam, Hit the Ice, or NFL Blitz. Matter of fact, I bet that NFL Blitz wasn't distributed much of anywhere outside of the US, because American football is really kind of an American thing.
I think the main difference between arcades here in Australia to those around the world is that we didn't use the token format.
We were never starving for a new game to play. We were never, going into an arcade and thinking that, oh my God, it's just these same games again.
All of the holiday makers went there in the summer, and you'd have rows upon rows of arcades all along the seafront, all fighting for everyone's attention, all the attract sounds blaring out of the front doors, trying to draw you in there.
But there was always an arcade cocktail cabinet in the corner somewhere with Galaxians or Gallagher or Pac-Man on it, something like that. Even into the 90s, there was those games on there.
So from that point of view, I think we were very lucky to get that premium gaming experience here in city, and it wasn't just in the city as well. I mean, as I mentioned previously, George Street, Time Zone, and there was a couple of other arcades. Galaxy World, I think, was another one that was called, and there was a few other ones. They were like the premium place to go to when it came to getting your arcade fix.
And it just so happened that I went to college in one of these towns, one called Weymouth. So every opportunity I got, whether it was my lunch break, whether I should have been in lessons and I was bunking off, I'd get down to the arcades to try all of them with my mates.
And then, a little bit upper class, where you might have pool and snooker tables as a club. And, they spared no expense on the layouts of these arcade games.
We just used 20-cent coins, and that was basically it all, or a $1 coin.
One of the strong memories I have back from that time is the sound of my Coke bottle just clanking on the glass of that cocktail cabinet.
And for that reason, because I was always with someone, we always wanted to play the head-to-head games, the racing games, the Sega Rallies head-to-head. We were lucky enough to have an 8-way Daytona USA, and we could fill that thing with our college class.
Just like I can only theorize that cutesy Japanese titles that were much less prevalent here had a bigger influence in their native nation.
But we were lucky enough to have, even as wide out into the suburbs, a bit of an arcade scene in those suburbs. Places like Cronulla, I can think off the top of my head, 3 arcades that were there. Also, even in my local suburb at the time, which was a place called Sutherland.
I think what was unique about UK arcades was it was definitely not the games in them, because I was lucky enough to go to America in the early 90s and try an arcade there. And I saw a lot of games there that we had in the UK, and some that were there first but then eventually made their way over to the UK. So the games weren't unique.
But the premium experience where you get to play the games like Outrun, Afterburner, those cabinets that you sit in and they ride around, that was mostly in the city.
When I used to travel into the city centre, I'd start in one arcade, go to the next and go to the next. So you'd always sort of start with the worst sort of arcade that maybe had 3 or 4, maybe 6 to 10 cabinets. Then as you progress to the better arcades where you had 30, 40 cabinets, sit down arcade games, like sit down Outrun to sit down in.
Being at the seaside, going for a swim in the sea, having a bag of chips or an ice cream, seagulls swooping down and trying to steal your chips, and then walking sand, maybe with your damp towel still around you from being in the sea, into the arcade, drawn in there by the doors being wide open and the attract sounds blasting out.
I can surmise that our experiences were hopefully quite similar. I'd say between 60 and 70% of what I played as a kid, many people across the globe did as well.
Because so many big arcades were based on seaside towns, yes, we had arcades in towns and cities, but because so many arcades were at the seaside, the whole experience of going to the arcade and playing games is very much part and parcel of a holiday.
Yeah, you kind of walked away from those arcades after a big binge on arcade session after having spent $100, feeling a little gutted, but you got your gaming fix, so Yeah, I guess it's like gambling, except you can't win.
You know, really anywhere you went, you just had 20 cents and you popped your coin in and off you went. They didn't fuss about tokens at all.
I think that's what made it unique in the UK. The fact that it was part and parcel of a very British summer holiday, going down to the arcades with a bag of chips at the seaside.
And now let's turn our attention to Sega and the rest of their 1990 output, and start with Alien Storm, released in May by Sega's AM1 division. This game was released about 1 year after 1989's massive arcade hit Golden Axe, and sticks to that formula pretty closely while adding some of its own fun touches to the gameplay. Walking into any arcade back then was mesmerizing, with each game's audio jacked up and trying to grab your attention to lure you in. I first played this at a small arcade in Queensborough, South Africa, where they had about a 20 machine setup at the base of an old apartment block called Malvern Heights, which is also incidentally where me and my brother and some friends threw a full-size mannequin off the top of that building to simulate and record the whole thing for our home video remake of Die Hard.
I just trashed one of your friends. You know what I am? I'm your worst nightmare.
Epic 1990. And back to Alien Storm, which was a side-scrolling beat-em-up, but with weapons, and it also featured side-scroller run-and-gun levels, big old boss battles, and some awesome first-person bonus stages, like something out of Sega's own Shinobi, but with just big Ghostbusters-style proton blasting action. Overall, there were 6 levels to beat up, run, and blast your way through, and being an arcade obviously meant you could play it in either 2 or even 3-player mode, selecting one of the 3 available characters, Karen, Garth, or Scooter, who all obviously had their own strengths and weaknesses. And if Golden Axe taught us anything, then having a cool screen-destroying smart bomb is always a plus. You can also gain back energy in a similar way by blasting these floating heads of certain aliens to gain energy back. It's almost like kicking those cheeky midgets in Golden Axe. Your goal in the game is to take your Alien Busters team and stop the alien invasion by taking on missions leading to massive UFOs, big old boss battles before the final encounter. It was just a well-crafted game, from the excellent cutscenes between missions, awesome sound effects and beautiful 2D animation with tons of detail. It was a cut above the rest. It was ported to a number of home systems at the time as well, including the Sega Master System and the Commodore 64 version, which I played quite a bit and enjoyed, but the Sega Mega Drive Genesis version is the one to play for sure. It's not a level-to-level clone, but adds more of its own stuff to the arcade while remixing it, and is well worth playing as a home version. This is a fun, unique game that Sega still haven't made a sequel to for whatever reason, but is a great arcade classic that is worth tracking out and giving a spin. Moonwalker was based on the 1988 Michael Jackson movie that is equal parts documentary, music video, and traditional movie. It's pretty strange to say the least, but the game itself is based on the Smooth Criminal and third act of the movie alone. It was made on Sega's System 18 arcade board, which had enjoyed massive success earlier with Golden Axe and Alien Storm. It should also be noted that there are 3 distinctly different versions of this game. This isometric arcade version, Sega's other version on the Mega Drive/Genesis, and US Gold's home computer versions. This one is an isometric run-and-gun / beat-em-up combo that has you as Michael trying to save a bunch of kids that have been kidnapped by a gangster named Mr. Big. Your main attacks are a lightning punch and charging magic blasts as you search the levels, killing gangsters and saving all the kids. Just like most classic arcades, you also have an awesome screen killer move or magic dance. And no, not that magic dance. But this one causes all the criminals to dance a choreographed Michael Jackson number before dying horribly, and this move was also used to great effect in the Mega Drive/Genesis version as well. Another fun addition is if you manage to find Bubbles, which was Michael Jackson's real-life chimp pet. He can transform you into a robot killing machine, where you have a limited amount of time to do as much destruction as humanly possible. The graphics in this game are quite excellent, with a massive attention to detail, not only in the well-designed stages, but in the brilliant animation of Jackson and all the characters. The music is obviously of special note as well, featuring many of Michael's greatest hits up until that point, including brilliant renditions of Billie Jean, Smooth Criminal and many more that complement the game well and are used in the Magic Dance numbers to excellent effect. This game, unfortunately, just like Konami's Aliens arcade game, has never been re-released in any other form. Most likely again over the million licensing issues needed to be signed to get this approved. And yet again, this is a huge shame because not only is this an excellent, well-crafted run-and-gun style arcade game, but it's also a fascinating time capsule of Michael Jackson's career in the early 90s that I'm sure fans would love to see have a much wider audience. Fortunately, emulation exists, so fire up MAME or Emulation Station and give this one a go and relive another classic overlooked Sega gem. Next was AB Cop, which stands for Air Bike Cop, a futuristic hoverbike version of Taito's Chase HQ, running on Sega's X board, used in games like Super Monaco GP and Thunderblade. This really is Chase HQ on a bike, as you're a futuristic cop that has to take down scum on the highways by bashing them off the road. It employs a jump mechanic and a quick throttle turn to boost you into the boss characters to smash and wear down their health. Visually, it's very good, fast-paced, sprite-scaling goodness that Sega did best, with a great soundtrack by Akashi Hashimoto, one of Sega's least celebrated musicians, who also did the awesome Racing Hero soundtrack in 1989. It unfortunately got no home ports, which was probably Sega keeping a low profile so Taito wouldn't sue them. And the last Sega game we'll look at this year is G-Lock Air Battle, a big hulking machine that rivaled Afterburner, with this game also putting you in a cockpit of an experimental fighter jet on a mission to blast down a set number of enemies before your time expires. It gave you a first-person view as you could shoot and lock rockets onto planes and ground targets, and switch to an outside view for evasive maneuvers when enemies had locked onto you. It was another AM2 game from Yu Suzuki, and was available in both stand-up and deluxe sit-down versions, which really was the way to play this beast. It was another commercial hit, remaining in Japan's top 10 for 2 years straight, and second in the US in 1990 behind Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in its initial release. It also got its own sequel, Strike Fighter, in 1991, which was a Japan-only arcade release. And now let's switch it up and check out a pair of games from Japanese developer Toplan. The first being the run-and-gun madness that is Outzone, a top-down vertically scrolling shooting gallery, where you play a cyborg mercenary sent by the United Nations to take out an alien force trying to destroy Earth. There are 7 massive levels to go through in this 1 or 2 player affair that always reminded me a bit of a more frantic version of Akari Warriors. This game was tough, from the one-hit kills to the fact that your energy is also constantly depleting, meaning you need to keep collecting energy cans to keep yourself alive, as well as dodge bullets. The game financially did brisk business all over the world in every region, but I think it was quickly forgotten with 1990's arcade release onslaught, although in recent years it's become a much more celebrated classic in its own right. And next was Snow Brothers, was another 1990 classic arcade game from Toplan. Even though their specialty was obviously scrolling shoot-em-ups, you'd never know that from playing this game, which is an excellent example of fixed screen action platforming. It owes a lot to Taito's Bubble Bobble with this 2-player game, but it's much more than a simple clone. In the game you get to play Nick and Tom, or both if played in 2-player, as you attempt to, drumroll please, save a couple of princesses from the evil king. Arcade plot 101 at its best. Gameplay is of the blasting creatures with snowballs variety, to either stun them or continue until they are fully frozen. At that point you can push them in a giant snowball that ricochets around the room and takes out everybody. As mentioned earlier, this game should really be played with a friend, as it adds so much to the fun and strategy of taking everyone out, and is obviously a massive help to get through the huge 50 stages of the game and take out those tough boss characters. The graphics are excellent and very detailed, with colorful stages and tons of power-ups and items to pick up. The music is of the cutesy variation. It's exactly what you would expect, but still very infectious at the same time. I played this originally at my local cafe in the early 90s. Yes, this one here, which still exists to this day, don't ask me how. We spent an unholy amount of money on this, with my brother and his friends in 2-player mode. It was an absolute blast. The game eventually got a sequel in 1994 called Snow Brothers 2, and was the last game released under the Toplan name, as they filed for bankruptcy as the game was being made. If you want to play a cool home version, I'd recommend checking out the obscure Japanese-only Mega Drive release. It's the arcade and more, and was developed directly by Toplan themselves. Snow Brothers is an often overlooked arcade classic that's well worth your attention. And Konami's 2 entries for this year were: this game came out right during my arcade gaming heyday. Those Saturday trips to the big city to play the latest games was a much loved ritual, and like many arcade games, I only ever came across Aliens once, and it was at the high class arcade, which is what we called it, cause you put money onto a credit card and then use that to activate the games. No more pockets full of quarters, therefore no more dodgy pickpockets. Arcades back then were filled with all kinds of weirdos, trust me.
The Aliens game from Konami that came out in 1990s is a fantastic game, and I've only recently discovered it actually through Bastiche B's channel and watching his Arcade Memories episode on that arcade game. And since watching that, I've got into that game on MAME, and it's absolutely brilliant. I never saw it back in England back in the day, but it's probably, if you love the film like I do, it's a real just fantastic game based around that movie. Despite the aliens being purple, it's just a great mix of horizontal and vertical shooter, great action, and yeah, great fun to play.
Aliens was based on the 1986 James Cameron classic movie. You know, the one where this happens.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
The game was a side-scrolling run-and-gun game, broken up with occasional on-rail shooting segments and massive boss fights everywhere. You had the choice of 2 characters, either Ripley or Hicks, the main characters from the movie, although Hicks was only available as player 2, or play together in the 2-player mode. The game had levels and areas from the movie, but also expands on everything from locations to new hybrids of aliens not seen in any of the films. As an avid Aliens fan, this was a massive treat of a game to come across, with its large, bold, pixelated graphics and smooth scrolling action. It really captured the style of the movie's most intense action sequences really well. Of course, your character has access to a whole range of awesome weaponry, from the standard pulse rifle to triple-shot lasers and triple-shot rocket launchers. And you even got to use the power loader forklift for some good old alien bashing action. The on-rail sequences at the armored personnel carrier are also a lot of fun. Just pure arcade shooting gallery sequences that help a bit with the monotony. Konami as an arcade developer were definitely on a roll during this 1989 to 91 period. With this, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Simpsons, and Sunset Riders all coming out during this period, making it one of their most creative times for the arcade division. It's a pity we never got to see an Alien 3 arcade in this style, but I guess the awesome Mega Drive version makes up for that. And you could also count Capcom's Aliens vs Predator as a spiritual sequel of sorts. Due to the usual licensing issues, no doubt, we've never got a home port of this game either, which is a real shame, although the microcomputers of the 80s got 3 different versions of Aliens, which for the most part were pretty good, so we can't really complain that much. Overall, this is an awesome game to play. Great graphics and just simple gameplay, which is what arcades were all about. And the other Konami game of note was Parodius, From Myth to Laughter, or Parodius Da as it's known in Japan. The first arcade game in this series is often mistaken for being the first in the franchise, although it started on the MSX in 1988. This would be the sequel. It's a shoot 'em up slash cute 'em up and a parody game all rolled into one, hence the name, Paro, which means parody, and Dias is reference to Konami's long-running Gradius series, which this pokes fun at. Gameplay is almost exactly the same as the Gradius series, with you picking your weapon configurations, then choosing how to upgrade them during play. There is also the addition of the bells from Konami's own Twin B series, which act as one-time use weapons. The 4 different weapon layouts make this game extremely replayable, as they change up gameplay and strategy significantly. It's a much slower paced shooter and does suffer from Gradius's annoying one-hit deaths, which result in you being very underpowered, and it's really hard to claw back sometimes. The music, although, is brilliant, by Konami's Kukeiya Club, and features tons of remixed classical music scores that you'll immediately recognize, and the graphics are bright, colorful, and very inventive, with a crazy amount of different enemies and demented bosses to overcome, and it is literally jam-packed with jokes parodying many other Konami franchises for the eagle-eyed fan to enjoy. It was hugely popular in Japan, being in the top 5 money earners for 1990, and also won the #1 shooting game award for 1990 from Gamist magazine, a Japanese publication and would go on to produce 2 more arcade sequels in 1994 and 1996. Like I said earlier, the Neo Geo MVS arcade systems gave arcade owners multi-cabs that equaled multi-profits. So let's check out a few of my favorite first-year MVS releases, and start off with the first Neo Geo game I ever played, which was NAM 1975. This was the first Neo Geo game I'd ever seen or played, and by 1991 their multi-arcade cabinets were invading local establishments left, right and center. Even though it came out the previous year in Japan, the Neo Geo brand was now popping up all over, not just in arcades, but in every gaming magazine I was reading at the time. And the day I walked in to see NAM, they also had a full cabinet version of hard driving sitting right next to it, which everyone was drooling over. But as soon as I turned my head and saw that iconic splash screen, which was obviously Animal Mother from Full Metal Jacket, blasting away as the logo appeared, I beelined it straight for the cabinet, which was one of the multi-cabs, which also included Magician Lord and Baseball Stars. But NAM was the one for me. This game was a shooting gallery style blast fest that managed to combine all my favorite arcade games, Operation Wolf, Cable and Dynamite Duke, into a weird Vietnam War setting. To say this game is historically inaccurate is an understatement, but who cares, right? It's an arcade game after all, and all that matters is how much stuff you get to blow up. It featured 6 stages of relentless blasting action as you attempt to rescue a scientist and his daughter from some dodgy terrorist organization in Vietnam. This is one of the first arcade games that I can remember that actually attempts a real storyline, but due to the dodgy translation and the Resident Evil style voiceovers,
Operations have been won.
it just comes across as unintentionally funny in the best sense. The game scrolls left to right as you blast and dodge everything that's thrown at you. Grenades and flamethrowers are also available for pickup. As well, if you rescue the captured woman, they join you and help you out, which is a very cool inclusion. The game, however, is insanely difficult, and I can't even remember how much money I pumped into this thing back in the day. But playing it with a friend in the 2-player mode makes it slightly more possible. The combination of massive, bold graphics and cheeseball storyline, with its excellent, satisfying sound effects and crazy bosses, make this an arcade experience that I still look back on fondly. This game is fortunately available on almost all modern gaming formats digitally, so being able to try it out for yourself is made pretty easy. So why not jump back and check out the roots of Neo Geo with one of the original arcade releases. Magician Lord was the second MVS game I ever played, literally, and was on the same machine as NAM 75, and was developed by ADK Corporation. Alpha Denshi Corporation, as they were originally known, was founded in 1980, with their headquarters being in Saitama, Japan. They started developing arcades in 1980 during the golden age, with a slew of pretty forgettable titles, most not making much impact outside of Japan, until 1987, when they formed a partnership with SNK. They not only helped out with the Neo Geo hardware design, but contributed 2 titles to the launch of the system with Magician Lord and Ninja Combat, and were instrumental in the early success of the multi-arcade system. And we'll be looking at a bunch of their games in due time. With rough financial times in the late 90s, the company would eventually file for bankruptcy in 2003. SNK Playmore now hold the rights to all their games. And back to Magician Lord, which was a side-scrolling action platform game that took place over 8 stages. Your goal is to recover 8 magic books that were stolen by the Big Bad. The gameplay is pretty standard platform action adventure fare, blasting or hacking your way through enemies until the end of the level boss. Different paths can be taken in certain levels, with secret doors available that can either be good or bad. But the biggest draw here is being able to collect orbs that let you transform into different creatures or people with powerful abilities, which obviously come in handy for those big boss encounters. Graphics are pretty good, with decent sound effects and music, with the controls coming off a bit stiff and rigid if you play it now, but it's still an interesting footnote game that just managed to scrape into the Japanese arcade top 10 that year, and helped cement the Neo Geo cabs into the minds minds of regular gamers. And next was Super Spa, a game that absolutely blew my mind upon seeing it in an arcade back then. Bear in mind, first-person shooters weren't a thing yet, and any game where it was from your first-person point of view was extremely unique. It's essentially an action game with light RPG elements. You're a CIA agent sent to take out a group of terrorists that have been wreaking havoc with subway bombs. You're in their maze-like factory to blow it up and kill everybody. You got fists and kicks as default, as well as being able to pick up knives, handguns, and submachine guns, those obviously having limited ammunition. Killing terrorists gains you experience points which upgrade your stats RPG style. Searching the rooms and rescuing hostages, and taking out henchmen and boss characters while navigating the maze-like rooms is the gameplay mechanics. It featured excellent big bold in-your-face graphics, awesome satisfying anime style sound effect, and addictive easy to get to grips with gameplay. It was another hit for SNK, ranking in the middle of the top 10 in both the US and Japan in 1990 and 91. And the last Neo Geo game we'll look at this year is Cyberlip, a run-and-gun platformer that's basically their version of Konami's Contra. There's pretty much nothing new here for the genre, but everything is done really well regardless, with a plot involving... I'll let the game take that one away.
Military android has landed in the old town area. Proceed to that point right away and stop them. You are the last hope. Good luck.
It had 6 stages with a plethora of awesome weapon pickups to complement your regular laser fire and wipe out mini and main bosses. The game is much easier than most games of this genre, so it's a good entry-level run-and-gunner for newbies. The graphics and sound design are brilliant, and despite not being able to shoot diagonally, it's still a great shooter fest, and it obviously goes without saying it's much more enjoyable in 2-player co-op mode. Now let's rapid fire our way through a bunch of games. Blood Brothers was a bit of a forgotten spiritual sequel to Tad Corporation's Cabal, or Cable as we used to call it. It swapped out the military theme for the Old West and delivered just as much excellent blasting 1 or 2 player action as Cabal. And this was cited by Shunichi Taniguchi as the inspiration for Wild Guns. Combat Tribes was another scrolling beat 'em up gem from Technos, delivering some pulse-pounding action in the tradition of their Double Dragon titles. Big loud sound effects, crazy over-the-top wrestling moves, and a really demented selection of scum to beat up. Raiden was the start of a long-running shoot-'em-up series from Seibu Kaihatsu, an excellent shoot-'em-up with a much slower classic pace and brilliant sound effects and explosive, satisfying graphics, helped turn the tides for the company whose finances were in a shambles at that time. And we'll be looking at Raiden 2 later, which is my favorite in the series. Spinal Breakers was an obscure 1 or 2 player scrolling shooter by Video System, a super fun game in the mold of Dynamite Duke, with you jumping through time killing an artificial intelligence that is infecting history. Air Duel is a great 1 or 2 player shoot 'em up from RM that's often forgotten. You can play as a helicopter or a jet, each controlling very differently as you try to shoot your way through this gorgeous looking steampunk style setting. And lastly, Smash TV by Williams, created by arcade veteran Eugene Jarvis, is a twin stick style Robotron massacre fest as you enter a Running Man style TV show where winning means killing everything thrown at you. It's an absolute classic blaster that everyone should definitely play. We'll flip our attention now to the Western arcade scene, who was floundering in comparison to the Japanese onslaught, and check out Atari's 1990 output. And we'll start off with the release of Pit Fighter. If ever there was an arcade that was polarizing, it's definitely this. You either love or hate it. I obviously fall into the former just due to my unhealthy love of all games with FMV or ham-fisted digitized graphics. It's bad, but I don't care. I originally played this at a dodgy bowling alley in the early 90s. It was sitting right next to Technos' WWF Superstars. I admittedly played that first, but this was next as my parents ate lunch before the next round of bowling. The game was Atari's first beat 'em up and falls into the arena-style combat genre, with big open areas filled with items, crowd participation, and if you add 2 other players, the screen becomes a chaotic holy mess of carnage, which is really how this game should be played. It took its inspiration, no doubt, from the flood of ham-fisted but completely lovable kung fu tournament movies that were invading the VHS shelf at the time, such as Bloodsport, The Best of the Best, and AWOL. The character select screen should be proof of that, with 3 cliche characters to choose from. Buzz, the wrestler, an amalgamation of 5 or 6 WWF wrestlers all put into one. Ty, the kickboxer, a blatant Jean-Claude Van Damme ripoff right down to the Bloodsport split sequence. And Kato, a not-so-subtle reference to Bruce Lee from the Green Hornet with his karate-style antics. The goal of this beat-em-up is to fight your way through 15 different matches, taking on all manner of street trash with names such as The Executioner, Southside Jim, and Heavy Metal, until you take out the gimp that is the Masked Warrior. Just like all Atari's games, it's all about score and making money, completing rounds faster using fancy moves, and winning bonus grudge matches, which happens every 3 rounds, adds to your cash winnings. Being illegal Fight Club style affairs, rules are non-existent. Pummel your opponent to death any way you can, with fists and kicks, weapons found around the arena, massive items to throw, with motorbikes being the coolest, and even juicing up on some Hulk power-ups to go on an immortal rampage. Anything goes, basically. Gameplay is fairly basic, with punches and kicks, throws or grapples, and random uses of items, but it's fast-paced and keeps your attention, even though it does get a little bit monotonous. The graphics were definitely unique for the time, especially in the arcades, and this is one of the first games to use real actors shot in front of blue screen, then transferred directly to a game, not simply rotoscope, and is the exact same technique that would be later used for Mortal Kombat. Which begs the question, was Atari the inspiration for the whole franchise? The sound is typical Atari arcade variety, tons of samples and dodgy first generation Mega Drive music. The real fun of this game is all going to come down to whether you're going to be playing it in 3-player multiplayer. That just ramps up the chaos factor of it, and is definitely its best feature. Playing single player is fun, but the monotony will soon set in. This game was a relatively big success for Atari at the time, selling over 6,500 arcade cabs, and the game was ported to almost every system under the sun at the time. It never got a sequel, unfortunately, although Atari's Guardians of the Hood, a scrolling beat-em-up, is considered a spiritual successor, and is another cheese fest well worth having a go at. Overall, if you love So Bad It's Good movies and mindless laugh-out-loud gaming with a bunch of friends, then Pit Fighter may be for you. And on the opposite end of the spectrum was Ramparts, probably one of the most unique arcade games ever made. It was a mixture of turn-based action, real-time strategy, and tower defense elements. Everything here was original for the time, and gave arcade gamers something completely different to get to grips with, and employed Atari's trackball control method, which worked perfectly for this style of game, almost like a mouse with its precision. The gameplay takes turns as you quickly repair or fortify your castles, then the attackers invade. Everything is timed, and as a round end it pauses as you repeat the process until either you defeat the invaders or you're overrun. Not only that, but it also employs an excellent multiplayer mode, which was a blast to play with friends if they understood the unorthodox gameplay at the time. It was extremely well received for Atari, and even cracked the Japanese top 10 in June 1991, and it's an example of the complete different style between the Western and Japanese arcade games at that period, and is no doubt the concept for the tower defense genre that will become popular in the following decade. And back to familiar territory with Hydra, a speedboat racing style destruction game that was similar to Atari's own 1987 game Road Blasters, except you're in a boat. This game sent you on a suicide mission to retrieve parts of a stolen weapon from enemy hands all over the world. You race down rivers avoiding enemy fire, mines, and whatever else they threw at you. You could blast back with machine guns and mini nukes, and could collect crystals along the way that could boost your speed or add much needed shielding. I remember playing this game in an arcade a couple of times with its Star Wars yoke style controls and those massive 720-degree styled speakers on the machine blasting the sounds of gunfire and sampled speech straight into your head. It was pure smile-inducing fun, and what arcades were really all about. And the last 2 Atari games we're going to look at this year, I never came across either of these in my original arcade days, but discovered them later through emulation. Those being Thunder Jaws and Batman. Thunder Jaws itself is almost like a ripoff of the James Bond movie Thunderball, with you taking the role of a secret agent that has to take out the crazy Madame Q's underwater fortress, where she's conducting hideous experiments. And Batman was another version of Tim Burton's 1989 movie, which is a completely different version from the already insane amount of other ones that are available. Both games feature 2 distinct different gameplay styles. Thunder Jaws features underwater scrolling shooter-style stages. As you make your way to the underwater bases, it then switches to side-scrolling Rolling Thunder-style gameplay as you take out henchmen and the base boss. Batman, on the other hand, features side-scrolling run-and-gun styled action platform stages similar to Ocean's Batman version, and then switches it up to first-person vehicle modes as you get to drive the Batmobile and Batwing. Both feature tons of speech samples and typical forgettable Atari music, with Batman featuring a plethora of excellent samples from the movie. Both these games are not top tier by any means, but probably just got lost in the shuffle. It is quite surprising though how obscure the Batman arcade is considering the subject matter, and is another interesting version of that movie to try out. And let's rapid fire away through a bunch of games from Daddy East, Jellico and Namco. The cliffhanger Edward Randy, hit in late 90 by Daddy East. It's an Indiana Jones inspired action game that had you whipping and punching across 8 massive levels. It employed relentless sprite scaling set pieces and a really cool setting that made it very unique. It ended up selling just over 4,000 cabinets worldwide, which unfortunately wasn't enough for Daddy East to put a sequel in the works. Crude Buster, or Too Crude, or Two Crude Dudes is a follow-up to 88's other Daddy East triple-named game, Dragon Ninja, or Bad Dudes, or Dragon Ninja vs. Bad Dudes. Come on, Daddy East, just pick a name, jeez. It's a post-apocalyptic side-scrolling beat-em-up with the gameplay gimmick being you can almost pick up anything and smash a dude with it. In 2-player mode you get special team-up moves also. It's good dumb fun even if the tie-in with Dragon Ninja is almost non-existent. Jellico was next with Rodland, a single-screen action platform romp where you have to rescue your mom trapped at the top of a tower. It's an excellent cutesy action puzzle style game and is absolutely awesome to play in 2-player mode. I played this on my Commodore 64 more than the actual arcade, and it's a great variation on the Bubble Bobble formula. Cisco Heat is a crazy racing game from Jellico similar to their Big Run arcade game, which the same team worked on. It's a cop racing game through San Francisco, Cannonball Run style. Don't let the dire home port reputation dissuade you. This original arcade version is totally awesome, and was the top grossing arcade game in North America in January 1991. Namco are up next with a sequel to Dragon Spirit called Dragon Saber, another vertically scrolling shoot 'em up with an interesting 2-player co-op mechanic. The game was specifically designed to appeal to a wider audience, with its much toned down difficulty compared to the 87 original. And Rolling Thunder 2 was the sequel to Namco's 86 platformer with more secret agent platform action, but this time with a co-op 2-player mode, and is another fun Namco System 2 game that ups the ante slightly on all the gameplay tropes that the original brought, and also has a really good Sega Genesis port worth playing. And the last two companies we'll look at this year were a staple of every arcade you frequented back then, Taito and Capcom, who were heavy hitters in terms of quality and quantity. Every one of my Saturday trips to the city to hit up all my favorite arcades would include their games. They consistently delivered the goods and made every single trip memorable. So let's check out Capcom's output first and look at Mercs, a top-down multi-directional running gunner, which is the sequel to 1985's Commando. It was a gorgeous looking CPS arcade that had you addicted immediately with its over-the-top action. You had to rescue a former US president who had been taken hostage by rebels in a fictional African nation. The 8 levels are full of explosions, bosses, and the ability to steal enemy vehicles for some military drive-bys. You had access to shotguns, grenade launchers, flamethrowers, and a mega bomb, which obliterated about 1/3 of the screen. They just don't make them like they used to. It was a top-grossing arcade in May 1990 upon its release, but never came anywhere near replicating the financial success of Commando, probably due to the massive amount of competition that was in this genre at that time. Still, an absolute blast, and even better with a friend in tow. The early 90s were dominated with science fiction and military-themed arcades, and that's why I think Magic Sword was so immediately interesting and addictive. It was full-on Dungeons and Dragons high fantasy with swords, magic, and wizards. Pretty much everything that fueled a kid's imagination. It felt like a more fleshed out and grander version of their 1987 game Black Tiger, which was also a scrolling action platformer. The goal of this game was to fight your way up a 50-floor tower and take out the master of the Black Orb. Besides killing everything you came across, you could also crack open chests which contained upgrades for your character and keys which can be picked up and used to free prisoners along the way who would then join you as secondary characters. The game was massive and almost felt like an RPG at times. It was littered with hidden secrets and paths that you could use to skip floors and get to level 50 quicker. One of the designers was Yoshiki Okamoto, who also directed 3 other games we're going to look at. The man was a game-making machine. It ranked at number 2 on the Japanese charts on release and sold thousands of cabinets in the US alone. And next was a double dose of shoot-'em-up action with Carrier Airwing and 1941 Counterattack. Carrier Airwing was a horizontal shooter and a spiritual successor to UN Squadron, and 1941 Counterattack was a vertically scrolling shooter and is the prequel to 1942. Carrier's gameplay is exactly the same as UN Squadron, with 3 different varied planes to choose from and shop upgrades between levels, with Counterattack staying pretty close to 1942's formula but with a much easier difficulty. The loop dodge move returns, and you have lightning attacks which deplete your energy if you decide to use them. Both games were just more CPS goodness and brought nothing new to the genre except fun to countless arcade goers. Carrier was a hit in the Japanese arcades in its December release, with Counterattack ranking as the 3rd highest game in March. And lastly from Capcom was a 2-shot of action platforming with Nemo and Cheeky Cheeky Boys, or Mega Twins to Western audiences. A 2-shot of games directed by Okamoto himself, and both in retrospect mostly forgotten, but still very solid titles in their genre. Nemo was based on an anime, Little Nemo, and delivered a 1 or 2 player traditional action platforming, with Mega Twins following on the same formula, but with more of a Wonder Boy twist to its style. Both these games feature beautiful cartoony graphics and were extremely fun to play with friends, with bubbly music and awesome sound effects. Which brings us to the last segment for this year and Taito's best releases. Super Space Invaders 91 was another excellent variation on Taito's most beloved 70s hit, and was released on Taito's F2 board. It introduced a host of cool features with different backdrops, special power-ups gained by shooting the flying saucer, and bonus stages like the hilarious cattle mutilation game. It took the slow-paced nature of the original like some sort of late 80s shoot-'em-up. The graphics are extremely varied with great sound effects hitting those nostalgia buttons and very addictive gameplay that made it a great throwback but also modernized it and is still so much fun to play even to this day. Thunder Fox jumped back to the military stylings with a run and gun or run and knife game, with you taking on the role of an anti-terrorist unit trying to restore world order. If you played it co-op style, then Thunder was better with guns and Fox was more proficient with knives. Levels jumped from run and gun stylings to scrolling shoot-'em-up scenes and were short and didn't overstay their welcome before the obligatory boss encounters. This was a fun game to play together, and I remember sitting right next to SNK's POW arcade machine at a local establishment, and we used to jump between both these games, after no doubt watching Stallone's Rambo 2 for the 50th time on VHS. Pure military madness. And by far my favorite game by Taito this year was Growl, a multi-directional scrolling beat-em-up mixing Indiana Jones and Alan Quatermain together for a tale about protecting the local African wildlife from ruthless poachers by killing them with rocket launchers and the like. Various cabinet versions were available, like the 2-player or even 4-player versions, which amps up the chaos like you would not believe. There were 7 levels of beat-em-up action with tons of weapons thrown into the mix as you whipped and bludgeoned the poachers to death and freed the captured animals. Some of them even joined you as non-playable characters, helping you murder dudes in various awesome African settings. It rocked excellent sound effects, music, and cheeseball voice samples, and even in the 1-player mode was an absolute chaos fest of intense action that just never lets up. It's listed as a late 90, early 91 release, and I found conflicting info on every single site I searched for, so I decided to include it here for 90s ending. And it's a game that truly should be experienced in its 4-player mode, that even makes the insanity of Pit Fighter's multiplayer gameplay tame by comparison. And thus ends 1990.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Put it in neutral. What? Put it in neutral. Here's steer out. push!
Even though 1990 proved to be the 80s with just better graphics arcade-wise, 1991 would prove to be the first big turn in arcade's favor since the crash of 1983 and return not only the profits but popularity of the golden age straight back to arcades all over the world. And the game that changed all that was Capcom's Street Fighter II, a sequel to their 1987 mediocre versus fighting game. It not only reinvented the entire genre but brought in millions of new gamers who flooded the local arcades lining up to take their turn at taking down M. Bison or their best friend standing next to them. The fighting game genre had been around since 1984's Karate Champ by Data East, with improvements in the 80s from Melbourne House's Way of the Exploding Fist in 85 and System 3's International Karate, and of course 1987's Arcade Plus, pushing what you could do with one button in multi-directions to the absolute limit. Street Fighter II took all those elements and completely reinvented them with a 6-button layout and characters that each had their own completely different styles of play. Gamers just couldn't get enough of it.
How can you deny the power of Street Fighter II? For me, Street Fighter II Championship Edition was, and still is, the best of the best when it comes to the arcade fighter.
Street Fighter II, The War of the Warriors, it's not the best Street Fighter, but for me it was definitely the most influential arcade game I might have ever played.
I was never really into the Street Fighters or the King of Fighting or Mortal Kombat. I wasn't really into the fighting games for some reason.
I got a photo of a dude playing Street Fighter 2. He was a big guy. I probably could have timed it better and not take the photo of him while he knew I was taking the photo, because he gave me the biggest death stare when I took the photo.
This isn't as hard as it was for the 80s for me to kind of pinpoint, because it just has to come down to Street Fighter 2.
One of the most popular games and one that I just love has got to be Street Fighter 2.
Never before have I sought out a strategy guide to learn how to beat the computer opponent and all my friends.
I told him I was gaming press, which wasn't a lie. If you look at the photo, you'll see the kid next to him playing Street Fighter 2 on the machine next to him, and that's another thing. Street Fighter 2 was just taking up the whole gaming arcade. It was like rows of Street Fighter 2 games.
The original version, I'm not talking about any turbo or any of that nonsense. I'm talking about the original one. When I first played that at a local cafe, I couldn't believe the jump it had taken the genre.
I have friends that are just not into retro gaming or gaming at all really, but they all remember and love Street Fighter 2.
During that era, there was a war between Street Fighter II and Mortal Kombat for fighter supremacy, but the smooth animation and dynamic computer AI of Street Fighter II kept me firmly in that camp.
Fighting and versus games were always good, but they just didn't have that gameplay mechanic that made you really addicted to it. Besides, a couple of computer games like Exploding Fist and Arcade Plus, there were very few that actually made you come back and want to play them.
And the nice thing about not really being into Street Fighter 2 is that everybody else wanted to play Street Fighter 2.
Because when I was a kid, I would go down to the arcades when they were here, and I would play all day long, and I would beat people.
And if you look carefully, you can see a handwritten note on the actual cabinet. And that's the moves. He's written down the moves from somewhere, a magazine or something. And he's playing Street Fighter 2 using handwritten notes.
Most of them were just button mashers, but Street Fighter 2 just changed that completely.
So I would actually be able to continue on my credit or on someone else's credit. That was very exciting to me, and I don't know why, but I felt like I became a nicer person from it, because I always tried to talk to the people that I beat and make sure that I didn't come off as an a-hole.
To this day, I can't stand Mortal Kombat games and the other games that kind of follow in its mechanics, like the Injustice series.
I think one of the reasons it was so popular was because it had all of the different characters.
In terms of all the characters and how different they were, how you could flow your kind of moves into almost like a rhythm. And if you knew how to play each character, you could really dominate. It was just such a well-made game.
So I was always very kind and like, you played really good. And it's like, instead of using Blanca, because everyone picked Blanca for some reason.
My favorite memory though of Street Fighter 2 was I went down to my local cafe, which they had Street Fighter 2, World Heroes, UN Squadron, and 1 or 2 other games. I think they had 3 on each side. And it was kind of like a little fast food takeout place. We always used to get burgers there.
No matter where you were from, you could kind of resonate with one of those characters. You know, you had women fighters on there, you had fighters from Brazil, from India, from China, from Japan, from USA.
Instead of using Blanca, you should try like Ken, because he's much stronger and faster, and I was trying to give all these pointers.
They had Street Fighter 2 there, and this is where I started playing the game a lot, and I started getting really good at it. And one day I went down there, and the owner's son obviously had access to this machine, whether he could play it in after hours and get good at it, or I don't really know, but he was really good at it. So I thought, it's time, I think I can take this guy down.
Some people were receptive to it, some people not so much.
I mean, now you just pull out a mobile phone, you look it up, and you get the notes, the moves that way. But it just shows you how much gaming, or how much gamers back then, what lengths they would go to try and get the most out of their $1 per game moments.
I went down there with a bunch of money, and I was like, this is the day I'm going to take him down. So I started playing, and then sure enough, he came out from behind the counter and came and put some money in because he wanted to challenge me, because he saw I was taking out a few other people at that time.
So it was perfect. Everyone would crowd around the Street Fighter 2 cabinet, and admittedly sometimes I'd stand back and I'd watch because I admired people who could play that game well. I recognised the skill involved in playing that game.
This is my opportunity, and everybody that was around that arcade scene, like everybody that started to gather because they knew it was on. I remember I played Ryu, and he was Ken, and pretty even match, but the characters are a little bit different. And we started playing, and it was neck and neck.
I used to love Ken. There wasn't a British fighter on there, unfortunately.
Like really, like the rounds were coming down to a one hit, one little tiny touch to take each other out, so it was super close. But in the end, I took him down.
I had a friend from Brazil, and he used to always play Blanca. And me and him had quite a few battles. He usually won most of them, to be fair.
And everybody in the arcade was just like, whoa. And the guy looked at me, he didn't say a single word. He just like looked, he put his head down, and he walked back behind the counter. And then I was like, okay, carried on playing, and I eventually died, whatever. But we never saw that kid ever again. The owner's son, we never saw him again. He went behind the counter, he disappeared.
And there was always a winner stays on kind of a tournament happening on busy days when we went down there. But it did mean a lot of the other arcades were free to play on because everyone else wanted to play Street Fighter 2. So I had no problem with that.
Whether it was shame of losing or we don't really know, it's a little bit weird. But every time we went down there for like years after that place, you know, after playing that one round, and never saw that kid ever again. Bizarre. And now let's look at the game itself, Street Fighter 2, The World Warrior, Capcom's 14th game using the now legendary CPS arcade board. The game was overseen by Capcom heavyweights Akira Nishitani and Akira Yasuda, and the project was overseen and produced by, you guessed it, Yoshiki Okamoto. It was destined for success. The plot involved main bad guy M. Bison setting up a dodgy fighting tournament to find the best fighters in the world to join his Shadaloo criminal organization. Unlike the first game, which only had one selectable character, being Ryu, Part 2 gave you 8 playable characters plus 4 non-playable boss characters that would later be added in the Champion Edition. Each player had their own unique style and moves, and with the colorful international cast, it made it very appealing for anyone all over the world to find a character that they liked and start mastering their moves and style. Gameplay was still traditional in its setup with the best of 2 out of 3 rounds, with every third match being broken up by some sort of crazy bonus bonus stage. Its addictive feature was the 6-button layout, 3 kicks and 3 punches, increasing in strength, and the way you could combo these moves together into a continuous flow of action was something completely unique. Blocking now was an all-important part of the gameplay, with throws and also unique special moves for each character topping it all off. Graphically, it's jammed with stunningly detailed backdrops and excellent animation that is bubbling over with personality, and the music by Yoko Shimomura is absolute classic. Every character getting their own theme really gave the World Warrior vibe its atmosphere. Yoko worked on over 16 game soundtracks for Capcom, including Final Fight and King of Dragons. This unfortunately would be her last soundtrack for them before leaving and joining Square. Development of the game took just over 2 years and was put into effect after the success of Final Fight, with roughly 40 people working on it at a budget of about $2.5 million. It debuted in Japan before the rest of the world, with all variations of Part 2 pulling in just over $10 billion, ranking it in the top 3 money makers of all time next to Space Invaders and Pac-Man. It was the highest grossing arcade in Japan for 91 and 92 and stayed in the US arcade #1 slot for 16 months straight financially. Capcom themselves sold over 50,000 cabinets worldwide, and that's not including the reported over 300,000 bootleg units that were sold in South America, Taiwan, South Korea and Hong Kong. It truly was a game of global success and knew no boundaries. It received 2 updates, including Champion Edition, which added the ability for 2 people to choose the same character, as well as made the 4 boss characters available for solo and versus play, plus Street Fighter 2 Turbo, which boosted the speed of the game and added a few extra moves. The game not only helped revive the arcades to the glory days, but completely reinvented the versus genre and opened up the floodgates for the waves of clones that were about to invade the arcades. And now let's turn our attention to the rest of my favorite Capcom 1991 releases, and we'll start with a 2-shot of sword and sorcery action with Knights of the Round and The King of Dragons. Both games would fall into the scrolling hack and slash genre, featuring themes of the legend of King Arthur and Excalibur, and dragons being much more of a fantasy style Dungeons and Dragons affair. Knights features 7 stages where you get to choose between 3 Knights of the Round Table with Lancelot, Arthur and Percival, and have to unite Britain while taking out the evil King Garibaldi. King of Dragons has more than double the levels with 16 in total, although they are way shorter and more action intensive than Knights. In this one you have to defeat the Dragon Gildas as he's unleashed hordes of monsters all over the land. Both games feature light RPG mechanics, as the more experience or advancements in the game upgrade your character. Special moves can be pulled off in Knights, although you lose some of your own energy, and dragons employing lots of magic pickups to kill everything on screen. These games are excellent fun multiplayer hack and slashes, with King of Dragons being my favorite of the 2, and you can definitely see the seeds of Capcom's future Dungeons and Dragons arcade games start here with both of these titles. Next was a weird one called 3 Wonders. It's basically 3 separate arcade games in one, which you could choose from the main menu. I guess this was Capcom's cheeky response to SNK's Neo Geo without the need for the multicarts. The 3 games are Midnight Wanderers, which was a platform-styled run-and-gun, Chariot, a horizontal scrolling shoot-'em-up, and Don't Pull, a cross between Sega's Pengo and Hudson Soft's Bomberman. Each one of these games are surprisingly good and well made, despite being relatively short even by arcade standards. Midnight is the best of the bunch with impressive graphics and bosses. Chariot is also a fun light shoot 'em up with some really crazy boss encounters, and I'm pretty sure Don't Pull could have spawned its own whole series with its cutesy addictive antics. But the best Capcom release for me, besides Street Fighter 2 of course, was Captain Commando. Man, what a game. It was a scrolling beat-em-up in the same mold as Final Fight, with Akira Yasuda being the main designer and artist. They took the Captain Commando character that was an NES mascot character in the manuals for all Capcom USA's releases, and they actually gave him his own game, which is set in a futuristic version of Final Fight's trash house town, Metro City. The game could be played with up to 4 players with the right cabinet configuration, of course. It was scrolling beat-em-up bliss with gameplay which is exactly exactly the same as Final Fight, just way faster and way more over the top, with special moves, grapples, and combos, as well as extremely inventive bosses and bad guys with some epic set pieces. The cast of playable characters is the real charm here, with the captain, a ninja, a baby in a mech suit, and a knife-wielding thug. It's one of the coolest selection of characters in any game. The hyped up speed, the large amount of enemy characters on screen, and wonderful CPS graphics made it one of the best scrolling beat-em-ups that I ever saw in the arcade.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Incendiary.
I don't think language barriers were really an issue. Here in Australia we had the main player at the time, which was a company called Time Zone, owned by a company called Leisure Allied.
I never experienced any problems in the arcade understanding what to do or instructions and that kind of thing. Even walking up to a brand new arcade game you'd never seen before that had sort of Japanese writing all over it, for example.
In the US, I had not played a single arcade title in a foreign language until well into the 2000s era.
Don't think that made much of a difference, because when I played these arcade games, I, didn't look at instructions anyway. You might have had some artwork around the cabinet, or you might have had some visual reference to what you have to do.
When I went into arcades, I would often see this disclaimer saying not to be sold or distributed outside of Japan.
So there wasn't really an issue with a language barrier, but if you did go to other areas of the city where there was mainly those from Southeast Asia, you would see a lot of these mahjong games appear.
But yet you put your coin in, you could play it, and there was no difference. I'd very rarely ever see a game not in English. It was very much English based, even if it was just as much as press start or insert coin.
It was always like an unwritten code of what to do, or you could kind of work it out yourself.
And it was quite a rarity even at that time.
You were clever enough to let the guy go in front of you first to see what the controls were and stuff like that.
Maybe some of the mahjong tables, games that you would see, you'd kind of look past. You'd walk up to it, you'd see it was mahjong and it was all Chinese characters, and I would just ignore that and move on. Didn't want to bother wasting $1 trying to figure that out.
I still don't know how to play mahjong. I've got several ROMs of it on my arcade cab just to the right of me. I still have no idea how to play them because they're all in a foreign language. I have no idea what's going on.
And I think that's what made it so appealing, that you could just rock up to any game and just kind of fathom it out pretty quickly, and then it just became a challenge of beating the game basically.
Today, my favorite local arcade has a vast collection of them, and I'm sorry I missed out on quite a few titles, such as Dodonpachi.
The only other language barrier that I think that I can remember off the top of my head is Wonder Boy in Munsterland.
I think arcade gaming is a universal language. You know what I mean? Once you watch the attract mode, see where the game is playing, how it's being played, and try to emulate that then when you insert your coins.
You would see the get coin or coin get. That was a Japanese reference, like a poorly translated to coin get, and it ended up becoming it started off as a mistake, but it was actually kind of cool to say that gold get, life get, you know what I mean? So you ended up adopting it as a little tribute to that game, and You still see that being used as a reference today in pop culture as well.
And now let's flip over to a few Western developed games, again completely different from their Japanese counterpart. And start off with Atari's Steel Talons, which was a 3D helicopter flight simulator with a heavy emphasis on action, obviously being an arcade game. It didn't mess around, including full-on helicopter style controls, and an advanced mode which made it even more realistic to fly. It wasn't like any arcade game at the time, bringing those realistic styling of the old computer flight sim games like Microprocessor Gunship straight into the arcades, using a modified version of their hard driving engine. There were 12 missions in total to take on, each varying in style from mountains, deserts and night missions, with you armed with rapid gunfire and both air-to-air and air-to-surface guided missiles as you took out the objectives on your map. I remember seeing this game back in the day and people were always crawling all over this cabinet. It was impossible to get a game in, but still fun to watch people play. I loved that Atari were just doing their own thing regardless of what the rest of the industry were doing. Its innovative gameplay and 3D graphics made it peak on the deluxe cabinet chart for over 4 months straight. It was another classic game by designer Ed Logg, who we saw many times earlier in the 70s and 80s. Next was a double dose of Laserdisc action. Who Shot Johnny Rock was American Laserdisc's second light gun FMV game, and follows on the same stylings as Mad Dog McCree, with the addition of trying to solve a murder as well as waste scumbags at every turn. You're hired by Johnny Rock's girlfriend to find out who murdered him.
Johnny Rock was good to me. I know this will be a risky case for you to take, but then I hear you're the best.
The game, unlike Mad Dog, randomly chooses who's going to be the final boss as you shoot gangsters, avoid massacring civilians, and soak up some of the best ham-fisted acting this side of your favorite Hulk Hogan movie.
I know it was one of the 4 diseases that let the hammer down on my man.
It's full of every 1920s style gangster cliche you could possibly hope for, and was just as much fun to watch someone play and die as it was to die yourself. And Dragon's Lair 2 Time Warp was another Laserdisc release by Leland Corporation, and came almost a decade after the original's release. Creating all the animation in the game took almost 3 years to produce by Don Bluth Studios, on a budget of almost $2.5 million. Gameplay was almost the same as the original. Push in the right direction at the right time and hope for the best. You just better get used to that skeleton animation. It featured 8 stages as Dirk acquires a time machine and jumps through various fantasy and fairy tale settings on a quest to rescue Daphne yet again. The game was linear without the original's castle randomness, and also requires you to pick up hidden treasures along the way, otherwise you'll never get to the final boss encounter against the big bad Mordroc. The game managed to top the US arcade charts briefly in October 91 before Street Fighter slapped it back. And the final US game here was Terminator 2 Judgment Day by Midway, probably one of the most iconic light gun games of the 90s. Terminator 2 was a massive movie upon release.
Come with me if you want to live.
Pretty much everybody saw this in the cinema or on VHS. The game's timing was perfect, hitting the arcade at the peak of its popularity. It featured digitized graphics and sound replicating the look and sounds of the Terminator universe to a T. Every trip to the arcades used to result in money lost to this hulking cabinet, which featured 2 Uzi-styled submachine guns for that awesome co-op shooting action, as you shot your way through 7 massive stages following on the movie's plot and adding to it, with a large majority of the levels taking place in the future Skynet nuked world. It really was a brilliant tie-in game. There was an extension of the movie in many ways, and a firm favorite with anyone I went to the arcades with at that time. It took a few months, but eventually topped the US arcade charts briefly in the #1 slot in April 92. But again was slapped back down by the power of the Hadoken. And let's check in with 90s arcade's biggest rivalry, Sega and Namco. Sega had Time Traveler and Radmobile, with Namco releasing Starblade. Sega's Time Traveler, or Hologram Time Traveler, was like nothing that had come to the arcades before.
Meet Time Traveler, a new hologram game that's 3D to you and me,
that could be that big breakthrough.
At least on the surface. It was a game designed by Rick Dyer, who'd previously done Dragon's Lair and Space Ace, and the plot involved an Old West cowboy who travels through time to rescue a princess, so basically it's Dragon's Lair. I was lucky enough to play this in its original holographic form in the early 90s at an arcade at a shopping complex called The Wheel. My mouth literally dropped open as I saw the game for the first time, as it was holographically projected into this dome. It was like R2-D2's projection of Princess Leia, only in reality. I played this thing a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Its gameplay was simple Dragon's Lair style as you jumped through 7 different time periods searching for a princess. The game's development cost was $2 million and required a cast of 40 plus actors to pull off the full motion FMV style. It's hard to really appreciate how cool this game was playing it back then, as the footage here doesn't really do it justice. The game was nevertheless a relatively big financial hit for Sega, despite the lukewarm response from magazines and reviews denouncing the simplicity of the gameplay. Gimmicky or not, it was a very memorable game for me in my arcade days. And Sega's other game was Radmobile, a big old cabinet racing game from Sega's AM3 division. It was Sega's first 32-bit game released on their new Sega System 32 arcade board. It was a first-person racing game, much in the style of Outrun, with you racing across the US, choosing different forks in the road and outrunning the cops. It had tons of weather and night and day changes, and the sense of 3D was pretty awesome, especially if you played it in the big old sit-down cabinet form, which was super cool. The game is probably most well known though for being the first appearance of Sonic the Hedgehog as the toy hanging from your rearview mirror, and actually predates the release of the original Sonic by 8 months, and was Sega's way of getting the character out there into people's minds before the hype wagon started flowing in. As much as a Sega fan as I am, and I gotta be honest and say these 2 releases are just okay. They were all flash with very simplistic gameplay. Did I enjoy them? Hells yes. Was Sega capable of better? You bet. And 1992 will definitely prove that. Namco's offering on the other hand was much better, but also a little bit underwhelming gameplay wise. Starblade was their big game, a massive 3D on-rail shooter, set in space with you controlling, or well, basically aiming the guns, I guess, of a starfighter taking out an invasion of mechanical aliens bent on Earth's destruction. This marvel of 3D graphics for the time was another sight to behold, and used to sit just around the corner in the same arcade where I played T2 and Time Traveler. The machine was always in use, and with its inflated price per game, I can only imagine how much money that arcade made off that thing. Gameplay again was very basic, shooting gallery style, going on a preset course with you blasting ships and the like, with a very memorable soundtrack though by Shinji Hosoe, who'd later do Namco's awesome Ridge Racer score. The game's development cycle was relatively easy as they used their Winning Run engine as the base to design this sci-fi on-rails epic. The game was a really big hit for Namco, with them reportedly not even being able to keep up with the demands for the amount of cabinets ordered, as the game was really hot property, and even a year after its release it was still topping the Japanese arcade charts well into late 1992. Gameplay wasn't being pushed at all by either of these companies this year, but the heavy use of 3D and 32-bit technology would pave the way for their upcoming big hits for the rest of the decade. And let's jump over to some quick rapid-fire reviews. First up was WWF WrestleFest by Technos, featuring almost every popular WWF wrestler at that time in this manic up to 4-player slapfest. And as a big wrestling fan from the mid-80s to late 90s, I can say this was and still is one of the best wrestling games ever made. Stratofighter by Tecmo was an absolutely gorgeous horizontal space shooter with sublime graphics, gameplay and music. It combines bits of Gradius, Darius and R-Type into one awesome package. It's an amazing shooter. Cotton Fantastic Night Dreams by Success was the first game in this long-running horizontal Q-'em-up series, running off Sega's System 16 arcade hardware. Fantastic music and crazy inventive style made it instantly likable. EDF, or Earth Defense Force, was another underappreciated horizontal shooter, this time from Jaleco, that sports a rocking soundtrack and simple and addictive gameplay. Made me come back to this game often, getting a little bit further each time, which was really satisfying. And also from Jaleco was 64th Street, A Detective Story, a scrolling beat-em-up that never seems to get much respect. It's not original in any way, and is basically a Final Fight clone, but the nice colourful graphics, really funky jazzy music, and that super chunky satisfying sound effects really sold the fun factor of this beat-em-up gem.
comes a new challenger.
SNK threw everything behind their new multicad, not only in-house but with the help from ADK and others. A few quick looks here first include Ghost Pilots, a pretty standard but still solid entry into the vertically scrolling shooter genre, with 8-Man delivering the same with a Power Rangers themed side-scrolling running gunner, and topping it off with Thrash Rally by ADK themselves, a fun although very difficult top-down rally racer that felt like a throwback to the mid-80s genre boom of this style of game. None of these were particularly groundbreaking by any means, but all solid entries and expanding the MVS's genre library. But now onto my favorites of this year, with the first being ADK's Cross Swords, a sort of extension of their previous game, The Super Spy, only this time with a rich fantasy sword and sorcery theme. You could see your character this time, although in a silhouette form, as you hacked and slashed all manner of creatures, knights and bandits. Your quest is to stop the dark demon who's arisen to terrorize the land once again. Classic cut and paste story. Gameplay requires extensive use of your shield for defense and your sword for striking back. Once enemies are killed, loot and magic power-ups can be picked up, and money can be spent at shops on new weapons and more. The game also employs light RPG elements, just like the Super Spy, as your character grows in strengths and upgrades. Once you get your timing down in this game, which is very important to combat, the 7 massive stages are an absolute joy to explore and fight your way through. The game is extremely fast-paced, but still unique in its own look and style to most games of that time. Super Baseball 2020 is an extremely enjoyable futuristic version of baseball set in 2020. Where's my baseball with robots, SNK? Despite the lies about the future, this is a visual and audio feast that is extremely easy to get into and play even if you don't understand anything about the sport in question. I love all the fun ideas thrown into this game, like the landmines out in the field, the power-ups, and the massive rosters of teams and unique characters. I don't usually recommend sports games as it's not really my favorite genre, but this can be enjoyed by anyone and is well worth playing. Sengoku was next, a really bizarre take on the side-scrolling hack and slash genre, where you're defending a post-apocalyptic city from an invasion of time-traveling Japanese mythic warriors and creatures. It incorporates a bit of beat-em-up and hack and slash mechanics, with a side order of altered beasts morphing into different personas, like a wolf or a ninja if you collect the soul orbs. It features some crazy settings and characters, as you are constantly jumping back and forth between the past and the present. Gameplay is frantic and fun as you kill dudes and collect the different colored orbs which increase your energy or upgrade your sword, etc, and end up just making the game twice as chaotic. Visually, it's a mix of the spirit world themes and the post-apocalyptic settings, which makes it very unique, and sports an absolutely crazy soundtrack that is both toe-tapping and extremely creepy at the same time. Put it this way, there's never a dull moment with Sengoku. King of the Monsters was next, a jump into the fighting game genre for SNK, and a place they'd make their home and dominate. King's gameplay was in the versus wrestling style of play, as you get to choose one of 6 giant Japanese kaiju monsters and face off in a multitude of Japanese cities, trying to destroy each other and demolition the entire city at the same time. The goal is to wear down your opponent and then pin him wrestling style for a 3 count. Being a huge fan of this style of movie made seeing King anytime in the arcades a moment of pure joy. The characters were all knockoffs of some crazy kaiju movie you had watched on late night television and tried to explain to your friend the next day what you had actually watched to no avail, with Godzilla, Ultraman and Kong type characters to choose from. The crazy mix of theme, destruction and simple wrestling mechanics gave it the edge on release in August, putting it into the 4th position on the Japanese charts and 3rd on the US. And the final MVS game I'm going to look at this year is Fatal Fury, the start of the massive fighting game franchise, and the true start to SNK's road to making the versus genre the king of the arcades in the 1990s. Fatal Fury King of the Fighters introduced arcade gamers to a whole slew of characters which would not only populate the Fatal franchise, but will become part of their bigger head-to-head universe with the King of the Fighters series. The game was designed by former RM and Capcom employee Takashi Nishiyama, who we saw earlier in the 80s deliver Kung Fu Master and the original version of Street Fighter. He joined SNK and delivered Fatal Fury, which ironically came out about the same time as Street Fighter 2 and is often referred to as a knockoff of it. which is simply not true, with Fatal being slower and more timing based and Street Fighter emphasizing combos and speed. Fatal also employed 2 planes of play, as you could jump back and forth between them, the foreground and the background, to give yourself breathing room to figure out your next attack. Special moves were also present, and all were unique to the characters you were playing. You could only choose between 3 characters in this first edition. Either the brothers Terry and Andy and Joe were the only ones available as you went up against the big bad of the SNK universe, Geese Howard. Each character's own fighting style is fleshed out and unique, and don't feel like cut and paste characters. It has big, bold, well animated graphics and excellent location backgrounds that change as the time of day goes on through each round. Plus it has some really satisfying sound effects and great tunes, which all rounds out an excellent versus fighting game that helped expand the genre even more. It ended up being the 4th biggest moneymaker in Japan overall by the end of 1992, and 2nd behind Street Fighter II in North America for its debut.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
James Bond.
Missed Mr. Bond. Did I?
Japanese favorite companies Taito, Data East and RM all had a solid lineup as well. RM's Blade Master is a pretty under the radar scrolling hack and slash with detailed graphics and a solid game the further you get into it. And Data East had another one of their classic triple name releases called Joe and Mac, or Caveman Ninja, or Caveman Ninja Joe and Mac. Like seriously, Data East, just make a choice. But regardless, it's a fun, colourful side-scrolling platformer with a whole lot of charm to it. Definitely worth checking out. And another third part to a Taito franchise was Warrior Blade Rastan Saga Episode 3, which turned the series into a Golden Axe-styled hack and slash that used one of those massive dual-screen setups similar to Ninja Warriors. This game came and went so fast in the arcades, I don't even think anybody knew it was actually released. And now let's take a bigger look at some of my favorites from these 3 developers, and start off with Data East RoboCop 2, a sequel to their classic 80s title, and a tie-in game based on the second RoboCop movie. And bear in mind, this game is a completely different version than the home ports put out by Ocean. It's a side-scroller like the original, but now with the ability to walk all over the screen with shooting action and also a bit of a beat-em-up element thrown in as you waste punks all over the dodginess that is Detroit. Gameplay also mixes it up a bit with some vehicle driving sections, and with the ability for you to shoot down alleys like some sort of third-person action game. It follows the basics of the movie's plot and has tons of extra boss-style characters, has much larger detailed graphics than the original, and is jam-packed with digitized speech. It does, for whatever reason, end up being exactly what the movie is. A cool, wacky ride that is no doubt enjoyable but not as memorable compared to the original. And staying on the scrolling beat-em-up style theme, we got Captain America and the Avengers, another licensed game from Data East based on the Marvel superhero team. The game allowed up to 4 people to play simultaneously if you managed to find one of those big deluxe cabinet versions. You got to choose from 4 different Avengers, with Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye and the Vision, as you attempted to stop the Red Skull and some sort of weird dodgy plot about world domination. It's predominantly a side-scrolling beat-em-up with the occasional shooting sequence for a bit of variety as you take out the Red Skull's rogue gallery.
Captain America and the Avengers is top tier. Though Steve Rogers and his team of Avengers weren't my favorite superheroes in the Marvel Universe, Data East did an incredible job with the atmosphere of incredible sound, music, and voice samples. But what was most impressive of the game was the mechanics itself, where I found action titles like X-Men and The Simpsons Arcade to be a bit imprecise and floaty, though phenomenal games in their own right. You felt every punch and projectile in the Captain America and the Avengers game. Then, to have a combination of beat 'em up and shoot 'em up in one game really made this title truly impressive.
It's a really fun game with small detailed graphics and slick responsive gameplay. It's definitely amongst one of the best representations of comic book action in the arcades and delivers everything you could want, and just gets more and more awesome the more people you have along for the ride. Both RM and Taito also had a double dose of exceptional shoot 'em up action with Armed Police Unit Gallop and Metal Black. Armed Police, or Cosmic Cop as it's also known, is officially a spin-off set in the R-Type universe, with you playing a space cop hunting down mechanized Bido, the enemies from the R-Type games, and taking them out. This game is super underrated and really needs to be played. The cyberpunk HR Giga style graphics and excellent shoot 'em up action is very satisfying. You got to blast through levels with laser lock on fire, napalm bomb, and multi-ammunition styled rocket fire. The Bido should be very worried, as taking them into custody is not on this dude's list of things to do. It wasn't a big hit upon release, but I think it's become a well-respected under-the-radar game. Metal Black, on the other hand, is a much more loved horizontal shooter from Taito on their F1 system hardware. The game started life off as part of the Darius series until Taito decided to give it its own identity due to the dark nature of the game, with you playing the typical lone pilot trying to stop the Nemesis race from obliterating what's left of Earth. Its weapon system is pretty unique in the fact that there are none. You basically pick up molecules released by the enemy, which upgrades your weapon strength, and a massive charge shot which can be unleashed to epic destructive results. Over the 6 levels are also bonus first-person styled stages, where you lock onto enemy ships and take them out as you ascend to the outer reaches of space. This one also faded from the arcade charts in a flash, and I played this game originally in its Sega Saturn import version, which was released in 1996, before even knowing it was an arcade original release. And back to RM's Gun Force, a sort of Turrican-styled side-scrolling running gunner, where you parachute onto an enemy island to take them all out. It's Contra, but with a much harder-styled military edge. Platforming, multiple vehicles to drive, and a plethora of cool weapons like flamethrowers, bazookas can be picked up. It's a relentless blaster with cool level design and big hulking bosses, plus a great soundtrack. It was followed up in 1994 by Gun Force 2, which swaps out its influences from Contra to Metal Slug, and is another awesome game to check out. And the last game from these 3 arcade powerhouses was Taito's Puli Ruler, a total mind trip of a scrolling beat 'em up that's like nothing you've probably ever seen before. Gameplay wise, it's as basic as a beat 'em up could possibly get, and the difficulty is one of the easiest arcades I've ever played. But man, is the style so strange, mixing traditional graphics with digitized images for some of the weirdest bosses and bad guys you've ever seen. If you've ever played the Cho Anarchy games, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is another game I played on my import Sega Saturn that this time I never actually saw in any arcade I ever went to. Its gameplay is very shallow and repetitive, but the sheer curiosity factor of what's coming up next makes it definitely worth checking out. And I kinda kept my favourites here from Konami for the end. 2 quick shots first though include Bells and Whistles, or Ditana Twinbee in Japan, is a vertically scrolling shoot 'em up, or cute 'em up, and the 5th game in the Twinbee series. It has all the gameplay of the previous entries with the Bell upgrades and sugary sweet graphics and music. And the other quick look is Vendetta, an excellent side-scrolling beat 'em up that I think got lost in the glut of these titles at the time, including by Konami themselves, saturating the market. There's lots of subtle features and cool weapons to use in this one, and I think if it didn't have such a generic title and was released at a different time, it probably would have been a much more celebrated game by gamers today. But now on to Konami's Triple Threat. 3 games that every kid back then gravitated towards. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time, Sunset Riders, and The Simpsons. What more could you want? 2 cartoons that were insanely popular at the time, and what kid didn't want to go on a Wild West adventure? Konami struck literal gold. Turtles in Time is a sequel to their first Turtles arcade game in 1989 and was based on the Turtles cartoon series that every kid tuned in for religiously.
Don't you guys think about anything but pizza?
This cabinet was available in 2 or 4 player styles. The plot involves Shredder stealing the Statue of Liberty and the Turtles needing to get it back, but Shredder then sends them through a time warp where they have to fight the Foot Clan in both the past and the present.
But you may call me the Shredder. A kitchen utensil?
Gameplay is almost exactly the same as the previous title, just a little bit more refined with tons of locations and cameos from characters from the cartoon series. Regulars of that made the ties between both mediums run deep. It instantly became Konami's biggest selling arcade of that year, and strangely enough was never officially distributed to Japanese arcades, as it was designed from the ground up to appeal to Western audiences. Sunset Riders rode onto the arcade scene by Konami on a Jammo arcade board. The game was in the tried and tested run and gun genre that had settled into being a real staple of arcade gaming. The game itself was set in the Old West, with you getting to choose between 4 bounty hunters in this 1 or 2 or even 4-player romp if you got to play the massive 4-player variant cabinet. Here you have to track down a bunch of wanted men, which there are 8 of, and are the boss characters of each of the 8 stages. The gameplay is fast and frantic as you run and gun your way through many locales or cliches of Western settings, especially if you watch any old movies. You got the one-horse towns, mountain passes, horseback stages and trains. It runs the gamut of cliches to perfection. There are power-ups all over the place that give you auto-fire guns or an extra one, and my favorite is being able to throw the dynamite back at the enemies for explosive results. The game is jam-packed with details, so much so that only watching someone else play will give you the full appreciation of all the graphical touches and musical odes that are happening in the chaos of it all. The characters with their different gun combinations, the cliche bosses that are brimming with stereotypes but extremely likable, and that beautiful music which is just golden Western tunes they'll probably have you whistling while you're playing, by Motoaki Furukawa, who did 2 of my favorite game soundtracks ever, namely Snatcher and Policenauts. The game was also directed by the man who perfected the genre, Hideyuki Sugimoto, whose previous outings in the genre were Contra and Super Contra. And this is just an extension of this in Western form. Upon its 1991 arcade release in Japan, it ended up 3rd out of the top 3 arcade earners for the month and proved really popular upon its worldwide release a month later. I probably played the arcade as much as I played my Mega Drive version I got a few years later. It's just another memorable bona fide Konami arcade classic.
Marry me with my money.
The Simpsons was a very familiar style beat 'em up, using the same gameplay mechanics as Turtles in Time, and was another massive arcade hit for Konami, released again at the peak of Simpsons fever.
But you're everywhere! You freak! Get out of here!
Oh, thank God I'm blue.
With it also sporting a big hulking 4-player cabinet, letting you play as Bart, Homer, Lisa and Marge as you attempted to save baby Maggie from Mr. Burns in a mech suit. It delivered everything that made the cartoon so memorable, with wacky characters, tons of humor, and tons of audio samples from the show. Each character had their own positives and negatives, and the ability to team up for special laugh-out-loud moves. Everyone loved this game. It was such a crowd pleaser and endlessly busy, to the point where you always had to wait to get a game in with your friends. It ended up ranking out as the 3rd biggest selling arcade cabinet of 1991, and sent Konami to the top of the heap of arcade manufacturers.
I never really shied away from any genre. I was pretty much a fan of all genres when it came to different types of games that were out there. And the 90s for me was a special time and place because the arcade scene was coming alive again. I guess you could call it like a second coming, mainly thanks to Street Fighter 2 bringing in the crowds again once more in the arcade scene.
Yo, she-bitch. Let's go.
With Sega and Nintendo firmly established in the 16-bit markets, and home conversions being pretty close in many aspects to their big arcade counterparts, most people thought the arcades were getting surpassed. But with the emergence of Street Fighter 2, it brought a whole new generation back and opened the floodgates on the versus genre. But another big leap started here in 1992 with the start of Sega's Virtua series, and the massive technological leap forward in 3D that would leave the 16-bit home market in the dust. And why widened the gap once again, making the arcades the premier place for the biggest and best gaming had to offer. But technology wasn't the only focus in 1992, as a certain game grabbed the attention of everyone and made concerned parents and attention-seeking politicians lay their own personal hadokens on the arcade industry.
The biggest difference between gaming at home and gaming in the arcade, it really depends when you ask me. If it's at the start of the 90s, then absolutely, you went down to the arcade to get the biggest, the fastest moving, the best, the most colourful gaming experience that money could buy. The arcades were where the top of the line gaming happened.
So playing video games at home back in the day, I was a big Mega Drive head, having worked at Sega, but I did have Super Nintendo, and then later on went on to PlayStation, Saturn, and yeah, console gaming for me was always special and it was always cool. For me, role-play games back in that era was a big deal. So that's an experience you don't get with arcade gaming, is the RPGs.
So in the early days, in the early 90s, you know, the Mega Drive TurboGrafx, those were super close to the arcade.
I think the difference between the arcade experience and the home computer experience was, though, although we got a lot of conversions on the computers, you know, the arcades were the definitive next generation.
It was extremely clear that if you wanted to see the best in the state of the art as far as gaming is concerned, you go to the arcade.
I think for me the biggest differentiator back in the 90s between arcade gaming and home gaming was probably the price of arcades at that time, especially in the later part of the 90s.
Throughout the early 90s, I didn't notice any disparaging differences between the arcades and console markets.
I think the main difference for me was the smell.
One thing about playing arcade games is it's the atmosphere. It's the random guy coming up to you saying, "Nah man, you're doing that move wrong," or just, you know, people egging you on to try and beat someone. Random person comes up and challenges you at Street Fighter.
Even if you didn't have any money in your pocket, you'd go down there and you'd just look at the arcades, you'd look at the attract screens, you'd watch other people playing just to see what cutting edge gaming looked like.
That's something you don't quite get with home console gaming back in the 90s.
When you got those games, we felt that we had the arcades and you could actually practice at home on those systems and it would translate to the arcades. It was still obviously felt a little bit different, but you could use those direct skills and play the arcade version, look like a pro, even though you had died like 7,000 times at home, but when you went to the arcade you looked super cool.
It didn't matter that much that, you know, you had to pay to play these games because there were experiences like no other experience.
Back in the 80s, a game would typically cost you 10-20 pence per game, and as a kid you could have a really good day out in the arcades with say £10-20 of your pocket money.
There's this distinct smell you used to get when you walked into arcades. I think it was like the smell of solder.
The volume, the atmosphere, the machines just all going off. You can even hear that, you know, that really old bomb jack going off in the background, or that Rust Dance Saga, alongside of Mortal Kombat and 1942 and all the other games just combined to make this one big soup of arcade noises.
The home conversions of arcade hits tended to be fairly solid and only came out an average of, 2 or so years after the original arcade releases.
I miss that. I really miss that, and I really wish that there was some way that you could experience that again.
It was that good, and it's hard to explain to people now who didn't experience arcades in the early 90s or in the 80s indeed, just what it was like to go down there.
Whereas in the 90s, especially in the later part, games would cost 50p, maybe £1 a game, and especially games like, I'm thinking Daytona for example, or Time Crisis, those sort of games, and they would eat up your pocket money pretty quick, so you'd be out of there in a couple of hours.
When stuff started to come out on the 16-bit platforms, depending on the team that was developing the product, especially if it was an arcade conversion, could do a really good job.
I remember that. Lots of games used to do that. But as the decade went on, that gap got closer and closer.
I really feel like this especially became true with the rise of 3D. Daytona USA in 1993, there was nothing even remotely close in the home at that point, and we wouldn't see a system capable of mimicking those visuals for at least another 6 or 7 years.
Home console releases of such arcade hits as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time, Street Fighter II, Samurai Showdown, and NBA Jam may not have been 100%, but they were absolutely brilliant for the systems they were brought out on.
It's a very unique smell that, I don't know, you can so rarely get these days. I don't know where in Australia you can get this feeling, but there's that particular scent that comes from old arcades.
I think barcades are the solution for that, but I just really miss walking into an arcade, all machines on with the demo sounds up loud and the place full of people playing games. Because it wasn't just about playing the games, it was also that Twitch element. And when I say Twitch, I mean like watching a streamer now online, walking past and seeing the guy that's on a level of a game that you have not seen before, you would stop and watch that person continue to play on, and you'd be like, oh yeah, I can get some tips from this dude.
It kind of got more appealing just to play at home, especially as the consoles and the console versions of games kind of caught up. There wasn't such a massive gap.
And then later on during the PS1 and Saturn era, when you started to see like Tekken and Virtua Fighter on your system, those big 3D arcade games that impressed you so much, and you got the home version, and the home versions were damn good, and you were just like, ooh.
For me personally though, that all changed in the mid-90s when titles like Virtua Fighter, Sega Rally Championship, and Silent Scope came by.
The arcade experience, you got to see, Pacific games that were hardware with graphic sound and everything else, and arcades was the only place you could play them.
And I think also the vibe, there's just that vibe, people around, the noises, the buzz.
Or I just want to see the next level. I never saw past this level, so you'd stand behind him and watch him play probably far better than you will ever do.
Just what a buzz there was about it, especially when a new machine turned up.
Those two later titles had such brilliant atmospheric cabinets that the home experience really started to suffer.
Kind of got like the cinema where if an average film came out, you might think, oh, wait until it comes out on DVD. And that's kind of how it ended up really for me in the arcades. I think, I'll wait till it comes out on PlayStation.
I think I've got Virtua Fighter at home. And it really made you think, like, why am I still going to arcades at this point?
It was electric, especially when the arcade was pretty full of people.
Atmospheric cabinet made the experience so great. And it really wasn't until the late 90s that console gaming really picked up their efforts and put that last nail in the coffin of the local arcade in my local area.
You'd get down there to, word would spread that this new game that you'd maybe seen in a magazine or heard about, now it was there and you could see it in action.
So for me, as the decade wore on, so did the arcade experience for me.
I remember one time playing some game, I can't even remember what it was, and as I'm getting into it, this dude just bumps into me and I look around and there's a fight going on right behind me.
They were still seen as still the best gaming could offer, just due to the machines being so big, giving you that kind of experience more than just sitting at home on your couch. You were sitting in a car seat with a big steering wheel, or there was a massive light gun attached to the machine. There was always something more that the arcades were still giving you, and the graphics in that was just a little bit better still.
But I've got my credit in there, I'm not giving that up, so I'm trying to play and ignore the fight going on just beside me. That was kind of funny. Not funny, so much funny at the time, but yeah.
It's just the vibe, and then you get home and sure you could play a lot of the games at home, but it just didn't have the same vibe to it. That was the difference.
So let's start looking at 1992's releases and check out all my personal favorites shoot 'em ups, a genre that had taken the backseat in the last few years to the absolute beat 'em up onslaught, but it had been quietly evolving in the background. 1993 will see a whole new subgenre emerge, but for now let's enjoy the last of it in its traditional form. A few quick looks first include Last Resort by SNK, their 31st Neo Geo release. This was basically their version of R-Type with a similar pod-style mechanic, and it made sense as former RM employees worked on the game. It had a cool cyberpunk look and some rocking tunes. Boogie Wings was a bizarre original shooter from Data East with a ragtime look and musical style, but the best part was the hook mechanic, which allowed you to hook and drag stuff and smash them into other things, plus the ability to leg it on foot and jump into other vehicles. It's a highly original game. Androdunos by Visco hit the MVS system as well. It wasn't original in any real way, but just delivered a great colourful presentation, music and two-player action. It was relatively easy compared to other shooters with a weapon level downgrade if you lost a life instead of complete loss of all your weapons, which is always welcome. Aero Fighters, or Sonic Wings in Japan, was the start of a long-running series by Video System, featuring a large cast of characters and planes to choose from, 7 big stages, and just good solid shooting gameplay. Another 4 entries would hit the arcades over the next 5 years. But now let's look at some of my personal favorites and start with Truxton 2 by Toplan, the king of the genre back then. It follows along with a similar line of gameplay to its 1988 predecessor and continues the vertically scrolling shooter action over 6 stages, with power-ups denoted by different color pickups which can be upgraded, a smart bomb, and absolutely awesome 2-player mode which makes the game so much more fun. It being a Toplan game features another excellent soundtrack from founder of the company Masahiro Yuge, with complementary satisfying sound effects and tight gameplay as usual. That's frantic but still gives you room to breathe. It hit the number 6 spot on the Japanese arcades in August 1992 and received mostly positive reviews, but I feel it's become a lot more respected in recent years.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
R-Type Leo from RM was them back in the old stomping grounds with the spin-off game in the R-Type universe. It continues the traditional horizontal scrolling shooter action with the accompanying drones in tow over 6 diversive stages. Although you're still fighting the biomechanical enemies, the levels are a joy to look at, with massive space battles, desert planets and jungles. It's just a feast for the eyes with its highly detailed backdrops, ships and massive bosses just looking absolutely amazing. The game was designed by Atsushi Inaba, one of his first games, which is really impressive considering the quality. He had later joined Capcom working on Devil May Cry, amongst others, before settling at Platinum Games where he's currently the CEO. Financially, it didn't set the arcades on fire, but it's another shooter that's aged so well, and is even more impressive playing it now almost 3 decades later. Varth Operation Thunderstorm was next, a vertically scrolling shooter from Capcom. The story involves a human colony on a planet Varth, whose computer system goes haywire and decides that humans are no longer relevant, and therefore turns the planet defenses against them. Varth's style and gameplay is very much like Capcom's 1942 series, right down to some of the same sort of pickup icons. This game is tons of fun, with 30 levels in total, each being extremely short, makes the variety and changes happen so quickly you never get bored. You can choose different pod formations in the beginning to help with defense, and you have an array of weapons, with the smart bombs changing depending on your current weapon layout. Another game with awesome graphics and sound effects that deserves a much bigger audience. And the last shoot 'em up here is Viewpoint, an isometric shooter by Sammy and published by SNK on the MVS. It's a throwback to Sega's Zaxxon from the 80s, and it's quite surprising how few shooters actually use this isometric view, especially considering how well Viewpoint works. It has traditional shoot-'em-up features like weapon pickups, a charge shot, and multiple types of smart bombs, but the amazing looking graphics and absolutely bizarre music, which seems so wrong at first, but soon wins you over with its funky cheeriness. I remember playing this a lot in the arcades and just loving the look and style of it. The only negative is that the stages are pretty bland and are all essentially the same looking, but its unique approach to the genre still make it worth checking out. And the final note for shooters this year was the formation of the company Seikyo in Kyoto, Japan. The company was made up of ex-employees of Video System who'd worked on the Aero Fighter series. They were not impressed with working on the MVS system due to its screen ratio not matching up with regular vertical styles of most arcades, and didn't want to compromise their shooters in that way. They formed Seikyo to continue making arcades in their traditional form. They released no games this year, but would make their debut in 1993 with the excellent Sengoku Ace, known as Samurai Aces in English.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
happened?
That wasn't too bad, kid.
Pretend it's a game.
Here comes a new challenger!
After the fighting game's breakout release of Street Fighter II reignited the entire arcade scene, the floodgates of versus titles started pouring in to every local corner store, cafe and shopping mall. It was the dominant genre in the first half of the 90s. So let's look at some first entries in popular ongoing franchises with the introduction of The Art of Fighting by SNK and World Heroes by ADK, both on the MVS system. The Art of Fighting was the second versus franchise SNK created and was the first one I ever played in the arcade, even before Fatal Fury. I was immediately drawn to this game in the arcades by the crazy zoom scaling effect that keeps zooming in on the action like some sort of crazy 70s kung fu movie. It introduced characters like Rio and Robert, or Wobbit, as the announcer calls him. Story-wise, it's a prequel of sorts to the Fatal Fury series, with a young Geese Howard even making an appearance in Part 2. Gameplay is your typical versus affair, with the inclusion of a spirit gauge to charge up and unleash special moves. And it also has a taunt option which you could use to drain your opponent's gauge if you could get into a position to use it, that is, without being pummeled to death. It was followed by two more games in the series, with 1994's The Art of Fighting 2 and my personal favorite, Part 3 in 1996, subtitled Path of the Warrior. Most of the mainline characters though would also join SNK's Battle Royale series, The King of the Fighters, which launched in 1994. World Heroes also launched its first of 4 entries. The plot involved some sort of mad scientist plucking famous fighters from history and pitting them against each other through the use of time travel. Hattori Hanzo, Rasputin, and even a Joan of Arc knockoff, plus many more, were part of the colourful cast of characters. These games played pretty well and looked good, with a bit of a slower pace than the others, but still delivered the goods gameplay. Although even as a kid I knew it wasn't top tier Street Fighter 2 level, but it was still very entertaining and literally sat right next to the aforementioned game at my local cafe. This game surprisingly did extremely well financially and was said to have helped sell thousands of MVS arcade machines alone, and was the most popular arcade release in the US for September 1992. And now a rapid fire roundup of a bunch of sequels and updates. Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition was released. As mentioned earlier, it gave you access to the boss characters as playable characters and the ability to choose the same character for mirror match slapdowns. It's the version of the arcade I probably played the most and saw the most. And I also got the Mega Drive version in 1993 and would practice at home before coming down to my local cafe to slap some poor kid up. King of the Monsters 2 also released, giving us more of that kaiju wrestling smash fest. It changed up the gameplay a bit, allowing 2 players to fight against another monster at once, and also featured scrolling stages with end boss fights, with 7 levels from all over the world, as opposed to the first game's Japan-only locations. And Fatal Fury saw a sequel as well, directed again by Takashi Nishiyama. It improved everything with bigger, better graphics, thanks to the 100 Mega Shock series of cartridge used, introduced classic characters like Kim and Mai Shiranai, SNK's local Chun-Li. It ended up being Japan's second highest grossing arcade game of 1993. And now it's time for 1992's most popular game, Midway's Mortal Kombat. A game so ingrained in pop culture at that time that even if you weren't a gamer, you had probably heard about it.
And I do remember the day that they unveiled Mortal Kombat in George Street for the first time.
The fondest memories I have of it was not actually playing the game. I think it's just basically that it was the last time I really saw kids line up for a game.
And just hearing everyone just freaking out at seeing hearts getting ripped out, heads getting ripped off and all that stuff. It was, and there was no, cares about kids seeing that. Kids could just wander in off the street and look at that along with the adults or the older teenagers.
Hitting the arcades at peak fighting game fever was Ed Boon and John Tobias's first entry in the long-running series that celebrated its 30th anniversary in 2022. Like Street Fighter 2, it was an arcade phenomenon with people lined up to play and crowds surrounding you every time you inserted a coin, not only to see the gory results, but to glean tips and techniques off you for their next bout.
I just don't think I've ever seen anything like that since.
So maybe that's not something that you will ever see again for that reason. But I mean, just any game, regardless of the violence or just the game itself attracting such a huge crowd, Yeah, I don't think Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter 2 will ever be topped at least for a long while anyway.
The game was a direct response to Street Fighter 2's success, with Midway greenlighting the project immediately with a $1 million budget. The game came together pretty rapidly in the space of 10 months, with actors shot in front of green screens, in the same process as Atari's Pit Fighter. The infamous fatalities, Mortal's biggest draw, weren't even part of the original design and were implemented really late into development. The game introduced you to the Mortal Kombat tournament, where people from different realms fight to protect their world. Each character had their own bios in their track mode, to give a bit of personality to the storyline that would come into effect much later in the series. Gameplay-wise, it introduced the fighting game trope of juggling an opponent, aka following up one hit with another to keep a character in the air. This would be exploited beyond belief in many fighters in the 90s, and is still used to this day in most fighting games. But the big draw to Mortal was the fatalities, a way of adding insult to injury to any poor slob you beat in the arcade as you performed a series of moves after the loss of a character's energy had been depleted, to kill them in some epic gory way. From despawning them to ripping out their hearts and more, it was the ultimate way to finish and humiliate the dude standing next to you. Unfortunately, it also drew the attention of concerned parents.
It's there, so I'm not going to try to hide my daughter from that.
Media-hungry news channels that knew nothing of the subject matter.
Is it turning their brains to mush?
And clueless politicians, no doubt looking for re-election.
3 of the worst games were banned from a new video arcade, and as Vicky Vargas tells us, some there are relieved, others aren't so sure.
And needing a bandstand to start their campaign.
When it comes to video games that are violent, it does make you think.
Senate hearings were put into effect in late 1992 to early 93 about violence in video games.
But not as violent as that Mortal Kombat game. That game's like you can tear off their head.
And in the eyes of some experts, tearing off their heads is not the best way for kids to spend their time.
But there are lots of places where youngsters can play video games without such guidance or adult supervision. So next week, the U.S. Senate will conduct hearings on ways to supervise the video industry.
Mostly ignited by the home releases of many arcade games like Lethal Enforcers and, of course, Mortal Kombat.
At Stanton's Golfland, manager Ken Beck understands the concern, but he says games like the banned Lethal Enforcer only teach kids how to shoot, a sort of high-tech take on the old Wild West.
Games with digitized graphics were the offenders due to the realistic looks of the characters and their deaths. The campaign was spearheaded by Joseph Lieberman.
Congress will be asked to establish a rating system to protect children from gruesome games.
We now require warning labels on toys that can potentially damage children's bodies. Why not do so on a toy that can damage their minds?
And would end up resulting in two things: the introduction of a rating system.
The whole question is enough of a concern that some people are talking about ratings.
On all games, similar to the movie PG system. Arcades were included in this reform.
They come here almost every day, some of these kids, zapping, fighting, and shooting their way through quarter after quarter.
The point is just to beat everybody up and win.
With the American Amusement Machine Association having to include their own measures, like color coding the offending arcade machines. As far as arcades go, it pretty much made no difference.
It's all in fun. Would you rather play video games that are violent or go out and beat each other up? It's better than getting involved with drugs or something, you know? It's something to do with your time.
And if you lived outside of the US, it was completely irrelevant.
There is a growing concern on Capitol Hill that parents who buy some of those games may not realize just how much violence they're getting.
The second thing was it had the opposite effect to what they were intending, making Mortal Kombat even more desirable to play.
I was more into Mortal Kombat because, you know, that was where the blood and violence was. I don't think I've ever seen a game since Mortal Kombat gain such a huge attraction when it came to crowds just gathering around to watch one guy perform a fatality. That's something that I don't think I'll ever see again.
Mortal Kombat, it was so real. It was violent. There's no two ways about it.
And got every arcade manufacturer to jump on the gore bandwagon for a slew of future Splatfests in the local arcade. Cheers, Joe. Mortal blitzed the arcade charts from September 92 to November 93, jumping in and out of the top spot. It ended up being in the top 2 biggest moneymakers for 1993 with over $500 million adjusted for inflation in sales for Midway between their 2 big hits, Mortal Kombat and 93's NBA Jam. In retrospect, it's not as smooth as Street Fighter 2 gameplay-wise, but it's still a well-crafted game regardless.
And it was great too because the kids got so involved, you know, there'd be a crowd and I'd go, ooh, you know, to get right into it. So they're my favourite games, really.
But Mortal Kombat had that, shock wow factor at the time as well.
With a great visual look and excellent memorable sound effects that have become part of modern pop culture consciousness.
Get over here! Give it up. You sure do make life difficult.
And now onto some driving games, and 1992's biggest title, Virtua Racing by Sega, a critically important footnote of a racing game that finally broke through the 3D gap and made the look and style accepted by the mainstream gaming audience. Namco and Atari were first to the 3D racing party, with Namco's winning run in '88 and Atari's hard driving in '89. Sega knew if they were going to do 3D, they'd have to outdo the competition, not only on a technical level, but also on a fundamental gameplay level. And so development started on their Model 1 hardware under the supervision and direction of Sega's arcade hitmaker, Yu Suzuki, and his AM2 arcade division, where Namco and Atari's 3D hardware was capable of putting out 2,000 polygons per frame. Sega boosted their output to 6,500 polygons per frame, more than triple their rivals, and taking just over 2 years to develop from 1990 to the end of '91. A major gameplay feature was the 3D wasn't restricted to one viewpoint, but you could select your angle of play on the fly at any point, and this option fundamentally became part of almost all modern racing games after that. The 3D wasn't restricted like Namco's on-rail Starblade, or relegated to only changing angles on hard driving's crash replays. The angle you chose made the game not only feel and look different, but play different. It truly was using new technology to its fullest. It also gave new gamers an easy way to try out the new 3D technology, with 3 completely different courses with beginner, intermediate, and expert difficulties. Another standard that will become part of common racing game threads, especially in Sega's future games. This machine was an absolute dream to play and blew my mind upon first seeing it in one of those twin cabinet deluxe versions. These Tycoon monstrosities cost around $35,000 in 1992. That's roughly about $70,000 US now, with an average cost of $1 per game. It would have to have been really popular to justify those returns. Luckily for Sega, it was a major hit, not only relegated to US or Japan, but also taking Europe by storm. It remained in the top spot US Deluxe Cabinet chart for almost a full year and was only surpassed by Sega's own Stadium Cross, which we'll be looking at shortly. The big catchy title tune in typical Sega form, fast frame rates, spot-on controls, and dynamic tracks made it a mainstream success and still serves as a blueprint to this day for the modern arcade racer. The game that eventually knocked Virtua Racing off the top spot in the US in mid-93 was Stadium Cross, a dirt bike racer and sort of update of Yu Suzuki's Enduro Racer, and another big Tycoon arcade experience. It was developed by Sega's AM1 division on their System 32 hardware and came in multiple deluxe versions. I played it in its original 2-player form and really enjoyed it. It had that Enduro Racer pull back the handlebars to jump, and crazy fast drifting mechanics and pumping sound and graphics. I also loved the inclusion of the Road Rash style beat 'em up element where you could kick or punch opponents on the fly. Classic Sega. It never received any home conversions like Golden Axe Revenge of Death Adder, which make it a kind of forgotten Sega game. And to be perfectly honest, I forgot I'd even played this game until making this video. It's a really fun game and totally worth booting up on MAME. And Taito were not going to be left out of the fun and released the third part of their Chase HQ franchise called Super Chase Criminal Termination. Using an upgraded CPU in their hardware, they were able to take the game from a third person to a first person view. A new look for the series. Gameplay, it's exactly the same though. Get a call from Nancy, she tells you what the scumbag car looks like, you chase it down and smash it off off the road. The fun part of this one is the sheer variety of the level design, as they are extremely different from each other and allow you to drive in different vehicles as well based on the situation, a first for the series. It ended up topping out at the number 3 spot on the Japanese charts by April 1993, but failed to make any significant impact outside of Japan.
Give it up. Well done.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Come quietly or there will be trouble. Thank you for your cooperation.
I'd buy that for $1.
The scrolling beat-em-up continued its popularity with no end in sight. At least for now anyway, with an avalanche of great content. Let's look at a few briefly before my big favorites. Mutation Nation by SNK puts you into a post-apocalyptic setting complete with scum, mutants, and robots to take down. It's pretty standard affair with a cool pickup system that lets you use smart bomb style attacks to destroy everything on screen shoot 'em up style. Guardians of the Hood by Atari is seen as the spiritual successor to Pit Fighter, taking the arena to the dodgy streets. It features the same digitized graphics, has tons of slapping action and enemy Street Fighter style projectile special moves. It's jammed with ridiculous over-the-top characters, and the cheese factor is super high. I absolutely love it. Undercover Cops by IRM was similar to Mutation Nation setting with richly detailed graphics and sound, and is an absolute joy of a beat-em-up to play. Most of the team that worked on this game later formed the company Nazca, responsible for the brilliant Metal Slug series. And Warriors of Fate by Capcom is seen as the sequel to Dynasty Warriors. It had 9 stages of action with the ability to jump on horses, just like its predecessor for some extra abilities. I honestly used to get this game confused with Dynasty, as they are both very similar, but still a good, solid, predictable action game. And now on to the big ones, with 2 licensed games once again from Konami, the Ocean Software of the arcade scene. Asterix, based on the excellent French comic book series Asterix and Obelix, and X-Men, based on the Marvel comic book characters. Both brilliant examples of the scrolling beat-em-up genre. Asterix was a firm favorite of mine upon first seeing it. As I grew up in South Africa, the Asterix and Obelix characters were extremely popular in both book and cartoon form, and I even loved the flawed but interesting 8-bit game I had on my Commodore 64 in the 80s. Konami did a phenomenal job of capturing the look of both the book, cartoon, but more importantly capturing that fun humor of it all, as you take the role of either Asterix or Obelix and slap your way through the Roman Empire. It's a visual feast of a punch fest with fun levels, cameos from characters from the books, bonus levels and more. Even if these characters weren't popular in your country, it was still an easy to understand and have an absolute blast with. X-Men also delivered top quality production values and a real understanding of the characters and lore of the series, something modern media fails at practically every time. You could choose between one of 6 X-Men before heading out to take down Magneto, who's wreaking havoc once again on human society. The gameplay is standard affair with punches and kicks and each mutant having their own special moves. But what sets this game apart was its 6-player cabinet version, which gets this game into one of the most chaotic modes of any beat-em-up. The likelihood of you having 5 friends to go on an adventure with was pretty slim, and you'd usually end up teaming up with a bunch of arcade randos, which resulted in very unpredictable experiences. Of course, it was more commonly seen in its 2-player variety. Like Asterix, it's chock full of comic book references in its setting and millions of cameos and inside jokes. It was number 3 on the Japanese arcade charts upon release, but dominated the US arcade scene for 6 months straight from May to October. And considering the profits from 6 players playing at once, probably made Konami and arcade owners some mad stacks cartel type money. And lastly was my favorite of this year by Sega, which was Golden Axe: The Revenge of Death Adder, a direct sequel to the original game, now running on Sega's System 32 hardware. The game is not to be confused with the Mega Drive sequel Golden Axe 2, which is a completely different game. This arcade sequel gives you a new set of heroes to choose from as you attempt to take out Death Adder once again in this fantasy setting. It features big, bold graphics and an amazing array of levels, enemies, and epic boss encounters, with the mass screen magic attacks returning and the ability to team up and beat or chop someone down. The best part was the replayability, something most arcades are not known for, with the game sporting multiple paths to be chosen along the way, which makes the adventure even more intriguing. For whatever reason, this was a pretty uncommon game to come across in the arcades, for me anyway, and coupled with the fact that it never got any home ports back then means it got overlooked and forgotten by many, which is a shame, as it's honestly my favorite of the genre for '92.
I love beat 'em ups, the likes of the Turtles, Double Dragon, those type of games.
My favorite 90s arcade genre is the beat 'em up. Consider the following titles: Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time, Captain America and the Avengers, The Punisher, Die Hard Arcade, X-Men, The Simpsons Arcade, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Final Fight, Golden Axe, Knights of the Round, Dungeons and Dragons, Tower of Doom.
They were always good because, if you had a friend with you, you had a 2-player game. If they made a mistake or they were terrible at the game and you weren't, gave you sort of one-uppermanship.
And for a kid with a bunch of pent-up hormones and rage, these were great outlets. You got to team up with a bunch of your friends and kick some ass. And the further you got, the better it felt. But most of all now, they're all games that I share with my kids.
And now for a quick burst of rapid-fire random games. Total Carnage by Midway was another frantic run-and-gun style blast fest from Eugene Jarvis, and most of the same Smash TV crew were part of the team. It's an over-the-top blitzkrieg of action that performed pretty poorly upon original release, despite being an awesome addition to the genre. Nitro Ball by Daddy East is another very unique game that looks like a standard run-and-gun, but adds in the bizarre element of pinball into the mix, and sprinkles it over with a Smash TV style theme. If that all sounds crazy, then just play it and let the real madness begin. Dead Connection by Taito is a crazy underrated action game set in the 1950s as you attempt to take down a notorious crime family. Each stage is a single screen where all the action takes place. Great detailed graphics and destructible environments make it worth seeking out. G.I. Joe by Konami was a third-person on-rail shoot-'em-up based on the cartoon series of the same name. You have unlimited machine gun fire with limited rockets and multiple pickups along the way as you shoot your way to Cobra Commander's headquarters. Tons of characters from the series and good yet simple gameplay overall. Ninja Commando was another 80k release on the MVS and was a vertically scrolling run and gun. You got to choose between 3 different ninjas with varying abilities as you try to stop a madman from manipulating time to change the future. Good, straightforward action. Wizard Fire by Daddy East was next, an isometric style hack and slash and sequel to Gates of Doom. It's a well-presented, almost gauntlet-style affair with multiple characters and magic to unleash as you hack and slash or blast your way through this unique-looking arcade romp. Fix 8 by Toplan, a sequel to Outzone and another top-down run-and-gun shooter fest with multiple characters, weapons, and the ability to jump into vehicles as well as you shoot your way to the local level boss. It's fantastic, and I honestly like it even more than Outzone. And a double dose of Konami licensed games with Wild West Cowboys of Moo Misa and Bucky O'Hare, both based on short-lived cartoon series of the time. They are both very much in the Sunset Riders mold, with lots of run-and-gun, beat-em-up and shooting action of the highest quality, with great presentation and sound design on both. I think the media which they are based on's very short lifespan relegated these machines to short runs in the arcades, with me personally never coming across either of these, and I frequented a lot of those dodgy dives. Regardless, a double dose of great action to discover if you never played them the first time around. The light gun genre continued its popularity streak with some great titles. American Laser Games gave us a 2-shot of their FMV offerings with Space Pirates and a sequel to their original classic with Mad Dog McCree 2. Both don't deviate much from their formula and mostly offer new settings and characters, with Space Pirates putting you in the role of a Star Ranger responding to a distress call on an invaded spaceship. Your adventure is pretty diverse in this one, with familiar spaceship settings plus multiple planets to visit, blasting all manner of space trash freeing hostages and collecting crystals used to make a weapon to destroy the main bad guy. Mad Dog McCree 2, The Lost Gold, has you taking out Mad Dog's gang and recovering the lost gold he has stolen. Lots of random situations, stagecoach shootouts, and avoiding civilians as usual, as well as choosing your own path through the game. It's really damn fun, and I played it so many times in the arcades, with Space Pirates being the one I always watched someone play because it was really popular and I never could get a game in. I'd later get to finally play it in its 3DO form in the later 90s. My favorite light gun game of the year though was also the most popular and a massive hit for the genre, and that was Lethal Enforcers by Konami, one of the games that we saw earlier as a target for the violence in video games controversy. It topped the US arcades for 2 months straight and was in the top 5 moneymakers overall by the end of 1993, and number 1 in Japan for its January 93 release. What made it so popular? Well, for me it was the digitized realistic graphics and setting coupled with the great use of sound effects. Made it one of the most satisfying games to play. You took the role of a Chicago cop over the course of 6 stages, taking out perps in every kind of cliche Hollywood cop movie locale setting, avoiding killing civilians as per usual and taking out henchmen before the inevitable boss encounter. You could rank up as a police officer as well based on your performance after each level and pick up a variety of weapons such as shotguns, submachine guns and even grenade launchers. This was the light gun game to play. The realism made the stakes high and the set pieces and cool varied levels made it so damn addictive. I ended up getting the Mega Drive Justifier pack about a year after this to play at home. 90s gaming was pure awesomeness.
It is bad medicine for me to go further. May your days be good.
Fine! Wait, whoa. What the hell are you trying to do? Kill me with a golf ball? Is that enough? You got all these beautiful acres fenced in for your little game, but you gotta kill me with a golf ball? You should have children playing here. You should have families having picnics. You should have a goddamn petting zoo. Instead, you got these stupid electric carts for you old men with nothing better to do.
1993 was the start of the arcades fully embracing the new 3D technology, with a triple threat of classics that are still well beloved to this day. Sega and Namco again spearheading the technological advance, with everyone else kinda just doing business as usual. The shoot-'em-up genre saw a new twist on an old formula, and the newly revamped fighting game took its first step into the 3D realm. In the homes, the 3DO launched, jumping the consumer again hardware-wise ahead with its 32-bit processor, 3D graphics, FMV and digitized games, which were all the rage back then, although the price point was out of the grasp of most people. The comparatively cheap nature of arcades was still its drawing point, making the latest and greatest still accessible to almost everyone. So let's start with the shoot-'em-up genre and look at the formation of the company Rising, a real tour de force in the shooter genre. They were formed in 1993 in Tokyo, Japan by former employees of both Toplan and Compile, two companies known for their excellent shooter pedigree. Toplan was in its initial free-fall stage of bankruptcy, but more on that in 1994. So many employees made the jump to Rising, continuing on the rich tradition of quality shooters and some pretty underrated versus fighting games. Their first game was called Saucer Striker, a vertically scrolling shooter, and is a brilliant debut for the company. It was the first part of a trilogy of shooters that also included Kingdom Grand Prix and Daimahu. Both games featured on this channel already. All these games had a similar sci-fi RPG styled fantasy theme. You get to choose from 4 playable characters and take on 6 stages in total. Sub-bosses and main bosses litter the stages, with beautifully animated graphics and music by Atsuhiro Motoyama, who did many of Rising's best scores. With gameplay similar to the LS series of games, it was an excellent start for the new company and debuted at the number 7 spot in the Japanese arcades. It's probably, in my opinion, the most underrated game in this trilogy, so if you've never tried it, now's the time. So now let's check out a few quick rapid fire looks, which include Grindstormer by Toplan, also known as VV in Japan. It's a slow-paced slap-fight style shooter with a weapon system reminiscent of Konami's Gradius. Both the English and Japanese versions of this game play quite differently due to the different weapon systems. Grindstormer is much easier, with VV requiring a bit more planning and strategy. Either way, another winner from Toplan. Sengoku Ace, or Samurai Aces by Saiko, was their first game, designed by Shin Nakamura of Era Fighters fame, and the game plays very much like a game in that series. A cool selection of characters with vastly different planes to fly, great sound effects, sell the action, and even more fun to play in a 2-player mode. This is a nice first release from Secure. Next was Cyber Battler from Jellico, a vertically scrolling action fest with you manning a robot mech like something out of the cartoon series Macross, as you have full 360-degree movement blasting enemies from all angles. Big, well-detailed graphics and satisfying music and sound effects make it another overlooked gem. Ryujin from Taito is another vertical shooter with weapon upgrades, charge shots, and the unique ability to increase your ship's size through a power-up, boosting your firepower tenfold. This is one I found through emulation a good few years ago and is a really great fun shooter. But now on to my personal 3 favorites of the year: In the Hunt, Raiden 2, and of course, Batsugan. In the Hunt was released in April 1993 by RM, running off their M92 hardware. It was a game I played a lot in the arcades, to say the least, and would always describe it to friends as Metal Slug in a submarine. Due to the lack of gaming info back then, I didn't realize how accurate that statement was, as most of the team working on this ended up forming Nazca a few years later and created Metal Slug. We've already seen a bunch of their games so far published through RM, like Undercover Cops and the upcoming Gunforce 2. In the Hunt has you trying to stop the Dark Anarchy Society from activating a doomsday device to wipe humanity out of existence. It featured both horizontal and vertically scrolling action, massive bosses, and an excellent 2-player mode, which is honestly how this game should be enjoyed if you can. It switched out the cliche space settings for underwater action, which made it really intriguing and fun to play. The graphics were gorgeous examples of 2D graphics, with great sound effects and music as well. It performed decently upon release in Japan, taking the 6th spot by June 1993, especially considering how crowded the genre was back then. And I think this game's become a lot more respected and loved over the years than it was when it was originally released back then. Seibu Kaihatsu were back with a sequel to the much beloved Raiden, imaginatively called Raiden 2, for me the best in the series. It was more vertically scrolling action with lots of new weapons like the excellent Plasma Whip that lets you lock onto targets and deals constant damage until they're destroyed, and the much bigger smart bombs destroying massive areas of the screen. There were 8 big stages in total, taking you from defending Earth all the way up into space. Nice detailed graphics and excellent explosion sound effects that are literally seared into my brain as I played this game so much. Make it for me my favorite of their traditional Raiden games at least. It did real well in Japan and the US, debuting at the number 1 and 2 spots respectively upon release, therefore paving the way for the inevitable sequels. And finally, I saved the best for last. Batsugan by Toplan, their last ever shoot 'em up released. And talk about going out in style. Not only is it an excellent vertically scrolling shooter, its manic nature spawned a whole new subgenre of shoot 'em ups called Danmaku in Japan, but known to Western audiences as bullet hell games, which is a shoot 'em up that was specifically designed to try to compete with the new 3D games by wowing players with an overwhelming sense of action, filling the screen to absolute capacity with bullets and explosions. Batsugan in 1995 Don Pachi by Cave are considered the 2 that kicked off the popular subgenre.
Batsugan was another game that I used to absolutely love back in the 90s. Bullet hell game, just vibrant colours, great sound, so exciting to play. I used to love that. We had that in our university halls of residence on free play, and I used to spend just a ton of time in there when I should have been actually studying. Instead I was playing Batsugan, so I did come out fortunately with a decent degree in the end, but if I hadn't, I certainly would have blamed that game.
The game was put together by the same team that did Grandstormer, with Fireshark designer Yuko Tataka, Cave co-founder Tsuneki Akita as one of the programmers, and music by Yoshitatsu Sakai, and they managed to eclipse all other shooters for this year. It's an unrelenting fast-paced explosion fest that keeps your eyes glued to the screen, afraid to look away for that split second, which would result in your death. Bullets pour down the screen in an almost rhythm-styled nature, making dodging possible once you understand the weird concept. Its 5 stages were extremely diverse, with a cool weapon system mimicking an RPG of sorts as you collect experience points to upgrade your weapon. Therefore no traditional weapon pickups. It was a different approach that worked extremely well, and with the 3 different ship types to choose from, gave the game a whole lot of replay value. If you're interested in the roots of the bullet hell subgenre, then look no further than Toplan's final epic masterpiece.
Bullet hell games was probably my favourite genre back in the 90s.
Not really good at shoot 'em ups.
They seem to appear 1990-ish and then seem to get more and more crazy as the decade wore on.
You know, I tend to try and try and block out everything as I'm trying to focus on the shots that are coming towards my ship and ignore what's going on the screen.
1941 was a favourite of mine. Batsugan was another one. I used to love these games, just full-on action from the off. None of this Gradius style, slow speed and one bullet for the first few screens, then trying to build yourself up. It was just like bam, back it straight in there.
And just be looking at my ship, so if shots are coming towards it, I can avoid and move.
Likewise from the enemy fire, and it was just sort of, you know, ride your seat until and just trying to avoid those bullets. And looking back now, I really don't know how I managed to survive for so long, because I used to get quite far in these games.
It was a sort of cheap strategy. It didn't really work out too good, but you know, that's what I used to do when I used to play these games.
Whereas now I'm just kind of hopeless.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The Games Room Tour 2022.
And now for a quick slew of random rapid reviews with Saber Sled by Namco, a really cool 3D arena style versus game pitting you against a friend or a computer in this kinda 3D update to the classic 70s arcade tank. Impressive fast-paced 3D graphics for the time, super cool double tank controls if you played it in the arcade, with satisfying music and sound effects. It also ended up becoming one of the first slew of titles for the PS1 launch. Sega Sonic the Hedgehog is the lost Sonic game by Sega that's never seen a release besides the arcade. It's an excellent asymmetric version of Sonic that relies heavily on the trackball control method, which works really well. Multiple characters to choose from, great music and very imaginative levels, and good old Robotnik up to his old tricks. What's not to love? Space Invaders DX was another update of Space Invaders that Taito did every few years, and as usual, it's a great ode to the original 70s classic. It features 3 different modes, the original game and all its variations, a 2-player versus affair, and a parody version where tons of Taito characters make appearances. It's great fun and just proves how important simple, addictive gameplay is to a game's longevity. Newman Athletics by Namco is a bizarre throwback to 80s multi-event sports games where mutant athletes verse each other to a series of wacky events, lobbing missiles like a javelin, long jump over a waterfall, running up buildings, stopping a bullet train, and so much more. It's a button masher of the best kind. And lastly, Mystic Warriors Wrath of the Ninjas, Konami's best kept unknown arcade of the 90s, an absolutely wonderful side-scrolling run-and-gun style game, where you get to choose from a diverse selection of ninjas to take out a crazy evil organization. It was made by the same team that did Sunset Riders and sports detailed graphics, great humor, and excellent music, with 9 cool stages in total. It's a ridiculously underrated arcade game. And here's 2 games that don't fit neatly into any of the genres we're going to be covering this year, with Star Wars Arcade by Sega and NBA Jam by Midway. Star Wars Arcade was almost like Sega remaking Atari's classic from 1983, but now running on their Model 1 hardware, used on Virtua Racing and Fighter. It follows along the same gameplay style, with you either picking an X or Y wing and starting your journey to destroy the Death Star. You had to blast your way through TIE fighters, wipe out a Superstar Destroyer before beginning your trench run to take out the Death Star. It featured the excellent score from the movies as well as digitized speech, a 2-player co-op mode, allowing one person to fly while the other shoots, and really captures the fun of the original Atari version. The game became a launch conversion for Sega's 32X add-on, and Sega followed up the Star Wars themes with Star Wars Trilogy Arcade in 1998 and Star Wars Racer in 2000.
Welcome to NBA Jam!
NBA Jam by Midway was a monster of a game when released, even if you you never enjoyed sports games, you had to take notice and respect it. It took the simple 2-on-2 gameplay of an earlier Midway game called Arch Rivals and slapped licensed players and teams into it and boosted the craziness level with exaggerated over-the-top action and loud bombastic sound. It definitely grabbed your attention.
NBA Jam was just an absolute hit. Basketball was a big thing back in the 90s here in Australia. It was growing and was becoming a commercial success with our own league. And I always remember, I always chose the Bulls because, you know, they were the team back then to have, and always playing Pip and throwing the 3-pointers.
The original version featured teams from the 1992-93 NBA season. They used the digitized graphic style of their Mortal Kombat and T2 arcades, and it ended up starting a whole slew of over-the-top sports games by Midway, including 2-on-2 Open Ice Challenge and WWF WrestleMania the arcade game. The game was a juggernaut hit, becoming the highest grossing arcade of summer 93 in the US, exceeding the $500 million mark adjusted for inflation, and you can't not look at this game without thinking of the announcer phrases like boom shakalaka or he's on fire. It's pretty much has become part of arcade pop culture, a fantastic game to play against your friends and one of my favorite sports games ever. The racing genre was on fire this year, simply too many games to even cover in one single video. But these I feel are the best of the bunch. So let's start with World Rally by Galeco, an isometric style dirt racer that's an absolute blast to play. It's fast-paced CDO pants action with phenomenally realistic sound effects and pure addictive gameplay where you race across multiple terrains and weather conditions with a 60-second time limit as you gun it for that finish line. The car itself was a miniature scale model that the team made and painted and was photographed and digitized into the game, giving it an extremely realistic look. It truly is an adrenaline rush of a game that spawned a sequel in 1995 that never quite felt as good as this, but it's still a fun one to play. It was a big hit for Galeco, selling just over 23,000 cabinets in Europe alone and doing brisk business worldwide, as well as being released in both stand-up and deluxe arcade editions. Lucky and Wild was a demented, unique driving shooter hybrid game from Namco running off their System 2 hardware. It's the closest we can probably get to a Tango and Cash video game, with it supporting two-player action with one person driving and shooting and the other just plain shooting as you try to take down 6 wanted criminals by blasting their cars or vehicles to absolute pieces in some of the most insane driving set pieces in any game ever made. Yes, it's even crazier than Road Avenger. It was headed up by designer Yutaka Kuno, who would later go on and work on Namco's Point Blank and Time Crisis. This man knew his light guns. Playing the single player is fun, but in 2-player it's absolutely sublime as you take out scum across every imaginable scenario.
There was this one game called Lucky and Wild that we loved to play. Kind of a cop game where one of you was driving the car, but the other one had a gun. So it was kind of shooting and driving, and then we'd switch places and do it the other way around. Lucky and Wild was a lot of fun.
It did pretty well for Namco, taking the number 3 spot in Japan for May 93 and the number 4 spot on the deluxe arcade slot. And the last sprite scaling racer for the year was Outrunners by Sega, the third game in the arcade Outrun series, designed by AM1 using their System 32 hardware. It returned Outrun to its fun style of the original, with extremely fast action, multiple paths to take, all the rocking tunes from the original, plus new stuff from Kawaguchi. You also got to choose your car this time, and the gameplay favored power drift slide drift mechanic as you slid around the track, which literally took you around the world. The drifting mechanic would later be used to excellent effect in the greatest arcade racing game ever made, Outrun 2. It was one of the last big old Sega sprite scalers, as 3D pretty much took over from that point on and sent the original Outrun series off on an absolute high note. It did extremely well, taking the number 1 spot in Japan for July 93 and the top grossing deluxe cabinet in North America for November of the same year.
I guess I was always drawn towards racing games.
Favourite genre? It's got to be driving games.
Back then I had this Mazda 121. It was basically a bubble car. It was a 1.3 litre engine, and it went from 0 to 100 in about 4.5 hours. It was not the fastest and best car you could have out there.
Is there any genre that makes you feel cooler? Whether you're driving a Lancia Integrale in Sega Rally, a stock car in Daytona, a Ferrari F355.
I had always wanted to race a fast car, and I guess at that age that was about as close as I was going to get to it. So, as I mentioned before, virtual racing, Daytona were great games to play. I think the other great thing about it was, putting aside the fighting games, they were the ultimate multiplayer game you could play in the arcades.
There's just no cooler genre, you know, whatever it is that you're sitting in, you feel like, I don't know, Cold Trickle in Days of Thunder. You feel cool, whatever racing game it is that you're in.
Especially when they had the cab set up for 8 players. And this would always happen. You would sit down, say, at cabinet 1, all right? So you sit down and you put your money in, and then you've got about 20 seconds before somebody else jumps in. And somebody else does jump in, but they're sitting all the way down the other end. They pick cabinet 8 and they're probably there with their mate on cabinet 7. So it's like social distancing at its best. And then, you know, you play against these people you never knew anything about, but when you had 8 cabinets being played at one time, it was absolute mayhem. It was great. Nowadays it's great that you can play against each other across the internet, and it's a given these days. Just about every game has a multiplayer format in it. But back then it was something so new and special for us.
They're infinitely replayable as well. Whether it's racing your mates in a big link-up game of Daytona or just trying to beat your own lap time, there's no end to the playability and the replayability of a racing game. So racing games has got to be my top genre, I think.
And finally, the big racer for the year was Namco's Ridge Racer, a 3D first-person racing game running off their System 22 board.
Are you ready? The engines sound like they're ready to go!
This was a big game for Namco, as them and Sega were in a race to see who could get out the first texture map 3D game. Namco won by a few months, releasing Ridge Racer into the arcades in October '93, with Sega having Daytona USA machines in many test arcades around Japan as early as August. The game would eventually only see the light of day in March 1994. This game was produced in rapid fashion according to designer Fumihiro Tanaka, with only an 8-month development cycle. It started out as a Formula 1 simulator, but Namco's general manager at the time suggested changing it to a mountain racing drifting style game, as the Japanese car culture was becoming extremely popular back then. Pumping techno style music by Shinji Hiso and others, but it only featured one track, no multiplayer or car angles to choose from. Something Daytona USA would eclipse with its extra development cycle. Its 3D polygon graphics with texture mapping absolutely wowed players back then, and the fast, exhilarating drifting style of racing was something pretty new to most gamers. It came in a standard sit-down version and also the crazy full-scale version featuring a real car, and the game blown up on a projection screen if your arcade could afford the $230,000 price tag, or $420,000 adjusted for inflation. It hit the arcades and became Japan's biggest earner for 1994 overall, and number 3 in the US in its February 94 debut, and became a top earner in London arcades. It also was a launch release for Sony's PlayStation the following year, and would help the new 32-bit console take the top spot amongst gamers worldwide. And let's get back to the old scrolling beat-em-up, still going strong in 1993, with 94 pretty much being the end of the era, at least in the arcades, as audiences' tastes switched to the fancy new 3D attention grabbers. But it wasn't over yet, with Capcom's double dose of The Punisher and Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. Maybe taking a note out of Konami's licensed playbook, with The Punisher based on the Marvel Comics vigilante anti-hero, and Cadillacs based on the comic book series Xenozoic Tales, that was republished in the early 90s under the Cadillacs and Dinosaurs name. Both of these games are Capcom's CPS Arcade Gold, and are among the best the genre ever put out. The Punisher puts you in the role of Frank Castle as he sets out to take down the Kingpin and his entire criminal syndicate. Cadillacs has you as part of a team trying to stop a bunch of poachers from enslaving dinosaurs for some nefarious scheme, and is set in the far-flung 26th century. Both the Punisher and Cadillacs follow the tradition of slapping, shooting, and maiming everything on screen before the traditional boss encounters. Unlike Final Fight, which favors fighting over everything else, these two games are littered with weapons to pick up at every second, giving you a chance to constantly use them to satisfying results. The graphics on both are simply stunning. Animation is top-notch, and the levels and enemies are constantly new and refreshing. The Punisher was also the first game in a partnership with Marvel Comics, which would eventually lead to the excellent Marvel vs. Capcom Versus series. Both games are much beloved examples of the genre at its peak, with Cadillacs knocking Capcom's own Warriors of Fate off the chart to take its place, and the Punisher hitting the top 10 in the US chart upon its original debut. The other heavy hitter for '93 was Night Slasher by Data East, an often overlooked gem. It featured a horror movie style theme, as you fought zombies, vampires, mummies, golems, you name it, it's in here. You can choose between a cyborg, vampire hunter, and martial artist as you attempt to stop King Zarutz from turning the planet into an undead paradise. Besides the large selection of moves every character has, they also sport screen-destroying magic for those chaotic moments, and has some of the coolest Castlevania-inspired guitar tracks in any arcade soundtrack by Tomoyoshi Sato, who also did sound work on Data East's RoboCop 2 and Captain America and the Avengers. Despite the game's cool, unique themes and rocking atmosphere, it failed to make much of an impact upon release, financially speaking. And a few quick rapid-fire looks here at Ninja Baseball Batman, an absolutely bizarre beat-em-up with a strange, over-the-top baseball theme as you attempt to recover artifacts stolen from the Baseball Hall of Fame by beating the hell out of everyone that even dares look in your direction. It has crazy, colorful graphics and is visually one of the most out-there arcades released since Puli Rula. Violent Storm by Konami was a by-the-numbers slapfest with massive, chunky on-screen characters in a post-apocalyptic world trying to save some damsel in distress over 7 stages. Tons of weapons, cool sound effects, crazy wrestling moves, and just good old-fashioned beat-em-up fun. And lastly was Sengoku 2 by SNK, the sequel to their bizarre 91 original, a game casting you in the role of a hero fighting supernatural forces as you travel through time. Swords are now a default weapon, but mostly everything else is the same, with just more over-the-top action, great sound design, and tons of replayability, especially with friends.
Armed robbery at that location. 10-4. Let's kick some butt.
Light guns were a bit quieter this year compared to the other genres, but still a cool lineup to look at, with American laser games not only giving us 1 but 2 doses of FMV mentalness.
Winners don't do drugs.
With Crime Patrol and Drug Wars, aka Crime Patrol 2. Laserdisc games at this point were almost a thing of the past, but these 2 releases proved, at least in a fun, cheesy way, that there were still good times to be had.
Hey Spence, how about a table dance?
I'll take a rain check.
And they had a place even in this crowded and ever-changing arcade scene. Crime Patrol has you start out as a rookie cop, responding to simple robberies and such, as you make your way up the police force ladder to Delta Force, where you then get to take out some major plutonium threat to national security.
Shut up, Bambi. I feel the heat, and it's not the kind of heat I like. Is that don't let eating gumshoe with a partner. Shut up, Bambi!
Drug Wars puts you in the role of a DEA agent trying to track down a major South American drug kingpin.
You know, they are saying my white powder is killing people. So?
And put him out of business permanently. Gameplay is the straightforward American laser games formula. Shoot everyone, except civilians of course. Choose your next location, which takes the current scenario in a different direction. The acting is on another level in these 2 releases.
We got guns, and in Chicago, we shoot first, eat lunch later.
If you thought they were cheesy before, this steps it up to the next level 80s straight-to-video VHS release style, with your first mentor in Crime Patrol hamming it up in every scene, giving Melissa McCarthy even a run for her money.
Be advised, backup is fighting on the way.
Let's kick butt.
And Drug War's main kingpin is doing his damnedest to do the ultimate Scarface impression.
I have the power. So what makes you think a little cockroach like you could find me in my lab, huh?
To hilarious, disastrous results.
Hey, cabron, I didn't know you was here. Come on in, mingo! Oh, come on. Oh my god. Oh no, my new couch.
Both games still performed fairly well in the US arcades, with Drug Wars taking the 5th spot upon release and Crime Patrol hitting number 9. And these are still, for me, fun throwbacks to much more politically incorrect times, and will surely bring a smile to even the most stoic face if you give it a chance.
Drugs on that houseboat. I got a rocket launcher that says, watch this. Sweet. Very sweet.
The best of 93 for me though goes to Sega's Alien 3 The Gun, based on the third Alien movie, at least loosely anyway, where the movie pits Ripley against one alien with no real weapons available. The game thankfully throws that all out the window and gives you everything from the previous movie Aliens, and chucks every variation of the creatures at you for this on-rail symphony of carnage. Running off Sega's System 32 sprite scaler board, it delivers seriously intense pulse-pounding action, visually and sound-wise. This game sat outside one of my local cinemas I used to frequent, and I played it a lot every time I went there. It ate your tokens like some sort of obese Pac-Man, but regardless, the two-player chaos was where it was at. It featured 7 levels across Fury 161 and had locations from the movie and tons of liberties not seen in it. It made its debut in Japan in the number 1 slot in November 93, and it's a great addition to the Alien franchise in video game form.
Ooh, good game, player.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The heavy hitters were back, 2 sequels to the genre's most popular games. Capcom gave us Super Street Fighter 2 The New Challengers, the next installment in the Street Fighter series, which was now running on their all-new CPS2 board, the first game to be released on it. And it shows, especially from a visual standpoint. It's a massive overhaul of Street Fighter 2, basically being its own game as far as I'm concerned.
Super Street Fighter 2, when it introduced the 4 new characters, I felt like that was the most balanced that game ever got, and the most interesting that game got. I'm a little biased because I actually managed to write the review for Hyper magazine here in Sydney, in Australia I should say, and got the cover article for that review. But I was so excited and really eager to get to play that in home, but I mean, playing it in the arcades, you can't beat the arcade version of Super Street Fighter 2 or any of the Street Fighters, hence why I've got the machine now all these years later.
Noritaku Funamizu directed this one, and he'd later go on and do the excellent Street Fighter Alpha or Zero series of games. Besides the massive graphical facelift and big bump in animation and background details, it brought back all 12 original characters, with extra moves added of course, plus introduced 4 new characters in T-Hawk, Fei Long, DJ and Cammy. It was a fantastic next chapter with all the best gameplay elements intact and improved upon, and naturally claimed the top spot in both Japan and North America upon release. And not to be outdone was Midway's Mortal Kombat 2, the super hype sequel to their previous year's biggest game. Ed Boon and John Tobias were back, sharing design, programming and artist duties on this upgrade of the original. The Senate hearings seemed to have zero effect on this production. With a bigger, more violent design, it delivered a sequel worthy of the hype. Using an improved version of their motion capture in front of blue screens, the graphics and speed of the game was improved dramatically. It introduced multiple fatalities per character, friendships if you decided to be generous to the poor slob you just beat next to you, and abilities, being able to turn your opponent into a baby, which is honestly the dumbest thing this series has ever introduced. Despite that though, the roster jumped to 12 playable characters off the bat, not including bosses and hidden characters as well. For me, this was and still is the best of the the original series of Mortal Kombat games, with me playing this in the arcade a lot and even more on my Sega Mega Drive at home. It was another monster hit for Midway, becoming the highest grossing arcade by the end of 1994 in North America and selling over 27,000 arcade cabinets. And who honestly knows how many bootlegs found their way to your local corner store cafe. 3 new Versus franchises also hit the arcades, starting with Fighter's History by Data East, your standard mid-90s Street Fighter 2 clone. There's honestly nothing remarkable to say about this series, except that Capcom USA wasn't too happy with its blatant similarities to Street Fighter 2 and sued Data East over it. If they had done their homework, they would have realized that Data East themselves tried the same thing in the 80s over the similarities between their Karate Champ arcade and System 3's computer game International Karate. The result ended up the same for the most part, with the judge ruling that despite the similarities, all the functions in Fighter's History are simply elements needed for any fighting game to make it functional. And it didn't help Capcom that Data East also pointed out that Karate Champ, the original arcade fighting game, predated their original Street Fighter by 3 years. The unremarkable series continued on with 2 other sequels, with Fighter's History Dynamite in the arcades in 1994 and Fighter's History Mizoguchi Kiki Ipatsu on the Super Famicom in 1995. SNK unleashed Samurai Showdown, or Samurai Spirits in Japan, this year as well, the first in this new weapon-based Versus series. Set in 18th century Japan, it was steeped with traditional Japanese music, samurais, ninjas, with the atmosphere and gameplay they played out with a slightly slower, more precise pace, where every hit counted. It was like watching an old samurai movie. Besides the cool cast of characters, each with their own weapon specialities, there was also the interesting flourishes during rounds, where bombs or health would be tossed into the ring randomly, which could shift the battles in completely different directions. SNK originally planned the game to be a side-scrolling beat-em-up, but decided to shift the style to the evergreen Versus genre due to the huge audiences for it in both Japan and the US, their biggest markets. The game's massive, well-animated graphics, big gushes of blood, and just awesome Japanese atmosphere sent it to the #1 spot in Japan for August 93, and it proved even more popular in the US with an almost 4-month straight top position, and rounded out its accolades with the Japanese magazine Gamist voting it Best Fighting Game of 1993. And wrestling wasn't going to be left out of the ring, with Capcom giving us Saturday Night Slam Masters, or as it's known in Japan, Muscle Bomber, the Body Explosion, possibly the coolest name for a video game, period. It's an entertaining and extremely fun wrestling game, which features both single and tag team styles of play, with a host of really wacky cliche characters, one of them being Mark Hagar, the mayor from the trash-ass Metro City from Final Fight. It features nice big bold graphics and typical Capcom style with excellent sound effects that sell the action totally. It's one of those arcades that did okay upon its original release, but has gotten much more popular as the years have gone by. It received an updated version in 93 pretty quickly as well, similar to Street Fighter 2, but eventually received a proper sequel in 1994 called Ring of Destruction Slam Masters 2, running on Capcom's new CPS2 board, and traded the traditional open ring style of most wrestlers for a more Versus 2D plane for its action. And now the biggest fighter of the year, and possibly the most influential game of the year by far, was Sega's Virtua Fighter by AM2 on their Model 1 arcade board. It was the first 3D fighting game, and was headed up by Sega legend Yu Suzuki as both director and producer. The game's development started immediately following the completion of Virtua Racing in 1992, and used motion control technology of the time to get the realistic motions of the characters. Virtua Fighter managed to bring a new style of fighting game by introducing an on-the-fly camera that just swooped around the action in real time with different camera angles and dramatic action replays to show finishing moves. And it wasn't simply fancy visuals for the time, as the gameplay was just as fast and fluid as the graphics, with its 3-button system of punch, kick and block. It simplified things somewhat, on a surface level anyway, but many combinations could be learned in quick succession, and gameplay was all about quick strings of combos where timing was key. Everything else was pretty traditional, from the 3 rounds, plus the varied selection of characters, all with their own martial arts style, though the matches could also be won by ringing an opponent out, which was another strategy. Graphics and gameplay came together for a perfect mix, and considering it's the first ever 3D polygon fighting game, it's quite impressive and still plays extremely well even now. Its list of products and games it inspired have been well documented, with Sony's former chairman Shigeru Maruyama citing that upon seeing Virtua Fighter, the PS1 design changed from being a 2D focused system to full-on 3D focused design, and both Toby Gard and John Romero also citing Virtua Fighter as being a major influence on design of the original Tomb Raider and the creation of Quake and its 3D engine. It went straight to number 1 in Japanese arcades and took the top spot overall for the biggest earner of 1994. It was in the top 5 of the US for 94 and second in the UK just behind Namco's Ridge Racer. By 1996 it had sold over 40,000 arcade units worldwide, and coupled with 94's Virtua Fighter 2 became Sega's best-selling arcades of all time, surpassing their own all-time record holder, Outrun. I cannot even express how amazing it was playing this in the arcades for the first time. It wasn't merely all flash and no substance like certain other fighters of that time. It delivered on all levels, and I ended up getting a Japanese import Saturn not long after playing this, with the pack-in game being Virtua Fighter Remix.
I'm not going home. I'm gonna get on my boat and I'm going upriver and I'm going to kick that son of a bitch Bison's ass so hard that the next Bison wannabe is gonna feel it.
1994 in a sense was the beginning of the end for classic arcades as we know them. All the wheels started going into motion for the slow decline of the industry. Many classic arcade manufacturers started filing for bankruptcy, not able to keep up with the higher cost of producing games, or simply not able to make that massive financial leap to 3D like the big boys Namco and Sega. RM closed up shop in 1994. Their game-making arcade division ceased to exist as the company went under massive restructuring. The great developer who had given us countless hits such as Moon Patrol, R-Type, Kung Fu Master, and In the Hunt were no more in their original form. Fortunately, like mentioned earlier, most of their game-making talent left to form their own company, Nazca Corporation, and started producing games for the Neo Geo MVS system. Metal Slug and Neo Turf Masters would be just some of the games they would make. Toplan also filed for bankruptcy in 94. The kings of the shoot-'em-up genre were done. Again, like RM, their talented teams all split up and formed some of the greatest 90s shoot-'em-up companies ever, such as Rising, Takumi, Cave, and many more, which meant that at least for the next few years, the shmups were in good hands. Other genres though, not so much, with the run and gun and scrolling beat-em-ups simply falling out of favor with a massive decline in output that almost became non-existent after this year, bar a few key titles. The massive popularity of racing and versus games just crushed the genre out of existence, but the biggest factor that kicked off the decline was the release of the Sony PlayStation and Sega Saturn in Japan at year's end. Sega had Virtua Fighter for you to play in your home.
When you've got Sega Saturn, nothing else matters. Sega!
And Sony gave you Ridge Racer. Both games being very faithful, well-made 3D ports of their powerhouse games, now in your living room to play as much as you want. Which begged the question, do I even need to visit arcades anymore?
Overnight, everything changed. There was this game called Ridge Racer. You probably heard of it, and it was this super slick driving game. There was no force feedback or anything like that on the steering wheel. You could really kind of sling the car around. It was really smooth, and you would drift around corners, and the music would be thumping around your head. And you went from one day seeing that incredible experience in the arcades to the next day walking down the high street, and you look through the window. There was this new thing called the Sony PlayStation, and it was playing a version of Ridge Racer that looked identical to the arcade. And it was mind-blowing. And for the arcades from that point on, there was really no going back. If you could play this quality of game at home, why would you even bother coming down to the arcades anymore?
Like previously mentioned, the scrolling beat-em-up genre was almost completely abandoned by most companies in favor of versus-styled action. One developer though felt both could still exist, at least for one more solid year. and that was Capcom delivering the sole 3 titles we're going to look at for this year. The 3 in question are Dungeons & Dragons Tower of Doom, Aliens vs Predator, and Armored Warriors. I mean, if the genre was about to fall, that's one hell of a way to go out. Dungeons & Dragons Tower of Doom was a licensed game based on the TSR board game series mashed down to a scrolling beat-em-up style action with light RPG elements. Armored Warriors was a mech-style beat-em-up running on their new CPS2 board, and Aliens vs Predator was another licensed game based on the Fox movie franchises Alien and Predator, also on the CPS2. All 3 of these games are gold within their genre. Tower of Doom lets up to 4 players embark on a classic-style Dungeons & Dragons adventure full of monsters and magic, multiple paths to choose, and tons of beasts to slap up. It was a gorgeous-looking chaotic romp of fantasy that delivered the spirit of the subject matter, all the while appeasing the simpler gameplay of the genre. Armored Warriors had a lot of unique elements in its gameplay, such as being able to team up with 2 other players for special team moves, the fact that you could switch out parts of your mech for different loadouts during battles, and have a main and sub weapons. It's graphically stunning and well animated, and is one of Capcom's least celebrated games. Aliens vs Predator is another pitch-perfect scrolling beat-em-up playing like Final Fight, except with predators, aliens, and Arnold in tow. As a fan of these franchises, at least their earlier versions of the movies, this game jams in so much fan service you'll need a notebook to keep track of it all. Gameplay-wise, it's way more straightforward though, getting to pick humans or predators as you try to stop an alien infestation of California. The game was actually meant to be a tie-in with an AVP film that was ultimately cancelled, and we only ended up seeing a movie not based on this script appear a full decade later to really mediocre results. Tower of Doom performed really well in both major regions and received rave reviews in magazines of the day, and we'll be looking at the sequel too in 1996. Armored Warriors got a bit lost in the shuffle with a mid-range debut in Japan, probably overshadowed by the double dose of licensed products, and AVP debuted at the number 3 spot in Japan in July and went straight to number 1 in North America, its biggest intended market. Although these 3 don't represent the end of the genre per se, the frequency and quality at least of the arcades would never match the 88 to 94 period on any level ever again.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The other games I also used to be drawn towards were shooting type games. So Lethal Enforcers, Point Blank, I love those games. I don't know why I'm drawn towards it, because I'm absolutely shit scared of guns. To be frank, I do not like guns at all. I don't know, it just says it's a very simple format. You point, you click, you shoot. It's very simple. Driving and shooting doesn't sound so good, does it?
Light gun games continued their popularity with some real standouts this year. American Laser Games gave us the last of their FMV offerings with The Last Bounty Hunter and Fast Draw Showdown, both being their final Laserdisc releases, and some of the last Laserdisc releases in arcades in general. The high cost of the combination of shooting the movies, making the game, and the really expensive arcade machines made these two the end of their traditional FMV games. They continued on releasing a couple more cheaper styled arcade games such as Mesa and Orbitac, and some PC and 3DO titles before calling it quits. Another company that waited too long to change with the ever-evolving technology and arcade scene. But let's check out their last two Laserdisc releases, both westerns, again shot in the backyard of the company in Tucson, Arizona, where they shot both Mad Dog McCree games. The Last Bounty Hunter follows their formula to a T, with you having to track down a bunch of criminals and take them out. It's your typical ham-fisted fun.
Say, I bet bet you're that famous bounty hunter the whole town's a buzzing about, huh?
In their style, with bad acting, over-the-top situations, but still brought a smile to your face playing it in one of their big deluxe cabinets.
Guess you was nastier than Nasty Dan. There you go.
Foss-Draw Showdown is a bit different from their usual formula, as it's simply about Western showdowns or quick draws as you go up against a variety of opponents and have to outdraw them. It's basically a full motion video version of Nintendo's Wild Gunman.
There's only two types of people. The fast and the dead.
Real-life Foss-Draw champion at the time, Wes Flowers, was the final boss of the game. And now let's flip over to the madness that is Midway, delivering another absolutely crazy game called Revolution X. It's an Aerosmith light gun game. And if the combination of those two made no sense, then you've clearly never played a 90s Midway arcade game. Building on Terminator 2's formula and engine, they teamed up with Aerosmith, who were on a massive popularity rise during this time, to make a game whose plot revolves around the New Order Nation taking over the world and banning all forms of entertainment. You travel to LA to see Aerosmith in concert, but they are abducted by the Order. This pisses you off so much that you travel the world destroying all their facilities and shooting every member of the oppressive organization. And of course, freeing the members of Aerosmith so you can finally see their damn concert. You basically blast everything, pick up power-ups like CDs and laserdiscs and shoot them back at the New Order thugs. Only by finding all 5 members of the band will you unlock the concert at the end and the real ending to the game. Tons of their hit songs were played during the levels, such as Sweet Emotion, Walk This Way, and Eat the Rich, just to name a few. The game was actually being developed as a Jurassic Park light gun arcade, but Sega managed to beat Midway to the licensing punch and scoop that up for themselves. Thus it was changed to an Aerosmith game, which obviously makes total sense. This game often gets a bad rap simply because the home versions were so absolutely mediocre, which has nothing to do with the fun and quality of the arcade version, and is one hell of an entertaining over-the-top light gun game to play. And finally, the classic rivalry rears its head once again between Sega and Namco, with 2 light gun classics that couldn't possibly be more different, but awesome at the very same time. And I'm talking about Point Blank by Namco and Virtua Cop by Sega. Point Blank was a simple cartoony styled shooting gallery, like a version of a carnival game that you'd play at the fair to win an overpriced teddy bear. It's best played in 2-player mode, where you try to outgun your friend in a variety of shooting minigames, which there were 6 of in total, with different criteria for each game, like avoiding shooting the bombs, time limits, or limited bullets. It was presented in a crazy loud over-the-top style with vibrant, simple graphics that made it easily appealing to anyone. It was a light gun game without the violence, essentially, which seemed to have struck a chord with gamers. Its fun 2-player competitive nature made it extremely popular at the time, with an impressive and even better PlayStation version complete with guns becoming even more popular than its arcade counterpart. It's endlessly replayable and lost me so much money back in the day. Sega's Virtua Cop was the first 3D polygon light gun game, running off their Model 2 hardware. The game again was designed and produced by Yu Suzuki, delivering another massive hit for Sega. What made it stand apart from other games of the genre was the real-time nature of the game. Although it was an on-rails cop simulator, enemies would react and fall differently depending on where you shot them, with the added extra of being able to shoot the guns out of their hands for non-lethal bonuses. Its graphic style followed on from Virtua Racing and Fighter, and was directly influential on Namco's 95 shooter Time Crisis. Like Point Blank, a Saturn version hit the homes the following year, offering the guns and arcade at home, and is an extremely impressive version of the arcade. It ended up ranking in the US top 10 moneymakers for 95 and was even more popular in Japan. The Saturn version cleaned house as well, with almost 500,000 sales in Japan and just over 500,000 in the US, nailing home the uncomfortable truth that home gaming was basically overtaking and outgunning arcades at their own game.
I'm through with you two. Now you meet your maker.
And here's some more rapid-fire reviews, starting with Dungeon Magic, also known as Lightbringer. It's an isometric hack-and-slash adventure game with light RPG elements, platforming, and beat-em-up exploration. It's a pretty cool unknown release from Taito. T-Mech was an Atari mech versus first-person game, slapping you in a mechanized vehicle trying to blast each other to pieces in multiplayer link cabinet versions or against the computer. It's a big, loud, updated version of their early 80s hit Battlezone. Bubble Symphony is the true straight-up sequel to Bubble Bobble, Taito's 80s platform action hit. It features little gameplay tweaks, tons of cameos from Taito characters, fantastic graphics, and ever so addictive music. If you weren't a big fan of Rainbow Islands or Parasol Stars, then this gives you the real classic vibes you probably always wanted. Windjammers is a Data East made sports game running on the Neo Geo MVS. It's essentially a glossy, souped-up version of Pong, with great presentation, over-the-top action, and awesome two-player versus competitive play. Elevator Action Returns is a brilliant sequel to Taito's 1983 Elevator Action. It takes the original scrolling action gameplay and soups it up times 10 to give you one of the best sequels in video game history. Brilliant gameplay, music, and graphic make this one of the best games Taito ever released. Alligator Hunt was an obscure release from Galeco, which was a shooting gallery styled action game similar to Cabal, where a bunch of kids are trying to stop an alien invasion. A fantastic overlooked little gem. Top Hunter by SNK was a side-scrolling platform beat-em-up, which feels like an early precursor to Metal Slug with big cartoony graphics, mech vehicles to ride, and fun beat-em-up action with varied levels make it tons of fun to play. Puzzle Bobble by Taito, also known as Buster Move, is a color-matching puzzle game featuring Bob and Bob from Bubble Bobble as you try to pop bubbles and take out your opponent in its two-player versus style, and ended up spawning a whole host of successful sequels, and is a much-beloved classic in its genre. Gunforce 2, or Geostorm as it's also known by RM, was their last arcade release made by the Nazca team. It's basically Metal Slug Zero with exceptional 2D graphics, sound, excellent scrolling run and gun action, and is the blueprint for SNK's entire future series of games. An amazing affair from arcade's most underrated masters of the genre. And finally is Kingdom Grand Prix by Rising, a game that doesn't fit neatly into the shooter genre because it's also kind of a racing game. It's a strange hybrid of an arcade that works well once you get to grips with the style, and sports excellent vibrant graphics and awesome tunes.
Here comes a new challenger!
The fighting genre continued its dominance with a host of sequels and new franchises starting up. So let's rapid fire the sequels before the new entries, with SNK giving us the Art of Fighting 2, which now gave you a massive roster of characters to choose from, as opposed to the original's 2 characters. Everything else has also been tweaked. Better graphics, much cooler looking stages, and just overall better gameplay than the original. SNK also gave us Samurai Showdown 2, a sequel to one of their biggest unexpected hits of 1993. It included new characters, a new gauge for power moves, a parry system, and the ability to break a character's weapons, forcing them to fight barehanded. It was another massive financial hit for the company. And lastly was Sega's Virtua Fighter 2, the massive Model 2 upgraded sequel to one of the biggest games of 1993, and directed again by Yu Suzuki. It was a major step forward for the series, now featuring fully texture-mapped characters. 2 new players were also added to the roster, with Leon and Shun. The game took 1 year to develop. Sega had to buy a texture mapping graphics processor for over $2 million from Lockheed Martin to pull off the graphics upgrade of the game, and integrated the chip into the Model 2 hardware. Motion capture technology again was used for the animation, and over 500 new moves were added to the roster of characters. It became Japan's highest grossing arcade for 2 years in a row, and a top 10 selling arcade machine in the US, where as of 1996 it had sold over 40,000 arcade units alone worldwide. When it came to 3D fighting games in the arcades during the 90s, this was my go-to game. Nothing came close to the responsive controls and quick reflexes needed to master it. And again, the Sega Saturn home port was almost arcade perfect, capturing the gameplay nuances almost perfectly. It truly was an amazing time to be a fighting game fan. And now onto Atari, who threw their hats into the versus ring with the dinosaur beat-em up Primal Rage. You can just imagine the pitch meeting. Jurassic Park is popular, Mortal Kombat is popular, digitized graphics are popular, and so are versus fighting games. This was the creation of Primal Rage. It's basically Mortal Kombat with dinosaurs, right down to the fatalities. They used stop motion animation and photographed each frame to get the dinosaurs' looks, with 7 different beasts to choose from. Besides the usual beat 'em up action, you could also eat human worshippers on the sidelines to regain health. It plays actually surprisingly well considering it felt like a gimmick, but it's a decent versus game overall that proved to be a hit for Atari and hit the US arcade charts at number 3. A sequel was immediately put into production production in 1995 but never end up materializing, which makes this the only entry in the series. Next was Killer Instinct, developed by Rare and published by Midway. Ken Lobb, designer of the game, originally pitched the idea to Namco when he worked there, but it was rejected. He later joined Nintendo of America and repitched the idea, and they loved it, and ended up teaming up with Rare to develop it as an arcade game, published by Midway. Like Cruising USA, which we'll be looking at shortly, it was another game meant to run on Nintendo's Ultra 64 hardware, which would become the N64, but some major changes were made, as the eventual Ultra hardware was downgraded significantly for the N64 release. The game used the unique Silicon Graphics style pre-rendered graphics, which made it stand out significantly from anything else at the time. The game had a massive roster of strange characters to choose from, 10 in all, and featured a few unique aspects, like having multiple health bars that determine the end of the match as opposed to the round system, and the ability to pull off moves which initiate predetermined combos as opposed to stringing combos in the more traditional way. I played this game only a couple times in the arcade but never got the nuances of the gameplay when I played it back then, but was absolutely blown away at the time by the graphics and sound design. It was a big arcade hit, going to number 1 in January of 1995 and being in the top 5 money earners for 95 overall in the US market, which ended up spawning a sequel in 1996. SNK's biggest game of the year in terms of characters and scope was the first in a new series called The King of Fighters 94, a huge versus beat 'em up featuring a whopping 24 playable characters from all different SNK games, plus new ones created just for this game. Characters from games such as Fatal Fury, The Art of Fighting, Ikari Warriors, and even Psycho Soldier were included, with the action taking place with 3-on-3 teams. It plays like most SNK fighters preceding it, with a power meter used to charge yourself up, to make attacks stronger, or to unleash special moves. Like many of these games, it was originally designed as a side-scrolling beat-em up, but with the massive popularity of versus games continuing, it was changed and expanded. The team-based aspect and the SNK crossover aspect may have kicked off the massive amount of crossover versus games over the next few years, and added an interesting angle where you had to at least learn 3 characters really well to win, as opposed to only selecting your favorite character each time. It debuted in the number 2 spot in Japan in October 94 and number 3 in the US. Capcom had a double dose of awesomeness with X-Men Children of the Atom and Darkstalkers The Night Warriors, both running off their CPS2 board. X-Men was based on the Marvel Comics characters and came out during the original X-Men animated series by Fox, combined with some of the best prints of the comic book series at the time, and you had licensed gaming gold. Darkstalkers, on the other hand, was a completely new game featuring all sorts of classic monster characters, from a vampire, Sasquatch, and even a mummy, and so much more, all with their own weird and unique fighting style. It was like a horror version of Super Street Fighter 2. It was originally pitched to Universal Pictures to make a Universal Monsters game, but they weren't interested, so Capcom went ahead and made their own original version. The characters and the settings were very unique and refreshing at the time, when almost every fighting game was some sort of Street Fighter knockoff. Besides emphasizing combos, its unique feature was the fact that your special meter could fill up, allowing you to do special moves, but if you don't use it, it slowly drains down, forcing the player not to hoard specials. X-Men, on the other hand, was the start of the more fast-paced, over-the-top air juggle craziness that we would see later in Capcom's massive Versus series. It had 10 selectable characters, from favorites such as Wolverine and Cyclops to bad guys like Magneto and the Juggernaut. The voice cast from the Fox animated series did voice work on the game, which was an excellent addition which bridged the gap between the game and the TV series. X-Men performed extremely well in both Japan and the US, with Darkstalkers selling just over 24,000 machines and being in the US top 10 best-selling arcades for 1994. And finally, for 94's Versus Crop was Namco's entry into the 3D fighting genre with Tekken, their response to Sega's Virtua Fighter series. The irony being the director of Tekken, Saiichi Ishii, was also the designer for Virtua Fighter and would later go on to create awesome fighting games like Tobal No. 1 and The Bouncer. The original arcade version featured 8 characters to choose from and had one of the most bizarre selection of players you could possibly imagine in one game. It was designed for Namco's System 11 board, which was itself based on the PlayStation hardware, making it an easy port to the popular system later. Namco marketed the board to arcade owners as a much cheaper alternative to buying Sega's expensive Model 2 base replaced Virtua Fighter 2, and the plan worked, and Tekken ended up in countless arcades across the world to the delight of arcade owners. It was the 4th highest arcade grosser in Japan for 95, and the PlayStation version proved even more popular, with the game being the first PS1 game to sell over 1 million units. That epic Sega Namco rivalry was still going strong.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The shoot-'em-up genre was pretty much bulletproof in the 90s, with each year bringing bigger and better games with no end in sight. So let's start off with a look at Gunbird, a vertically scrolling shooter from Seikyo. It borders on a shoot-'em-up with a wacky cast of characters, but delivers some serious shoot-'em-up gameplay. It's a crazy game made up of 7 stages with power-ups and smart bombs, and a strong sense of humor, much like Seikyo's own Samurai Aces. All the characters are trying to get a magic mirror which can grant them their ultimate wish. I never saw this one in the arcade, but eventually played Gunbird 2 on my Sega Dreamcast and enjoyed the heck out of it, even though it offered nothing new to the genre. Darius Gaiden was the return of the classic 80s series, the 5th entry, but 3rd overall for the arcades. Released on Taito's F3 system, which launched in 1992, it was an interchangeable arcade setup similar to Neo Geo's MVS system. They chose Darius to be one of the big games to put on the board to help entice other big companies to develop games for it. The 32-bit arcade board ended up with over 30 games overall made for it. Gaiden kept a lot of the series' staple features and added stuff like smart bombs and the ability to capture and use mid-level bosses for a limited amount of time. The triple screen setup of the previous entries was scrapped as they felt it was a bit too gimmicky at the time and uses a single screen setup instead. There were 27 stages in total, with you given the ability to choose where to go after each stage. You have to protect the planet Darius against an attack of the Belsar Empire as they try to wipe out what's left of humanity from the universe. It delivers all the mech fish blasting action you could possibly hope for, and takes advantage of the F3 arcade board to deliver some impressive graphical effects. The soundtrack is also sublime zuntata at their best, that changes and adapts to the on-screen action. It's my favorite in this long-running series. Echo Fighters was next by Capcom, another entry on their CPS2 board, a horizontal shooter produced by Yoshiki Okamoto. It was a fantastic looking game that employed a rotating gun system and absolutely rocking tunes. The goal of the 7-level shmup is to take out the environmentally corrupt corporation that's polluting every planet it colonizes. It's basically Captain Planet of the arcades, except way better than their clunky trash heap of a cartoon. Visually it's got a strong UN Squadron look, with a bit of anime mixed with Western style visuals, with its gameplay very much like Capcom's 80s classic Forgotten Worlds. And lastly, 2 quick looks at Nebula Ray by Namco, another pretty obscure shooter with a brilliant looking 2D almost 3D look, and a great soundtrack to complement the 6 stages of vertical action. A very cool game that's well worth seeking out. And lastly, Z-Blade by SNK, a horizontal blaster similar in style to their very own Last Resort. Again, a game that didn't offer much new, but not all games really have to. It's solid visuals, pumping soundtrack, and just cool design more than make up for it. The game goes under the way cooler name in Japan of Operation Ragnarok. And finally was the formation of the shoot-'em-up company Cave, formed in June of 1994 in Meguro, Tokyo, Japan. Like mentioned earlier, made up mostly of ex-employees of the now defunct Toplan. They set out to further push the boundaries of bullet hell shooters with their first big game release that came in 1995 called Donpachi, but more on that a little later. And let's hit the tracks again for another strong year of racing action, and start with the big one.
Roaring Star!
Daytona USA by Sega. Even though it was in Japanese arcades in 1993 for many months in test form, its official final version release hit in March of 1994. This was the first game to officially release on Sega's new Model 2 hardware, which allowed texture filtering, texture mapping, and a 60 frames per second rate, with the entire Virtua Racing team on board and Toshihiro Nagoshi on as director and producer, and Yu Suzuki as second producer. Sega's goal was to outperform Namco's Ridge Racer visually and gameplay-wise. NASCAR racing in game form was something new that hadn't really been done on such an epic scale. It offered everything Ridge Racer lacked: simulation yet kind of arcadey controls, multiple camera angles to switch on the fly in real time, and not only one but 3 completely different courses to race on. The game also employs an adaptive difficulty setting which measures how well you race on the first lap, then adjusts the difficulty of the opponent cars accordingly. Sega chose not to get an official NASCAR license because it was going to be too expensive, so instead just made their own teams and cars, which I feel ended up well, not dating the game in any sort of way. The courses are all extremely memorable and exciting to drive on. The graphics are absolutely excellent and still look fantastic almost 30 years later. But that soundtrack by Takanobu Mitsuyoshi is absolutely epic, making Ridge Racer's techno beats fall by the wayside with its big cheesy Sega 80s rock style. Mitsuyoshi is also the guy singing as well, as he wanted to get the vocals in very quickly for the game's release, so had no time to find a real vocalist, which just adds to the game's soundtrack charm. This game blew me away playing it for the first time, especially racing against my friends in linked up cabinet versions. The cabinets themselves ended up costing arcade owners around $40,000 adjusted for inflation, and came in standard twin versions and a deluxe which included a subwoofer and fancier seats. It was a massive moneymaker as expected, staying on the US top 10 chart for the next 5 years, which is insane, and took the #1 spot for 16 months. It also topped the UK charts for 6 months straight in 1994. Sega concluded that a strong emphasis on multiplayer is what made its longevity. It received a sequel in 1998, which we'll look at later, and a third arcade entry in 2016 as Daytona USA 3. Namco were not going to be outdone and fired back with their second Ridge Racer title, Ridge Racer 2. Was it a real sequel though? Not really, but more like an update of the original, no doubt slapped together very quickly to compete with Daytona USA's release. It now allowed multiple players to go against each other in linked cabinet versions, new extra music tracks, and a rear view mirror to be able to see your opponents easier. Its true sequel, Rave Racer, would be released in 1995, and now a new racing series was introduced to arcades in the form of Cruising USA by Midway, with good old arcade veteran Eugene Jarvis as director. It's the first in a long-running arcade racing mold that sends you blasting your way across the USA. It's your typical point-to-point timed racer against opponents as you race your way across the US in locations like the Golden Gate Park, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. The game was supposed to be released on Nintendo's Ultra 64 hardware, the same used for Killer Instinct, which was meant to be the future N64 technology. Many changes later though, it was eventually released on Midway's V-Unit system, which made the intended port to the eventual downgraded N64 a bit of a disaster for Nintendo, as it was meant to be one of their killer app games. The arcade version, however, was an absolute blast to play in typical Midway style. It's completely insane arcade action, anything goes style, separated it from the more realistic tones of Daytona and Ridge Racer, and became one of the USA's top 5 selling arcade games for 1994.
Arcades suddenly had to offer you something that you couldn't get at home, and that meant that they couldn't depend on the power of the machine being as colourful as possible, moving as many sprites around the screen as possible, because you were getting all of that at home. What arcades now had to do was offer you something that was novel, something that you couldn't fit in your house even if you wanted to. So you ended up with these games like Top Skater, where you had this skateboard and these kind of things to hold on to in case you fell off and you'd ride the skateboard. There was one, I can't remember the name of it now, but there was one that had a full bicycle, and the faster you pedaled, the quicker this flying bicycle flew through the sky. You had all the sit-down races like the Sega Rallies and the Daytona USA, sure. You had racing games before that, but you had just weirdness. It was just weird what kept coming to try and attract you down to the arcades. And eventually this kind of morphed into less video gaming and more luck and skill games, where the machine would spit out tickets, basically, and you would take the tickets down to the booth to win a prize, and it became more like a gambling experience than a video gaming experience, because the arcades just couldn't compete.
Even by the midpoint of the decade, 2D was still the dominant arcade format, but that was only due to finances, and most of the mid-range to smaller companies just couldn't afford to make the massive financial leap. The biggest change for me here was that at least 50% of the games covered this year are played for the first time as a home console game. It was a huge percentage leap, and the following year would be way more than that. Smaller companies were dropping like flies, with 1996 being a brutal year for classic Japanese arcade manufacturers as a whole. Technology-wise, for the most part, arcades were still slightly ahead, but the writing was already being composed for the inevitable war.
I think my favourite games back in those days were basically any game that had the word Virtua in it. So Virtua Cop, Virtua Fighter, Virtua Racer, Virtua blah blah blah. I was a big fan of those games. And some people think it's a bias because I'm an ex-Sega employee. The main reason for it was I remember watching a film clip back in the 80s by Dire Straits, which was Money for Nothing. And the animation and graphics in that were just amazing for the time, but I thought, I could never imagine a video game using that technique. Well, here we were 10 years later, and the graphics looked sharper, crisper, smoother. It was just glorious. So that's what made me feel more drawn towards those games.
Namco were back with a big dose of 3D action, besides this first release though, which was the Out Foxies, one of the most original and coolest games of the year, which was an arena-based versus game which you never really saw in arcades, where a bunch of assassins go up against each other with a crazy assortment of weapons to the death. The environments are destructible to a certain degree, adding to the crazy and over-the-top atmosphere. It was no doubt the inspiration for Nintendo's Smash Brothers, which came out 4 years later, and in my personal opinion, it's vastly superior, but was unfortunately completely ignored in arcades upon release, swallowed whole by the glut of the versus genre. Tekken 2 hit the arcades and is a massive improvement over the first title. The graphics took a major upgrade. It had 10 characters now to choose from, with a host of unlockable ones as well, and the speed of the game was way faster than before. The game again was running on Namco's cheap PlayStation System 11 board, which was its big selling point, being very cheap for arcade owners. Visually, it's extremely rough around the edges compared to Sega's crisp Virtua Fighter 2, but in the end money talks, and it ended up selling 40,000 arcade cabinets by 1996, making it one of the biggest grossing arcades in Japan for that year, and cemented the franchise as a staple of Namco's lineup indefinitely. We also got the true sequel to Ridge Racer with Rave Racer, running on Namco's System 22 hardware. Where Ridge 2 was merely a mod of the first game, this is a whole new game unto itself, featuring 4 tracks, 2 new and 2 of the originals, force feedback in the steering wheel, giving the game a much more realistic feel, and the ability to switch to an outside third-person view, plus more pumping Eurotrash techno tracks. It went straight to #1 in Japan for its September 95 release. Time Crisis was next, an absolute monster of a light gun game upon release. I used to see this game everywhere in every single arcade. Like Virtua Cop, it's a 3D on-rail shooter with a big addition of a foot pedal on the machine, allowing you to press it, making your character take cover and reload, giving it a much more tactical aspect to gameplay as opposed to simple speed reaction style. It had 3 massive chaotic stages with boss encounters, and each section is timed, making sure you can't simply hide under cover forever. And the arcade gun had an awesome recoil mechanic every time you fired, which was super satisfying. It was a another smash for Namco, being the most successful arcade by April of '96, and was praised by the press for the inventive use of the foot pedal to immerse the player deeper into an on-rails game which was known for its simplistic gameplay style. And another new franchise also started here with the release of Soul Edge, or Soul Blade depending on where you lived, and was a 3D weapons-based versus game, initially designed as an experiment with a Tekken engine to test out new gameplay styles. It morphed eventually into Soul Edge. The story revolves around a mysterious sword that holds unlimited power to anyone using it. Some characters wanted to destroy it and others wanted to claim it. Sidestepping, massive combo attacks, and the ability for ring out set it apart from merely being Tekken with weapons. Overall, it achieved moderate success in Japan, nowhere near Tekken's level, but overseas it was way more popular, being in the top 5 in the US for '96, and was one of the first slew of PS1 titles I got for my system, and was enamored with the whole experience. And over to Sega with a few quick looks first, starting with Indy 500, an IndyCar racer from Sega's AM1 division running on Model 2 hardware. It was an IndyCar racer that Sega hoped would be as popular as Daytona, but that simply didn't happen. It was made by the same team that did Wing War, which itself was a bit of an obscure arcade game. The combination of Daytona's continued popularity, the release of Rave Racer, and the appearance of another Sega racer we're going to look at shortly made Indy 500 a quickly forgotten game. Virtua Cop 2, on the other hand, was a massive hit, carrying on the light gun action with more over-the-top action, car chases, and more destructible environments, plus being able to choose certain paths at certain points. This AM2 developed game delivered everything you could want and raked in the profits for Sega. Gunblade New York was staying on the light gun trend, with you taking the role of a gunner on board a helicopter as you try to save New York from a robot terrorist invasion. This AM3 developed game featured 8 big stages and delivered pulse-pounding action with those massive machine guns, and was something you just had to play in the arcades. It was a big hit in Japan and the US, and spawned a sequel, LA Machine Guns, in 1998. And the last of the quick looks was Cool Riders, a sort of spin-off or sequel to Outrunners by AM1, using the same crazy racing formula and style, except on motorbikes instead of cars, as you raced your way across the US. It's more cool, crazy racing action with excellent tunes by Hiroshi Kawaguchi, and was another obscure arcade game that I honestly never saw anywhere during this period, even though I saw Outrunners all over the place. And now on to a new series called Fighting Vipers by AM2, a versus fighting game that was aimed at a US audience, featuring much more wacky characters than Virtua Fighter, US settings for stages, and no ring outs unlike Virtua Fighter, with each stage being an enclosed arena. However, a powerful strike can send you flying out of the ring. It also featured an armor system which wears down during fights, lowering your defenses. It's a pretty unique and very cool 3D fighting game that ironically did way better in Japan arcades and kind of got overlooked in the US, its target audience. I played this Sega Saturn version a lot, and the conversion was done by AM2 themselves and is quite excellent. It also received an arcade sequel in 1998 which was ported to the Dreamcast. Manx TT Superbike was a big chunky motorbike racer on Sega's Model 2 board and was based on the Isle of Man TT race. The arcade featured full-scale bikes to sit down on hang-on style as you blasted through the 2 courses on display. It was Sega doing what they did best, giving you a big Tycoon experience combined with a blisteringly fast multiplayer racer, and it was a big hit worldwide. And lastly was Sega Rally Championship, which came out at the end of '94, but I wanted to include it in this lineup, and it was developed by AM3. It was less arcadey than the usual Sega fare, with a little bit more realistic Ridge Racer tone, simulating rally racing across a number of different terrains from dirt, tar and gravel. It was the first racing game to incorporate different handling according to the driving surface. The game was directed by Kenji Sasaki, who after developing Ridge Racer for Namco, joined Sega full-time and would go on to working on a host of great games in many capacities, such as Sega Touring Car, Star Wars Trilogy Arcade, and Cosmic Smash, amongst many more. Takanobu Mitsuyoshi was also on board for sound, giving the excellent sound effects and rocking tunes he did so well in Daytona, USA. You had 3 main tracks, desert, forest and mountain, and if you managed to finish in first place after all 3, you got to go to the extra track, Lakeside. It was another gold standard racing game that ignited the 3D rally genre in the home console market, and went on to being the second highest grossing arcade in Japan for 1995, and in the top 5 highest selling arcades in the US for 95 as well, with the Saturn version selling a brisk 1.2 million copies.
But I think top of the list for me in the 90s the game that we really loved playing was Winner Stays On, games of Point Blank.
Like the odd light gun game as well. Obviously when Time Crisis came out and Point Blank and all those type of games.
And that was a classic light gun shooting game, but the nice thing about it was it wasn't trying to be anything other than stupid cartoonish fun.
House of the Dead, House of the Dead 2 and all that. You know, these were must-have plays. When you went to the arcades, it wasn't just about, you know, showing off how good you were. These were social gatherings, you know, with other people that were there. They wouldn't have been there if they weren't interested in playing these games. So it was an amazing experience to me.
You had other light gun games in the 90s, like you had Lethal Enforcers, which was trying to be super hyper realistic with all the digitized sprites. And you had Mad Dog McCree, which was kind of a hangover from the 80s with those Laserdisc games. And the kind of linear gameplay of that, I didn't get on with that, and it was stupidly expensive to play.
People you've never met before with the same shared interest as you, and then, you know, I never had a problem, you know, popping in a credit with somebody that's playing it and then doing a duel, co-op with a complete stranger.
So Point Blank, that was the game that we used to play at college. Whoever won the game stayed on, and we could always get through the entire game on one credit. You got a lot of game for your money with Point Blank.
Something you don't get these days. I know online gaming, you know, voice over your earphone, but it's not the same as physically being there with somebody. You know, when you do a super cool move, they don't, you know, and you sort of look at them to say, you know, how could you mess that up? Them moments are absolutely priceless.
And now a quick rapid fire roundup of Arcade's randoms with Strikers 1945 by Secure, the first in the Strikers vertically scrolling shooter series. It's extremely fun, although cliche, with weapon upgrades, a charge shot and smart bombs. Nothing new here to offer except good old solid gameplay for genre fans. Backfire by Daddy East was another asymmetric rally racer that every company at the time was pumping out. Great graphics and sound, although I always felt the car was simply a little bit too big, not giving you enough room to play. Still an interesting racer to try out. The Kung Fu Master Jackie Chan was a crazy digitized versus game from Kaneko, their last game released before bankruptcy. It's a demented mix of Mortal Kombat and an SNK fighter. An updated version was released later that year, which allowed you to select Jackie Chan as a playable character as opposed to him only being an opponent. This is 90s fighter game cheese and I absolutely love it. Galaxy Fight from Sunsoft was released on the MVS and is an excellent underrated versus slugfest with detailed sprite scaling around madly with a zoom effect from the art of fighting and features a science fiction theme with fighters from across the universe. A nice hidden gem fighter. Area 51 is a light gun blaster centered around the famous Area 51 with a mix of silicone graphics and FMV for a weird, unique blend of graphic styles. It's a fun light gun shooter that's a riot to play in 2-player mode. Double Dragon by Technos was released on the MVS and is a versus fighter supposedly based on the Double Dragon film at the time, but clearly it was made long before that, and simply renamed that because there's almost no connection besides some dodgy FMV clips. Still, it's a competent versus game with chunky colourful graphics and sound, and was one of the last arcade games released by Technos. Pulsar was a horizontal shooter published by SNK and worked on by former RM employees, hence the game's similarity to R-Type. The graphics and sound are extremely impressive and is a great alternative to their classic RM title. It was followed by a sequel in 1998 called Blazing Star. Next was Game Tengoku, the Game Paradise by Jalico, a vertically scrolling shooter that, like Konami's Parodia series, is a straight-up parody of shoot-'em-ups, featuring tons of Jalico characters from various shooters in this fantastic tongue-in-cheek shoot-'em-up romp. And finally was Don Pachi, published by Atlas in the arcade and developed by Cave, their first game release. And damn, what a way to make a debut. It was one of the first true bullet hell games next to Batsugun, and is an amazing example of vertical shoot-'em-up action, visually gorgeous with rocking tunes and sound effects. It didn't set the arcade world on fire in any region, and was considered by Cave staff to be a bit of a disappointing game, although in retrospect it's gained a big cult classic following, and is now an important part of bullet hell history.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Capcom continued their 2D dominance over everyone else, milking the CPS2 for all it's worth, and pretty much ignoring the 3D trend for now anyway. Let's start with two quick looks with Mega Man The Power Battle, Mega Man's first arcade title, and it was basically a boss rush mode of the regular Mega Man games, going up against bosses versus style with yourself or with a friend in tow. It's pure fan service. You'll probably only really enjoy it if you're a hardcore Mega Man fan. It was followed by a sequel in 1996, and we also got a sequel to Night Warriors called Darkstalker's Revenge, which added a couple of new characters, allowed chain combos, and specials could now be stacked up instead of diminishing if not used. Capcom's immaculate 2D animation is on full display here with improved gameplay and great tunes plus oodles of atmosphere. It went straight to the number 2 slot in April of 95 in Japan. Cyberbot's Full Metal Madness was next, a versus fighter and a spin-off of 94's Armored Warriors. It's a fun, interesting fighting game with multiple mech pilots and mechs to choose from. Different combinations make different variations of the machines. That adds to the variety in the gameplay. All Capcom tropes are here with Street Fighter style moves and specials, with each character having their own storylines to follow as well between the matches. The game was aimed at a Japanese market and got very limited international distribution, officially anyway, making it a bit obscure to Western audiences. Marvel Superheroes continues Capcom's Marvel Comics license and throws a bevy of famous characters into the X-Men Children of the Atom Engine versus style. The plot is loosely based on the comic book Infinity Gauntlet, with everyone trying to get the gems to stop Thanos from taking over the universe. It retains all of X-Men's main gameplay, with the big addition of the Infinity Stones dropping into the ring if certain criteria is reached. Using these boosts your powers temporarily. It features a large selection of favorite characters from Spider-Man to Captain America and is an absolute blast to play, and was the final stepping stone to Capcom's next massive Versus series that would start up in 1996. A new spin-off of the Street Fighter series was also introduced with Street Fighter Alpha or Zero in Japan. The game is a direct sequel to the original 80s Street Fighter, thus the characters are all younger versions of themselves, and uses the excellent newer cartoony X-Men and Darkstalkers graphic style. Lots of new features were introduced, like multiple levels to specials which could be performed, air blocking, and special counters that sap one level of your special if used. It featured all your favorite characters, plus some from Final Fight like Guy and Sodom. It was a fresh revamp of the series, and I personally loved it. And to think the entire game was made in a mere 6 months, which is absolutely crazy. It went on to be the second biggest arcade in Japan for 95, just behind Virtua Fighter 2, and was followed by 2 sequels in 96 and 98. And the final game from Capcom was Street Fighter the Movie, based on the cheese-tastic 1994 live-action Street Fighter movie.
Any other new business?
The game is basically this franchise with Mortal Kombat style digitized graphics, with almost the entire movie cast coming back to shoot animation for the game. It was put together by American software company Incredible Technologies with little input from Capcom themselves. It featured all characters from the movie and set pieces.
This is the collection agency, Bison. Your ass is 6 months overdue. And it's mine.
And actually plays extremely well, even though public opinion will tell you the otherwise. Air juggling and combos are much more emphasized in this version, and besides it looking like Mortal Kombat, it was still Street Fighter through and through gameplay-wise, and is honestly a fun, cheesy entry in the series, and was a reasonable success in the arcades in both Japan and North America.
You have made me a happy man.
Next, I'll make you a dead one. Yeah!
The game's output for the rest of the arcade developers was significantly less this year. Of course, this is simply a sampling and not everything, but the big three, Capcom, Sega, and Namco, were just crushing everyone else in terms of popularity and output, leaving these guys as secondary players with only 1/4 left. SNK were putting 90% of their resources into the Versus genre, becoming one of the most recognizable names in the fighting style as they pumped out the sequels. Fatal Fury 3 Road to the Final Victory was the true third part of the series, but the fourth Fatal game, with Fatal Fury Special simply being an update of number 2. Fatal 3 introduced some new techniques, with 3 planes to jump between, being able to block attacks mid-air, and a host of new specials, a grading system after matches showing how skilled you are. And that in turn determines how strong the final opponent will be, based on your skill level. All the favorite characters are back, including the Bogard brothers, Mai Shiranui, and good old Geese Howard. It hit the number 2 arcade spot on release in Japan and is an awesome addition to the series. The King of Fighters started its sequel bandwagon with the release of 95, my personal favorite of the 90s franchise. The biggest changes for gameplay was the ability to edit teams now to make your own trio of fighters instead of the country-based teams from 94. I enjoyed the heck out of the sequel, admittedly playing my 4 meg RAM card version on my Saturn to death, which is practically arcade perfect. I wasn't the only one to enjoy it apparently, with Western magazine publishers like Computer and Video Games calling it arguably the greatest 2D fighting game ever, and EGM awarding it Best Neo Geo release of 95. Samurai Showdown 3 also was released, with the series taking a more darker, serious tone, with a complete graphics overhaul and slowing down the gameplay to feel more tactical than even before. You can also select the type of fighting style you prefer, each coming with its own complete different selection of moves and various other tweaks. This game is just oozing with atmosphere and style, and I feel the series really got its identity here and is significantly different from all other Versus games of the time. And their last big fighter for the year hit in December in Japan with Real Bout Fatal Fury, which is the 5th entry in the series. It brought tons of new moves, kept the 3 playing level style of Part 3, and a host of other features, but the best addition for me was the ability to ring out an opponent Virtua Fighter style by smashing them against a level barrier multiple times.
SNK.
Konami were laying low arcade-wise, no doubt preoccupied with the large amounts of console games they were releasing at the time. A couple of fun arcade releases emerged though, with Crypt Killer, an on-rails light gun shooter with a unique Egyptian tomb raiding feel that mixes 3D polygon graphics and traditional 2D sprite scaling. Tons of cool weapons were available, from shotguns and grenade launchers, and multiple paths to choose at certain sections. Like all light gun romps, it's best played with a friend, and it's best to avoid the mediocre home ports, which, like Revolution X, have given this game a bit of a bad name. Twinbee Yahoo was the last arcade Twinbee release, and remained a Japan-exclusive arcade. There were a lot of attempts to make this entry easier for most people to play, with multiple difficulties, and just general toned-down difficulty overall, which made it a lot easier to play, compared to the usual unforgiving nature of the prequels. All the funky music, exevious gameplay, and colourful anime-inspired visuals make it another excellent entry and my personal favourite of all the arcade releases. Taito were all about sequels like SNK, with the release of the fantastic Twin Cobra 2 developed by Takumi, one of the Toplan offshoots, and published by Taito, and is the sequel to 1987's Twin Cobra. The game started development in 94 while Toplan was disintegrating, and was finished in the new Takumi Studios. It's a 6-level helicopter vertical scrolling shooter with great graphics and a cool zoom effect that takes you into the background to continue levels, and some cool boss encounters, and was released on Taito's F3 board. And another game running on the F3 system board was Space Invaders 95 Attack of the Lunar Loonies, which is a super fun parody style Space Invaders update, similar to some of the previous updates to this series, but way more over the top than before, with beautiful 2D graphics, boss encounters, and the most sugar-coated cute-em-up gameplay to hit arcades since the release of Bubble Symphony. And finally was Midway with the 3rd Mortal Kombat game, and to be perfectly honest, this was where my interest in the original series ended. I'm not saying it's a bad game, in fact a lot of people really loved it, but for me the formula had just run out of steam at this point. There's not much new yet, just more of the same, on just a bigger level. And yeah, you could say that about pretty much any sequel to be honest, but the game was nevertheless crazy popular, and introduced a run button to get to characters fast, and the stupidity that is animality finishes. And you thought Baybilities were dumb. I don't hate this game at all. Actually, I played it quite a lot on the Mega Drive. I guess the wow factor had just kind of worn off at that point, and I avoided the series for a very long time after that, until at least the 2000s. But my favorite Midway game of the year by far was WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game, based on wrestling's biggest company at the time. I was a huge wrestling fan when this game was released, so the timing could not be more perfect. It employed Midway's Mortal Kombat graphics, digitized sanitized style with the usual over-the-top antics that made not only wrestling but midway games so damn appealing. It's a bizarre mix of wrestlers, even for back then, but it still had some of the heavy hitters like the Heartbreak Kid, Bret Hart, and The Undertaker, amongst more with 8 in total. Side commentary was provided by Vince McMahon and Jerry the King Lawler, who I actually got to meet a few years ago. The gameplay is very much in the Mortal Kombat mode with quick combos and specials filling out the action. This was another game where after playing it in the arcades, I just had to get the Saturn version, which felt like almost an arcade perfect conversion for us back then. It hit the US arcade scene at the number 3 spot and was extremely popular like Midway's other franchises of the time.
I'm an asshole with a noose. Get up! You make me sick! Get up! Now, I don't want to shoot you in the back. Turn around! I said turn around! As an agent of the United States government, I am ordering you to turn around!
As we flip into the second half of the decade, a bevy of classic Japanese arcade manufacturers who'd been around for decades all started to fold, one after another. Technos, the kings of the scrolling beat-em-up, ended their 15-year arcade run by filing for bankruptcy. The last few arcade games were published through SNK on their MVS system. Data East closed their US offices in 1996 as well. The innovators of the versus genre were almost done, with their Japanese division pulling out of arcades entirely in 1998 due to massive debt, reportedly over 3.3 billion yen's worth, with 1999 ceasing all game productions altogether. And lastly, Taito, who didn't fold per se but were forced to shut down Taito America in 1996 and Taito Europe in 1998. Their arcade division still continued at a much lower capacity, but they were eventually bought out and absorbed into Square Enix in 2005. Many other smaller companies started falling by the wayside, and I personally remember a couple of my favorite arcades I used to frequent as a kid just suddenly disappearing overnight. The rise of consoles and more powerful PCs offering new types of experiences with almost the same quality hit the industry hard. It never managed to recover.
Because the arcades just couldn't compete. How could you when you had the PlayStation and the Sega Saturn? And PCs were getting more and more powerful as things like the 3DFX video cards came along and offered them 3D acceleration. Why would you go down to the arcades anymore? And I watched this play out in real time, and it was sad because suddenly after the PlayStation, the games that were in the arcades, they rotated much less quickly. We got fewer and fewer new arcade games because the ones that came in, they were so big and weird that they cost the arcade owners a huge amount of money to buy them. So they couldn't buy or rent as many arcade machines at once. Just fewer games in general were coming out. And so we started to see the games get older and older and longer in the tooth in the arcades. And it was a sad decline. It really was.
SNK's MVS system was no longer the technical marvel it was back in 1990. The now 6-year-old arcade system had been surpassed 2D-wise by Capcom's CPS2, but that didn't stop the system's continued popularity and low cost to arcade owners, and although the hardware would be discontinued officially in 1997, games continued to be released until almost the mid-2000s, with many more homebrews released later. So let's start with a few of 96's quick looks, with some of the sequels like The Art of Fighting 3, The Path of the Warrior, a massive visual upgrade to this Versus series, with staple characters Ryo and Robert returning, but the rest being mostly new. The animation in this game is absolutely phenomenal, as SNK for the first time used motion capture to animate the characters. The game wasn't as well received in the press, with unoriginality and unbalanced gameplay being the biggest complaints. The MVS system was definitely starting to show its age in this genre. Neo Drift Out New Technology was another entry by Visco in this isometric rally series. It delivered the same fast-paced gameplay, standard visuals, and nice sound effects, but was basically the same game they had made before on the MVS multiple times. Overtopped by ADK was also another isometric racer, with a bit more variety this time in the cars, weather conditions, shortcuts, but was also met with a mixed reaction and fanfare. The isometric racer would never be as popular as it once was. Samurai Showdown 4 was also released and was another big arcade hit with exceptional 2D graphics and stages, and additions like a suicide move that if you were losing in a round you could actually kill yourself, with the advantage of the next round having a full power gauge upon starting, giving you the upper hand. Many other additions are here, and the game would be considered another high point in the series. Waku Waku 7 by Sunsoft hit the MVS with a fresh look and style to the versus genre, with 7 wacky cartoony characters with outrageous movesets. It's like a more crazy version of Sunsoft's previous fighter, the excellent Galaxy Fight, with the 7 characters trying to collect the 7 legendary Waku Waku balls, which grants a person's wish if you get them all together. The characters are all parodies of famous Japanese pop culture characters from games, manga and anime, and it's pretty blatant who they're referencing. It was met with really positive reviews upon release. Twinkle Star Sprites by ADK was their last MVS release, and it's a cross between a shooter puzzle game versus style. It's pretty unique in all respects. The more stuff you blast on the one side of the screen in combos you do, the more appears on the other player's side, and that's putting it in simple terms. It's a total rush playing against a friend with its wacky visuals and infectious music score. I did a review of the excellent Sega Saturn version on my series Import City if you want to know more about this game. And finally, the 2 best SNK releases of the year, both by Nazca Corporation, with the excellent golf game Neo Turf Masters and the run and gun classic Metal Slug. Neo Turf Masters is by far my personal favorite golf arcade game. Most people will probably reference one of the Golden Tee games, which are great, but the kind of fast-paced, more fun nature and completely unrealistic courses make Neo Turf just way more enjoyable to play, with 4 different courses from across the world and 6 different players, each having a particular added skill that they are better at, such as driving or putting for example, and the overall graphics, presentation and sound make this just perfect to play in single player or in stroke play against a friend. But the big one for SNK this year was Metal Slug, probably the most well-known and beloved arcade run and gun game and series the arcades ever saw.
Metal Slug is absolute king. Frantic button mashing and huge boss enemies, all with an added humor element. That just makes Metal Slug a must for any run and gun fan. My son and I run through these series of games at least once a year, and all of them are absolute gems.
You play a member of a strike force that's trying to stop a new world order and rescue a bunch of POWs. Like mentioned previously, all the former RM staff that worked on hits like In the Hunt and Gunforce 2 helped out with this classic. It throws 6 big run and gun platform levels at you, with every weapon under the sun made available for mass destruction of not only the enemies but most of the backgrounds as well. You also get to access multiple vehicles along the way, with the tank being the most fun to use. The game's sense of humor is on display all over the place, adding to its charm, and even though you're murdering thousands of people, it comes off as light-hearted entertainment. Not something you can really say about many run and guns. The 2D pixel art is absolute perfection, some of the best in any video game, with some of the coolest sound effects amping up the action tenfold. It did well in Japan upon release, but was absolutely massive in the US market, and ranked out in the top 10 money earners for '96, which is really not bad for 6-year-old arcade technology, which in gaming terms is relic status. The genre that really sucked me in was probably versus fighting games, especially in the arcades. Light gun games were a very, very close second, especially those American laser games and Terminator 2 and stuff like that. But I think versus fighting games, SNK just knew how to make those. The Fatal Fury, Art of Fighting, World Heroes, King of the Fighters, absolute gems. Capcom was just knocking it out of the park. They made their best fighting games in the 90s, Marvel vs. Capcom, and just pretty much everything. They just could not do anything wrong when it came to fighting games. They just took a huge leap forward, and I think that whole genre really became its own thing during the 90s, Mortal Kombat, everything else. And it was really amazing just to play random people, you know, when you went to the arcade that you didn't know and you just started fighting them. You had no idea whether they were skilled or not. It was always like this kind of, you know, you're sweating before you put in the coin, and you were like, am I going to waste my money here, or am I going to kill this guy? And it was really fun. I mean, I guess you could compare that to online gaming now. You don't know who you're playing, but it's not really the same thing. That's some random person out there that you've never met, this random person you've never met, but he's standing right next to you, and you don't know. It's like I had instances when you were playing a fighting game where the guy got really mad and punched the screen, or like started turning to you and saying I'm cheating, which is impossible in the arcade. You just played the game, and some people take it hard. It was like a crazy experience. Some guys would be smoking with one hand while they were playing. It's just like crazy. The arcades were crazy in those days. But I think the versus fighting genre was my favorite of the 90s. Sega went all out on 3D this year, wiping the floor against rivals, delivering an absolute blitzkrieg of classic arcade games. A lot of these I played as Saturn games first, or only really, and thinking back to the cost of these new 3D arcades, and South Africa where I used to live, was definitely starting to lag behind, as I can only imagine arcade operators just couldn't afford to buy these games anymore. A lot of the ones we're going to look at, like Scud Race, Virtua Fighter 3 and Lost Bronx, are all played at a Sega GameWorks in Seattle in 1998 when I moved to Canada. These big massive amusement centers were becoming the last places to actually play these massive expensive machines. Your local mom and pop arcade were never going to go further than NBS at this point, before disappearing for good, more than likely. And on that depressing note, let's check out a couple of quick looks here with Virtua Fighter 3, Sega's first game to run on their next-gen Model 3 hardware. Headed up again by Yu Suzuki, it's another masterwork of a fighting game with visuals that obliterate all other 3D competition at the time, coupled with the awesome element of the interactive stage design, like fighting upstairs or on a slanted roof or even on a floating raft with all the water physics. It was pretty amazing. My favorite element was the inclusion of the dodge move, giving you a chance to avoid a fatal hit and follow it up with a counter. It really added a whole new level to Virtua's gameplay. It also included 2 new characters, with Aoi being a jiu-jitsu master and Taka being a sumo wrestler. The game again was a massive arcade hit, becoming Japan's highest grosser for 1997 and selling over 30,000 arcade machines by the end of 1997 worldwide. Another versus game also hit called Lost Bronx by AM3, running off the older Model 2 hardware. It was a weapons-based 3D fighter set in an alternate gang-populated Tokyo. It featured extremely fast-paced combo-style gameplay, with weapons such as sais, tonfas, and bokutos, and a whole lot more. It was a much more realistic styled fighter than you usually saw in arcades, and was a really big hit in Japan, its intended audience. It wasn't distributed much outside of the country, making it a pretty high-profile Sega arcade that most people only got to play as a Sega Saturn game, if anything. Virtua One was another Model 2 release and was a cool-as-hell robot arena-styled versus game, picking your robot and smashing and shooting your way to victory over the best of 3 rounds. Laser swords, cannons, bombs, melee attacks, everything was here. It was a combination of fighter as well as a long-range shooter of sorts, all being played on awesome twin-stick controls. It was listed as the most successful arcade release in March of '96 in Japan. The House of the Dead was next, a horror-themed light gun splatterfest from AM1, being heavily influenced by Western B-movies and zombie movies in particular. House was as close as you could get to back then of going up against a real zombie, with its gory splatter effects and monsters, creepy environments, and laugh-out-loud B-movie voiceover acting, although that part was clearly unintentional. The game is cited alongside Resident Evil as kicking off the whole zombie renaissance in movies and pop culture, so I guess Sega is partly responsible for the 700 seasons of The Walking Dead available on Netflix. You're a secret agent in the game that has to stop a mad scientist from conducting his mental experiments and rescue a whole bunch of hostages, and literally blast anything else that moves. Even though it's on rails, by not saving certain hostages will send the game down different paths, with 3 different endings based on your overall score ranking. The game took almost a year and a half to make and was running on a modified Virtua Cop 2 engine. They also anticipated the violence may be an issue in some parts of the world, so the machine was able to switch blood color for arcade operators in case they felt the presence of an all-knowing Karen in their establishment. It was a major hit on all sides of the world, becoming Japan's biggest money earner in 1998, and by the end of that year it had sold almost 10,000 arcade machines worldwide. Next was Die Hard Arcade, a big crazy 3D beat-em-up based loosely, and I mean really loosely, on the original Die Hard movie. Sega managed to get the rights from Fox for a game and wanted to use up their leftover STV arcade boards they still had, so together with AM1 and their US-based Sega Technical Institute, the game was put into motion. The game's plot keeps the fight your way up the building aspect of the movie, but everything else is made up, like John McClane has been sent to save the president's daughter from a bunch of terrorists. This game is an absolute riot in all the best ways. The multiple gameplay styles, like the crazy arena beat-em-up areas filled with weapons and destructible environments, the over-the-top bosses and fun quick-time events that break up the gameplay. This is honestly how licensed games should be made. Keep a familiarity with the franchise, of course, and make everything else up. Because movies and games are two completely different beasts, game designers still don't understand this basic concept. The die-hard aspects were taken out of the game completely for its Japanese release due to Sega not having the game rights in Japan. Hence the game is called Dynamite Decca, or Dynamite Detective in English. It hit the number 2 spot in Japanese arcades for its August release and was Sega's most successful US produced arcade game up until that point. And it also has an absolutely flawless Saturn version, which was made simultaneously with the arcade since it was STV based. And lastly from Sega was Scud Race, an amazing arcade racing game that was another showcase for their new Model 3 hardware. Toshihiro Nagashi was back for another winner, having previously worked on racing classics Virtua Racing and Daytona USA. The game was based on the BPR Global GT, a sports car racing series that was popular from 94 to 96. The game featured 4 different courses, both night and day environments, and came in twin cabinet forms and the ability to link up 8 players for a massive multiplayer action. This was another one of those games that I played for the first time at the Seattle Gameworks and was blown away by it, even though I was playing it about a year and a half afterwards in 1998. The graphics still made everything else look like an absolute joke at the time. The game was renamed Sega Super GT for its North American release, and this game honestly still makes most modern racers look like cheap imitations, and considering it was made roughly 27 years ago as of making this, that's a pretty amazing feat. And now for a quick round of rapid fire randoms with Super GT 24-hour by Jalico running off Sega's Model 2 hardware. A pretty good racing game with the unique ability of the cars actually taking damage during the race. It manages to be a pretty good clone combination of Sega's Indy 500 and Namco's Ridge Racer. Stormblade by Visco, a vertically scrolling shooter which feels like a spiritual successor to Capcom's UN Squadron, only vertical. It has excellent graphics and music and is a brilliant shooter fest. Sengoku Blade by Sekiro was a sequel to Sengoku Ace and is another great shmup from the company, featuring horizontal Japanese fantasy setting with giant steampunk styled robots, of course. Another Sekiro gem, and it's also known as Tengai outside of Japan. Dead or Alive by Tecmo was the first in the long-running 3D fighting series, running on Sega's Model 2 hardware, and is probably the most blatant clone game ever made, copying Virtua Fighter 2 right down to some of the exact same animations. Despite all that, the voluptuous female characters and tight gameplay won the day, and it was a massive success and helped save Tecmo from bankruptcy, with a $9 million profit by the end of 1996. And lastly was Osman by Mitchell Corporation, which is pretty much the real sequel to Capcom's Strada, unofficially of course, with many ex-Capcom employees heading up this excellent side-scrolling action platform game. It featured the same slicing and climbing action as Strada, and how they didn't manage to get sued by Capcom is anyone's guess. Capcom were mostly sticking to what they knew best, while they started dipping their toes into 3D arcade releases. But let's first check out a few sequel quick looks first, and start with 19XX, The War Against Destiny, another entry in the 1940 series of shooters, now running on CPS-2 technology. It's set in an alternate universe where you have to stop a world war from taking place. It offers absolutely nothing new per se, but who really cares when the visual, sound and gameplay are just so damn perfect. Dungeons & Dragons Shadow over Mystara, an excellent sequel to Towers of Doom. It's more light RPG scrolling beat 'em up style gameplay with improved visuals, more weapons and spells, branching paths and different endings. It was very popular and well received, but just didn't do the business scrolling beat 'em ups used to do, making it one of the last few in the genre that Capcom ever released in the arcades. And we also got a sequel to Street Fighter Alpha with Alpha 2, my personal favorite Street Fighter game still to this day. This is a slick as hell well-made gem with excellent graphics, music and gameplay that is just perfect in all aspects. This and Capcom's later Street Fighter 3 could not be beat, and this still stands the test of time as the best that ever came out of this Versus series, at least in my opinion. And now on over to some new franchises, all Versus beat 'em ups, because you know, this is Capcom. Red Earth was the first new Versus game and also the first new game running on their CPS-3 hardware. It had a fantasy alternate reality vibe, with the main gameplay being the traditional Street Fighter mold, with a few interesting additions like the character upgrade system, where as you win matches and collect items that fall from characters after being hit, you can increase multiple tributes of your own character and gain new moves, with Capcom also providing a password system allowing you to continue with whatever upgraded level your character reached. It was clearly Capcom trying to bring more console and computer style depth to generally shallow arcade experiences, but it didn't help and the game came and went from arcades in a heartbeat, which is a shame because it's actually a fantastic fighting game, and hence no sequels were ever made. X-Men vs Street Fighter was the start of Capcom's Monster Versus series, pitting various franchises against each other Versus style. It combined the best elements of Street Fighter gameplay mixed with the more over-the-top air-juggling combo madness of the Marvel fighters like Children of the Atom or Marvel superheroes. The graphics took on the X-Men style, being colorful and cartoony, and it's amazing how well the Street Fighter characters are all adapted so well to work in this more insanely manic gameplay style. Massive over-the-top powers, gorgeous stage design, thumping music and sound effects, tag team gameplay, and a massive 17 playable character roster made it a dream come true for fans of both franchises. It went straight to the #1 slot in Japanese arcades but didn't have the same impact in the US market initially, but slowly gained momentum and word of mouth and clawed its way up to the top spot after a few months, which was pretty unusual for arcade releases. It would receive its first sequel in 1997 in the form of Marvel Superheroes vs Street Fighter. And lastly from Capcom was a jump into the world of 3D fighters with the release of Street Fighter EX, made by Eureka and published by Capcom. For the most part, it played like a game from the Alpha series with 3D graphics. Its cast of characters, however, were mostly all new, giving the series a whole slew of strange new freaks to master. I mean, who doesn't like Skullomania? Come on, give this guy his own game. It was followed by an arcade upgrade not long after release called EX Plus, fixing bugs and gameplay tweaks and unlocking 4 new characters. It wasn't all that well received as they had hoped, doing decent business in Japan but getting limited or almost no distribution. However, the PlayStation version titled Street Fighter EX Plus Alpha was a big selling game worldwide with over 400,000 copies sold in the first year alone. And that's a game, the version that I played, to death. Never actually seen an arcade version of this game ever. And finally, over to a roundup of the rest of the companies, with Namco giving us Tokyo Wars, a huge 3D style multiplayer tank game, with you going up against opponents on the streets of Tokyo. Cabinets could be linked also for massive multiplayer action with up to 8 players battling it out to see who could outlast each other. It was one of those games you just had to play in the arcades. It went straight to the #1 arcade slot in Japan in January of '97. Namco also had Exevious 3D/G, a vertically scrolling shooter, and another entry in their long-running shoot-'em-up series, with the big difference being that it was now using 3D polygon graphics. They were attempting to bring Exevious to the next generation, running on their System 11 board, and featuring a pumping techno soundtrack by Shinji Hosoe, famous for his Ridge Racer tunes. It featured 7 stages in total and still had the traditional 2-shot gameplay with missiles for ground targets and regular fire for air-based ships, plus the new additional power-ups like a double shot and lasers, bringing the series more up to 90 speed for shoot-'em-ups. Although it didn't perform all that well in the arcades, well below what they were expecting, the PS1 port sold extremely well, and that was actually the version that I played back in the 90s and really enjoyed it. Atari had their first entry in their extremely popular Rush series of games called San Francisco Rush Extreme Racing, a blisteringly fast racing series with 3 tracks centered around San Francisco and California. It was pure arcade multiplayer racing fun. The reason that you still went out of your way to go to the arcades for that rush of adrenaline experience you could only have on one of those big cabinets. The game was developed with Atari using PC 3DFX Voodoo graphics dual chips for the much cheaper cost of a regular arcade machine, which meant cheaper buy-in costs for arcade operators. The game ended up being a smash hit, sales and popularity wise, and saved Atari's arcade division for at least a few more years. Midway had had a whole bunch of sequels and continued entries in popular series such as NBA Hang Time, which was another entry in the NBA Jam series, with the biggest change besides the updated rosters of players was the fact that you could actually custom make your own player and he could be upgraded by winning games. Besides that, lots of extra moves were also added, such as alley-oops and double slam dunks, and is another extremely enjoyable entry in this series even if you're not a sports game fan. Cruising World was the next entry in the cruising racing series. Eugene Jarvis was again the designer of this cool follow-up, which like the name suggests now lets you drive all over the world with everything from Japan, Australia, Africa and everything in between. Tons more cars to choose from, plus the addition of stunts along the way and limited boosting ability. If you like the original, then you'll absolutely love it. Rare also developed a sequel to Killer Instinct, and it was again published through Midway. It's basically more of the same, with 11 characters to choose from, more amped up and over-the-top combos, and the ability to throw characters was added. I remember playing this game once in the arcade exactly like its predecessor and moving on real quick. Its reliance on endless combos just didn't grab my attention. It was however another massive commercial success, although critics were not as kind, saying it was just too much of the same with barely any new features to offer. Konami also had a bunch of cool titles such as GTR Club, Rally Côte d'Azur, the first entry in this racing series, with one of the most notable features allowing you to race in a Mini Cooper, Italian job style. The course was full of shortcuts, giving you the sense of a much more open racing style, with a heavy emphasis on handbrake drifting. This was yet another racing game using cheaper PC hardware to run, and thus reducing production costs significantly. They also had a double dose of shooters, namely Sexy Parodius and Salamander 2. Sexy Parodius was the 5th installment in this Gradius parody series, keeping all the wacky over-the-top antics of the previous installments, and just amping it up with a million Konami characters and vehicle cameos. Excellent horizontal shooting action, easier and more forgiving difficulty compared to any Gradius game. It just puts a big smile on your face with its chunky music, kaleidoscope of color, and just plain demented scenarios. A must-play for any shoot-'em-up lover. And another long overdue sequel was Salamander 2, a direct arcade sequel to the 1987 original, but the third official Salamander game. It featured a very different graphic style and had 6 stages and flips between horizontal and vertical action, in similar style to the rest of the series. The soundtrack is actually extremely good like most Konami shooters, and it managed to achieve moderate success in Japanese arcades at the time, but was nowhere near a big hit. I played this game for the first time on my Japanese Saturn as part of the Salamander Deluxe Pack, and actually never came across it once in any arcade I ever went to. And lastly was Taito, who were starting to wind down their arcade output significantly. Raystorm was another entry in the Ray series of vertically scrolling shoot-'em-ups, with this one jumping into full 3D. You get to choose between 2 different ships and have regular fire and the awesome lock-on mode, launching multiple missiles at all targets on screen for massive visual destruction. It's a very entertaining shooter with great visual flair and a cool soundtrack provided by Taito's trusty house band Zuntata. It jumped right to the top of the arcade slot in Japan for its September release. And lastly was Bubble Memories, the story of Bubble Bobble 3, and is a direct sequel to the excellent Bubble Symphony, which we looked at earlier, although it's definitely not as good. Everything however in the game is dialed back a whole bunch compared to the previous entry, and it seems like it was just rushed out quickly. It features 80 floors to conquer with a few minor gameplay tweaks like the giant charged bubbles, but it was kind of forgettable. It's not a bad game by any means, but I'd highly suggest you just play the excellent original or Bubble Symphony. It made very little impact in Japanese arcades, debuting at number 21 in the charts for its May 96 release.
I sleep with his wife. Jesus Christ, great.
1997 continued the slow decline of arcades, with the scrolling beat-em-up almost completely disappearing, and most new shoot-em-up releases rarely leaving Japanese arcades in any official capacity, plus the overall large downturn in the amount of new machines hitting arcade floors. One new genre that did emerge was the music rhythm game, with Konami's Beatmania, a DJ simulator hitting Japanese arcades and taking them by storm. Japanese gamers couldn't get enough of the simple, addictive gameplay, and Konami would flood the arcades with variations on this formula, with Dance Dance Revolution, Guitar Freaks, Drum Mania, and so much more. It took a year or so for Western audiences to start seeing localized versions of this pop up in your local arcades, but once they did, it was like a second win for many struggling establishments. But was it really enough for the Western arcade survival? The biggest company this year, for me anyways, was the unstoppable 2D force that was Capcom, still forsaking 3D for the most part and plowing ahead into a 2D slapfest. Let's check out a few rapid fires first, with a sequel to X-Men vs Street Fighter called Marvel Superheroes vs Street Fighter. A lot of the X-Men were out, with a varied selection of top-tier Marvel characters from Spider-Man, the Hulk, and Captain America, amongst more. Gameplay is pretty much the same, with 2-on-2 matches and all manner of crazy power-ups, and is another glorious CPS2 release. They also had Vampire Savior, or Darkstalkers 3, the third game in this Versus series. Gameplay was changed up a bit with a 2-bar health system instead of rounds, similar to Midway's Killer Instinct series, and also sports a bunch of new characters, with BB Hood being one of my personal favorites. It jumped into the number 2 spot in June of '97 in Japan, and was well received by fans and critics alike. And on a more light-hearted fighting note, we got Super Gem Fighter Minimech, or as it was called, Pocket Fighter in Japan. It featured tons of super deformed Capcom characters from Street Fighter, Darkstalkers, Red Earth, etc, etc. It combines the standard Street Fighter mechanics with Marvel Superheroes Gem system, where items and gems drop on screen, giving you the chance to power yourself up or regain health, and much more. Another forgotten Capcom diamond in the rough. And now on to the bigger games, with a return to the scrolling beat-em-up, one last big time with the release of Battle Circuit, predominantly a Japanese-only arcade release with a very limited European distribution, making it a hard-to-find arcade to come across in the wild. The cabinet could support up to 4-player simultaneous action, beating up everything on screen, and collecting coins which could be used to upgrade your character at the end of each level. You take the role of futuristic bounty hunters, going after some of the wackiest villains ever to grace any video game. The graphics are pure pixel art gold with cool manga stylings and some excellent electronic beats, and was a great way for Capcom to say goodbye to the genre that served them so well. And one of the few 3D releases this year was the excellent Rival Schools United by Fate, another Versus game with similar gameplay tropes to the Marvel Versus series, with 2-on-2 teams with different high schoolers battling it out against each other on a quest to find out who's been attacking the students at their local school. It's big, loud, crazy fun, with me playing this against friends for hours on end on the excellent PlayStation version. Capcom was so worried that the game would flop due to their limited 3D experience, they added the Street Fighter character Sakura to the roster to ensure some sort of interest in the game. But they didn't really have to worry, as the game went straight to number 1 in Japan for February '98 and received a fantastic sequel called Project Justice in 2000. And finally, Capcom's biggest game of the year was the return of Street Fighter for the big proper sequel in Street Fighter 3 New Generation, a game designed for their new CPS3 hardware, another massive upgrade allowing more elaborate animation and funky jazzy beats. It has mostly a new cast of characters besides staples Ken and Ryu, and putting aside the massive graphical upgrades sporting some of the smoothest 2D animation in any game, there were a number of gameplay additions like the excellent parry system and the addition of super arts, a special moves explosion similar to what is found in the Alpha series of games. Street Fighter 3 is an exceptional fighting game at its best, and ranks in my top 10 Versus games ever made, and is a pure joy to learn and play. And as per usual, it was followed by a bunch of upgraded versions in arcades such as Second Impact and my personal favorite Third Strike, which I played religiously on my Sega Dreamcast. Despite the high production cost, the 2-year programming cycle, the game was only a moderate success in the arcades, selling roughly 10,000 arcade units worldwide, which was another sign of the arcade's slow slide into obscurity.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And now for a few rapid-fire reviews, starting with Maximum Force by Atari, which was a light gun game using the same mix of pre-rendered backgrounds, sprites, and digitized graphics, the same as their Area 51. It didn't offer much new and looked strangely out of date at the time amongst the sea of 3D releases, but it was still another commercial success for Atari, regardless. Dodonpachi was Cave's excellent follow-up bullet hell shooter to Donpachi. 3 more ships and 7 more levels of shoot-em-up bliss make it another brilliant shooter that barely saw the light of day outside of Japan, with again me playing this as a Sega Saturn game as opposed to even ever seeing it in any arcade. Baryon Future Assault made by Semicon, another rocking vertically scrolling shooter with relentless action and massive bullet hell spewing boss encounters. It's pure chaos of the best kind. Shien Ryu by Warashi is the last shooter we're going to have a look at here, running off Sega's STV board, making a Saturn version arrive within months of its release. Lovely parallax scrolling and some awesome weapons and on-screen distraction, just make it another lost shooter that's well worth discovering. Rampage World Tour by Midway was the long-anticipated sequel to 1986's original. It sticks closely with the original's destroy all the buildings and military attacking you, with the addition of taking out labs all over the world, hence the World Tour. It's a great game to play with friends in the big 3-player mode, and the game was never officially released in Japan due to lack of interest, which is kind of ironic going by the subject matter. And finally, for quick looks, was Bloody Raw by Rising, better known for their shoot-em-up games. This was a very cool 3D fighting series that spawned a whole bunch of sequels. The best part is being able to transform into a beast monster for some serious epic smackdowns, and it also sports a really cool cheesy rock soundtrack. I played this game a heck of a lot on my PS1 back in the 90s. Sekiro had a triple threat of what they did best, with 3 distinctly different shoot-em-ups. The first, Strikers 1945-2, is the most traditional of the bunch, and a sequel to the original. It throws another 8 stages of vertical action at you, with a total of 6 planes to choose from. It's just good old-fashioned blasting action, ticking all the right satisfying boxes. It debuted in the number 6 spot in Japanese arcades in November of 1997. Zero Gunner was a bit different, switching up the 2D pixel art for a full 3D game running off Sega's Model 2 arcade board. It puts you in the seat of a helicopter pilot as you travel the world taking out bases of a terrorist organization, with 3 main scenarios being Asia, USA, and Europe, and 3 different helicopters to choose from, to the ability of being able to face your helicopter in any direction, shooting enemies from all sides, plus a cool gun lock-on feature. It was a breath of fresh air and a damn good shooter that ended up spawning an even better sequel in 2001 called Zero Gunner 2. And lastly was the very unique and look and style Soul Divide, a horizontal shooter that mixes Japanese and Greek mythology styles for a take on the shmup genre. You had multiple characters to choose from as you set out to stop a madman from acquiring a power stone. You picked up scrolls from downed enemies giving you different magic spells, as well as each character having a melee attack, and the coolness of the massive boss encounters. They were pretty epic in nature. There was nothing else quite like it at the time in arcades, and it's still a great game well worth your time. This was the year SNK released the new Hyper Neo Geo 64 arcade system, which was meant to take the company into full-on 3D games, as the MVS was starting to show its age up against all the latest games at the time. Unfortunately, it just didn't pan out, and only 7 games were produced for the system, with none of them being particularly popular in arcades on a mass financial scale anyway. We'll only be looking at one of these games, with one of the first releases called Samurai Showdown 64. This was SNK's first 3D fighting game and would be one of 2 entries in the series on the Hyper system. Gameplay was very much the same as before, with the inclusion of now being able to ring your opponent out to gain victory. The game wasn't terrible by any means, it simply just wasn't as fluid or nimble as its 2D predecessors, and it didn't help the fact that the 3D graphics already looked slightly outdated up against Sega and Namco's offerings of the System 12 and Model 3 boards. It was followed by another 3D attempt in 1998, with SNK calling it quits on the board in 1999, failing like so many other companies to make that difficult transition from 2D to 3D. All was not lost, however, as the trusty old MVS just kept on giving, with a couple of fantastic titles like Shock Troopers by Saurus, a throwback to classic top-down running guns. You could play a co-op or alone, plus the team mode allowing you to switch between 3 different characters on the fly across the 7 military-themed levels, and proved that there was still a place for this genre, even though it had completely really died out in arcade form. The other game was Last Blade, a weapons-based fighting game that was seen as the spiritual successor to Samurai Showdown. It was fast and slick and sports gorgeous 2D pixel art and oodles of atmosphere, plus lots of interesting gameplay features such as speed or power, a combo and deflex system. There was a lot of depth to this game. It managed to make its way to the #1 position in Japanese arcades for January of 1998. Arcade-wise, the big shots all seemed to be taking a breather this year, but there were still some significant hits from all of them. Taito had Arkanoid Returns, another entry in this long-running Breakout series, the 4th overall but 3rd arcade game. It's the same basic gameplay with power-ups and more ball-bouncing action over 50 levels. This again feels a little bit lazy to me, like Taito's Bubble Memories, and you could tell the company was desperate for any sort of nostalgia hit again. It's not bad in any way, but it's just more of the same with different graphics and music. G Darius was their other big release, which is an excellent entry yet again in the Darius series, the 4th arcade release and the first to employ full 3D polygon graphics, but still keep the simple 2D gameplay style. With 15 zones overall with the ability to take different paths, fight more giant mech crustaceans of the sea, it's another excellent entry in this series, and I had this on my Japanese PSX back in the day. Sega had a couple of interesting entries with the Lost World Jurassic Park based on the second movie and the sequel to their 1994 light gun release. However, this one was running on their new powerful Model 3 arcade board. This game was made in rapid succession with AM3 only working off the movie script without seeing any actual movie footage. A few months before the release, they received a whole slew of material from the movie and added in a bunch of scenes to tie the whole game together. The game's graphics and atmosphere again put all other light gun shooters to shame with the advanced level of the Model 3 hardware and massive immersive experience of the arcade machine. Sega's other unique entry was Top Skater, a skateboard simulator complete with real board and rails for that authentic skating experience. It ran on Model 2 hardware and was directed by Kenji Kano, who later went on to create Crazy Taxi, as you can tell by the over-the-top characters and heavy use of the band Pennywise's music throughout the game. It wasn't simply about racing from A to B, but also about pulling off tricks along the way, which makes it feel much more authentic to the skating experience. I got to play this beast in South Africa, probably one of the last big massive arcade machines I saw hit up those old arcades, and really enjoyed the heck out of it. It wasn't simply a gimmick, but actually played really well. I also played it at the Seattle GameWorks arcade, where the machine actually made its North American debut. The team at Neversoft, who created Tony Hawk series, were said to have studied this game at a local arcade, where they played it relentlessly, and the design and style definitely comes through in that series. It was a big hit and ended up spawning an arcade sequel in 2001 called Air Tricks. And lastly was Namco with their big follow-up in the Tekken franchise called Tekken 3, a massive upgrade and overhaul of the series, now running on their more expensive System 12 hardware as opposed to the cheaper PS1 based System 11. The graphics took a major boost, as well as the animation, which was now motion captured. It now featured over 20 characters, many new ones also becoming staples of the series going forward. All the characters can now sidestep in a similar fashion to Virtua Fighter 3, and there were other tweaks to combo juggling and a whole lot more. This was the entry in the series that really got me into this fighting series more than 1 or 2. It was slick and played so well, and was a huge upgrade over Part 2. It turned out to be a monster hit for Namco, taking the #1 spot in April 97 in Japan, and was second overall to Virtua Fighter for the biggest money earners of that year. But overall it ended up being more successful internationally, with just over 35,000 arcade units sold by the end of 1997, and the PlayStation version selling just over 1 million copies in its first day of release in Japan alone.
Hot damn! I never rode in a convertible before!
Is that right? Well, I guess you're about ready then, aren't you?
We're your friends. We're not like the others, man. Really.
No more of that talk or I'll put the f***ing leashes on you, understand? Get in.
By 1998, Konami's music rhythm games had invaded most arcades around the world, at least the ones that were still open, with the introduction of Dance Dance Revolution. A whole slew of new gamers invaded local arcades to prove who could bust a move, or a hip if you were already an arcade veteran. Multiple smaller arcade companies again closed up shop, too many to even list here, with the most significant being Saibu Kaihatsu, a veteran Japanese arcade company founded in 1982. They officially are listed listed as filing for bankruptcy, bringing to end a long list of classic games such as Empire City 1931, Dynamite Duke, and of course the entire Raiden shoot-'em-up series. Sega themselves introduced their new arcade board called the Naomi, the cheaper and more user-friendly successor to their expensive Model 3 board. It was also the basis for their final console release, the Dreamcast, later that year in Japan.
It's sort of a leap in video game technology, and Sega's going to use this to make a comeback into the marketplace.
And would make porting games to the system a breeze, making arcade and home versions practically identical. It would be absolute gold for gamers, but inevitably the end of arcade's technological dominance over consoles once and for all.
Here comes a new challenger.
Despite rhythm games taking the popularity crown, Versus Fighters was still the predominant arcade staple, still going strong, mostly fueled by SNK and Capcom's mass output. Let's first have a quick look at a bunch of sequels before the new entries. Sega had an excellent sequel to Fighting Vipers, one of their most underrated 3D fighters. Vipers 2 offered a couple of new characters and a complete graphics overhaul, with it now running on glorious Model 3 technology. It was almost a year in the making, headed up by Sega's AM1 division. The game was the second most successful release in Japan arcades for June of '98, but had very limited international distribution, much like Lost Bronx, making it another obscure game unless you played the also limited Dreamcast port, which again was basically arcade perfect. SNK gave us a whole bunch of goodness with the Real Bout Fatal Fury 2, which was the third Real Bout entry. It's very much in the same style as Real Bout Special, with a bunch of new characters, again being able to jump between planes, but the second one only being for dodging, not a permanent fighting position. It was number one in Japanese arcades in May of '98 for the week of its release. Last Blade 2 delivered more glorious weapon-based combat to the MVS and was another excellent sequel with brilliant animation and backgrounds, 3 new characters, and more emphasis on a plot this time. I played the Dreamcast version, which I'm still a massive fan of till this day. And lastly from SNK was King of the Fighters 98, the Slugfest. I chose not to highlight the last couple of years of this series, just basically due to repetition, but seeing as we're getting near the end here, we'll check this one out as well as 99. Gameplay is mostly the same with team-based battles and absolutely massive cast of characters featuring almost everyone from previous entries. It's also a great entry-level game for this series and feels like a greatest hits. Both this and 95 are my favorites of the 90s King games. It bizarrely received an updated version in 2008 for the arcades called Ultimate Match, 10 years after its initial release, and double bizarrely a 2009 arcade version called Ultimate Match Hero. Capcom's sequels included Marvel vs. Capcom Clash of Superheroes. I guess the only way to up the ante was to pit both companies against each other. All characters were up for grabs. It's the biggest and most chaotic slapfest ever put onto an arcade screen. It featured 15 playable characters, and just seeing Captain America fight Mega Man is well worth the price of admission. The tag team format is back with also a massive roster of unplayable guest characters, which are used to assist you in special attacks, with everyone from Strider, Magneto, and Arthur from Ghosts and Goblins making some sort of appearance. It managed to outperform Capcom's staple Street Fighter 3 in US arcades, its second biggest marketplace. And Capcom's last sequel was Part 3 to the Street Fighter Alpha series, this being the last entry in this franchise. There were changes made to the specials, allowing you to select various versions from previous games, explaining it in its most basic terms, plus all 18 characters from previous entries and new ones such as Armika and Cody from Final Fight, plus more. I always felt that this game simply gave you too many options and characters, making it really hard to get into. Alpha 2 is still my go-to game in the series, but for the most complete entry in the series, then this is definitely it. And now on to new original entries, except our final look, which we'll get to shortly. Sega had an extremely original fighter called Spark Out Digital Battle Online. Although not strictly a versus affair, and more of a 3D arena style brawler, it was unique for arcades at the time, especially the ability to link up 4 machines for 4-player multiplayer action. It was running off a modified Model 3 board and designed by Toshihiro Nagoshi, and the battles can almost be compared to his Yakuza series in style. You face off against multiple opponents at a time, followed by bosses, and the unique multiplayer multicab setup, usually reserved for racing games, gave each player their own screen to move freely around within the arena. It unfortunately received no home ports, but did get a continuation of the series in the form of Spark Out Battle Street in 2005 on the Xbox original. Capcom also gave us JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, a Darkstalkers-style crazy 2D versus game, using characters from the manga of the same name. Most of the Capcom Street Fighter 3 team worked on this game, which sticks close to Street Fighter stylings, with an obvious over-the-top Darkstalkers look. The game was based on manga's third story arc, called Stardust Crusaders, and was worked on personally by manga creator Hirohiko Araki. It featured a whopping 14 playable characters, with Capcom releasing an updated arcade version the following year in 1999, adding another 8 more characters, and was the last game released on Capcom's short-lived CPS3 board. It was a big hit in Japan, dominating the #1 spot for February of 1999, with the updated Heritage for the Future dominating November of that same year. Very limited international distribution was done, making no doubt the Dreamcast version commands such an exorbitant price these days. Techromancer was another go for Capcom in the 3D realm in this versus-style mech combat game. What I loved about this game was how each mech has its own classic-style manga storyline, played out in dramatic action before, after, and even during matches. Smashing up surrounding buildings and landscapes while battling it out was the icing on the cake, but also being able to choose dialogue options could send each story in new directions. Massive weapons and flashy visuals make it one you just have to try out, and it's still one of my favorite top 10 Dreamcast beat-em-ups worth playing. The biggest versus game though for 98 came from Namco's sequel to Soul Blade, called Soul Calibur. There were 2 games in the late 90s which, I felt that when I played them, I knew kind of the arcades were done.
The game that kind of killed arcades, for me anyway, is Soul Calibur.
It was another big weapons-based entry running on Namco's System 12 hardware, delivering exceptional graphics and atmosphere for the time. The biggest new feature was allowing your character to walk anywhere on screen. You weren't simply using 3D graphics and stuck on a 2D plane, opening up the gameplay and strategy tenfold.
When that game came out on the Dreamcast, and it ended up being with a faster refresh rate than the arcade and just seemed to perform better than even the arcade machine, that was, for me, the end of arcades. That was like the line in the sand of when arcades were the premium place to go to play games.
Soul Calibur, the sequel to Soul Blade, when I saw that in the arcade, I was just like, this is an awesome game. And I got that on my Sega Dreamcast in I think 1999, and wow, it was the arcade, but better. Both the Soul team and Tekken 3 teams were sharing ideas about the game while it was being made in a much more collaborative effort for Namco as a whole, and improved the game in so many ways, with many new perspectives being thrown at it.
Also, people were looking for more out of their games with home console versions of games. They didn't want that arcade experience. They were getting bored of that. So the arcade, quick nature of arcade games was slowly moving towards the longer mission-based games that you see on consoles even to this day.
It had the graphics, it had the sound, it was slightly better than the arcade, and not only that, it gave you tons and tons of extra options to extend the life of the game, so it was the arcade and more. That was a bit of a turning point. The game hit Japanese arcades in September and was ranked 3rd for the month, but the port to the Dreamcast release in 1999 was the killer app for the system, selling over 1 million copies in rapid succession, and seen by everyone in the industry and fans as not only more visually impressive, but with all its built-in extras, it was the superior game, outgunning the top-of-the-line arcade on all levels at that time in less than 1 year.
But when it comes to a line in the sand, I think Soul Calibur was that moment where arcades kind of were starting to look like they were on the way out. Even the pinball machines were dying at around that same time too, so yeah, kind of sad, but it's just how it played out in the end.
The driving genre was back in full force in '98 with a stellar lineup almost completely dominated by Sega. So let's dive into Dirt Devils by Sega themselves, a dirt buggy styled over-the-top racer running on Model 3 hardware. It's fast, it's fun, and a Sega racer through and through. It's unfortunate that it never received any home ports, because it's a really good time. Another Sega racer lost in the arcades, never to be converted, was the excellent Harley-Davidson and LA Riders, another Model 3 game by Sega's AM1 division. This one was obviously motorbike based, with a much more open-ended feel, giving you checkpoints to race to, but get there however you want, taking shortcuts, collecting bonuses, etc, etc. The full arcade bike sit-down version featured a motorbike horn, song changes on the fly, multiple camera angles, and full handlebar gear shift mechanic, if you played it in manual of course. It still has Sega's arcadey feel, but at the same time felt pretty unique to play. It's a great game with a cool soundtrack. And on the opposite spectrum, we got Midway's Hyperdrive, a fast-as-hell futuristic racing game, a bit of a cross between F-Zero and Wipeout, but it's nowhere near as good as either of those. But it's still quite fun to play, and ended up becoming a really quickly forgotten arcade game at the time that was supposed to be ported to the N64 and Dreamcast, but neither of those versions ever materialized. And now on to the heavy hitters, Sega Rally 2 and Daytona 2, both epic Model 3 races, and what you still went to the arcades for back then to experience firsthand. Sega Rally 2 was back to the dirt with the same basic structure as the original, with vastly improved graphics and a more realistic feel to the gameplay, plus a much larger selection of cars, 8 in total, and plenty of new tracks, with the cars themselves being based on the 1997 World Rally Championship. Development of the game started just after completing Sega Touring Car in '96 and got fully underway in '97, with much of the development time spent on learning the ins and outs of the new Model 3 hardware. The game went straight to #1 in Japan for April of '98. I honestly never enjoyed this game quite as much as the original, but it's still quality and another hit from Sega. The other game was the big one for the year, and the follow-up to one of the most popular arcade games ever, Daytona 2, Battle on the Edge. I mean, even the title is awesome.
When it comes to talking about my favorite arcade game, it's really difficult to pick just one. But the closest thing I could say to an actual favorite would probably be something like Daytona USA 2.
The biggest changes in this one were selecting a car and driver, each with their own abilities that they excelled at. It also incorporated a slingshot style ability used in-game like real NASCAR drafting mechanics. On top of all that, the cabinets could be linked for up to 16 players at once.
This is a game that I still love to play today, and it still looks absolutely gorgeous in action, and you can't really get that experience at home. I mean, yes, you can kind of emulate this stuff now, but it's not the same. When you jump in that full cabinet with all the hydraulics and the movement and the steering wheel and everything, and you're just transported to another time. It feels so good to play, and it just brings such a smile to my face every time I hop into a Daytona USA 2 machine. I do wish we had an official conversion at home sometimes, but yeah, for now, I mean, if you really want to play Daytona 2, he's still looking for an arcade cabinet.
And although it performed really well upon original release, it never managed to quite match the dizzying heights financially that the original managed to achieve, and still to this day has never received a home port, which is such a shame. The light gun genre took a dark turn this year with an overdose of horror-themed shooting action, no doubt influenced by Sega's previous hit, The House of the Dead. Sega themselves were also happy to oblige and gave us another round of zombie head-popping action with The House of the Dead 2, now running on Sega's new Naomi board. It again is an on-rails affair with actions branching the game off in many different directions for a lot of variety in the level design. It packs in twice as many enemies and epic boss showdowns and is visually light years ahead of its predecessor, although the ham-fisted voice acting still returns in all its Resident Evil glory. This was one of those games I saw in every arcade I went to, and you just couldn't help but have a game if you saw it. It also received a brilliant spot-on Dreamcast port in '99 that was the arcade in your home. Evil Knight was next, not because it's a good game, oh no, but because it's the most abysmal ripoff and executed light gun game by Konami, no less. A blatant House of the Dead knockoff with some of the most pathetic 3D graphics and animation ever put to an arcade screen. How this game ever got released is anyone's guess, but it's well worth checking out for the sheer schlock value. Repeat, this is not a good game by any means. And the last light gun shooter was Carnival by Midway, always looking to cash in on a good dose of arcade violence as per usual. Carnival does not disappoint in any department. Jack Hager, a Midway veteran who also worked on Narc, T2 and Revolution X, headed up this demented foray into the nightmare-induced carnival of death. Gameplay-wise, it's standard light gun action with pre-rendered backgrounds that move at an absolute feverish pace and polygon enemies to blast the hell out of. It's a fun roller coaster ride that does not let up for a single second, and if you suffer from any form of motion sickness, then you're gonna be barfing your way through this entire game. And now for a quick rapid fire randos roundup with Dance Dance Revolution by Konami, another spin-off of their music rhythm games, but with this one being even more popular than Beatmania and managed to storm arcades across the world, becoming a massive pop culture success. It's the same basic gameplay as Beatmania, but instead of DJing, you're dancing, hitting the arrows with your feet and timing with the music, and was a showcase for everyone out there who thought they had rhythm or slick dance moves. More than likely you didn't, and looked like a complete moron in front of 25 random arcade goers. Dynamite Cop was next by Sega, a sequel to Die Hard Arcade, but this time without the Die Hard license, but still the same crazy 3D beat-em-up action, where you were stuck on a cruise ship heading towards a pirate-infested island to save the president's daughter yet again. I mean, geez, get this woman some real security, my goodness. It's pure arcade fun that I enjoyed so much on my Dreamcast. Gauntlet Legends was released by Atari and Midway and was a long overdue isometric update of the 80s arcade hack and slash dungeon crawler, and was the last Gauntlet game made by Atari themselves. The game had a much stronger emphasis on RPG mechanics, allowing you to upgrade your character along the way, and even being able to save them in the arcade via a password system. Its mix of hack and slash, co-op play, and light RPG mechanics made it a hit in arcades worldwide. Star Wars Trilogy Arcade by Sega is a 3D rail-based shooter, reenacting 3 major scenes from the original Star Wars trilogy, aka the good movies, plus a bonus lightsaber duel if you survive all that. It was running off glorious Model 3 hardware and included the Death Star end battle from New Hope, the Hoth Killfest from Empire, and the speeder bike sequences from Jedi, plus the bonus Boba Fett and lightsaber duel against Darth Vader. Sega really knew the art of licensed games. Chaos Heat by Taito was basically a clone 3D game of Sega's Dynamite Cop series, just with a bigger emphasis on gunplay over punching. It's a pretty cool game regardless, and managed to be popular enough to spawn a PS1 sequel called Chaos Break. Shock Troopers 2, a quick turnaround sequel to 97's first MVS release, although it's quite different from that game. It's still run and gun, but has no team play mode and uses a pre-rendered graphics style instead of pure pixel art. It still plays well though and is fun, but is a game either fans love or hate. And lastly was a sequel to Metal Slug by SNK, another side-scrolling running gun of epic proportions, delivering everything you could possibly want in a sequel to the original classic, with massive bosses, explosions, and awesome vehicles to use. An updated version of Part 2 called Metal Slug X hit the arcades in 1999, which fixed a lot of the slowdown and bugs, and was now running off a modified Metal Slug 3 engine, and the game is yet another bona fide arcade classic. The shooter niche continued unabated due to the rabid hardcore Japanese arcade fanbase. Most of these again didn't see the light of day outside of Japanese shores, in arcade form anyway. The ever reliable Cave gave us Esperade, another glorious vertical bullet hell shooter that was produced right after the completion of Dodonpachi. It was the first game by Cave's art director, Junya Ino, showcasing his epic visual style. It was very popular in Japanese arcades, getting 2 sequels, Espegaluda 1 and 2. Raycrisis was the continued entry in this series by Taito. It continues the 3D stylings of its predecessor with the lock-on feature and ethereal techno beats. If you liked Raystorm, then it's just more of the same. Tenkomori Shooting by Namco is one of the most original shoot-em-ups ever, combining the point-blank minigame stylings, but in the shmup genre, giving you bite-sized versions of classic arcade-style games, with a heavy dose of Namco classic characters as well. Once the quota is reached, for example, shoot X amount of enemies, the round ends, taking you to the next minigame. Playing this in 2-player is definitely the way to go. Gunbird 2 by Sekiro was published by Capcom and is another fantastic shooter sequel. It's more over-the-top bullet hell styled action with an excellent shoot-em-up feel and very catchy music, and has 7 stages to shoot your way through. I played this game relentlessly on my Dreamcast, and that version features a few exclusive extra characters from Capcom and Sekiro franchises. Cave couldn't simply have one release, and also gave us the coolness that is Danganronpa, a vertically scrolling bullet hell disco madness produced by one of Cave's founding members, Kenichi Takano. The game tested pretty poorly initially in Japanese arcades, prompting Cave to go 180 on the game's design, psychedelicing it out and swapping out the generic rock music as well for funky disco beats, giving the game its own unique identity. It worked and debuted in the top 10 Japanese arcade games for November 98. And lastly was Radiant Silvergun, the shoot-'em-up masterpiece from Treasure, known mostly for their exceptional Sega Mega Drive games. It was directed by Hiroshi Uechi, a former Konami employee who left to help form Treasure, where his first game was the epic Gunstar Heroes. It featured a wide array of weapons, as well as a sword for slashing close encounters, or held out in front of your ship to cause major damage. The game ran on Sega's STV board, allowing for a quick port to the Saturn released 2 months after the initial arcade debut. It was a very popular game, taking the 5th spot in Japanese arcades for July of 98, with the Sega Saturn port garnering rave reviews and selling just over 50,000 copies in Japan.
Only human. Dodge this.
The final year of the 90s was bittersweet. 3D games had all but taken over the arcade scene, with a few 2D holdouts like shoot-'em-ups and some Versus offerings still producing 2D games.
I would love to go back in that era with a camera, and my biggest regret was not recording any video footage or any taking more photos. I only took one photo in an arcade ever.
Consoles and more powerful PCs were now standard and had become what most people considered cutting-edge gaming. Arcades had simply been forgotten.
So that's something I think that is lost to time, which is a bit sad, that there wasn't more done on the history of gaming back in that era. And it was just because film was expensive and we just didn't think to do it. There was no place to put that kind of information or to put those photos or videos for everyone to share or see. At least I couldn't think of that at the time.
You could now play games of equal or even better quality than what they could offer. People just simply stopped going. And at least in Western countries, most big arcades were disappearing overnight.
There are some aspects of arcades that you just can't get at home anymore, such as the dancing machine. Air hockey is another one, the basketball machines, and there's arcades have just changed now. I kind of don't like when you go into an arcade now and it's full of all mobile games stretched up to a big screen. I kind of like the cabinet aspect of the arcades, where it's just a bunch of games in cabinets and you just walk past, pick and choose what game you play.
With arcade cabinets also vanishing from your local mom and pop shop, replaced with rental versions for your favorite consoles. The Atari brand came to an end in the arcades, with Midway also closing up their arcade division roughly a year or so later. The arcade staple racing game never failed to disappoint in the 90s, and here's the final slew of entries. First up was Crazy Taxi by Sega, with director Kenji Kano of Top Skater fame delivering another dose of late 90s punk-induced attitude into a demented game of taxi driving. The objective was to pick up passengers and then drive them to destinations as quickly as possible. The more dangerous and reckless you drove without crashing into things meant more tips you'll get at the end of the fare. Keep the chain going for as long as possible by getting time extensions for each successful delivery. The town is modeled after a combination of Venice Beach, California and San Francisco, with the soundtrack blasting tunes from bands such as Bad Religion and The Offspring, much like Kenji's Top Skater Pennywise soundtrack. The game came in both sit-down and upright cabinets, and hit Japanese arcades in the #1 spot for April of 1999, and went on to become Kano's Hitmaker Studios' most successful game they ever made, and saw a couple of really cool console sequels with Crazy Taxi 2 on the Dreamcast and 3 on the Xbox original. Another Sega release on the opposite end of the spectrum was F355 Challenge by AM2 under the direction of legend Yu Suzuki, an ultra-realistic racing simulator putting you in the seat of a Ferrari F355. The game featured 6 tracks, some from real courses such as Suzuka and Monza. The original arcade version came in this massive deluxe 3-screen affair with 3 foot pedals and a full-on gear system for the ultimate realistic time. And as per Suzuki game requisite, it has a cool rock soundtrack with real-life DJ Alan J, who worked at the Japanese radio radio station Bay FM, adding to the car radio realism. It was a hard game even in automatic mode, but once you got used to it, it truly was an amazing driving experience. Atari gave us another dose of Rush with San Francisco Rush 2049, the final game, like mentioned earlier, for the Atari Games brand. Being a futuristic racer meant they could get away with some crazy stuff, like your car extending wings if you take a big jump and doing over-the-top air maneuvers for more points. It was more the fast-paced, extreme-style racing that Atari did so well, running off their PC 3DFX Voodoo 3 technology, which made patches and updates to the arcade an easy fix for arcade owners. With 8 different cars and 5 tracks, there was a lot of game with a lot more unlocked if you were good enough. The 2003 upgraded version called Rush 2049 Special Edition was not only Atari Games' last arcade game, but Midway's as well, with Midway themselves ending their arcade division just over a year and a half earlier. Sega also had Emergency Call Ambulance, a Model 3 game with a variation on the Crazy Taxi style, with you playing a paramedic picking up and delivering patients to a local hospital. Driving Carefully But Fast was the name of the game, and it was a really fun game to play in the arcades. I was lucky enough to play it multiple times, and waited with bated breath for Sega to announce a Dreamcast port, but they never did. The game is still an arcade exclusive to this day as of making this. And the final racer for the decade was Midway's Hydro Thunder, an off-the-rails powerboat racing game that became part of Midway's Thunder series. It throws you onto unrealistic courses such as a post-apocalyptic New York or the Antarctic Circle. You can pick up boost icons to blast you ahead, and pick up boost fuel for your own turbo stock. The actual arcade cabinet itself was a cobbled-together Frankenstein of a machine, made up of many Midway leftover parts from Harper Drive, the original Rush, and Cruising USA, as financially at the time Midway was on the brink of closing their arcade division, which officially happened in 2001, even though, as mentioned, one more variation on Rush 2049 was released in 2003. A sequel was also put into the works but ultimately got cancelled, but the series spiritually continued on in the form of Off-Road Thunder and Arctic Thunder in both arcade and console forms. And now for another rapid-fire roundup with Sega's entry into the music rhythm genre with Samba de Amigo, a maraca-based affair made by Sega's Sonic team. This game is wildly addictive with its Latin-themed music and shaking maracas in timing and heart to the on-screen action. It was hugely successful for Sega in Japan and went on to being the highest-grossing arcade of 2000. The long-awaited proper sequel to Strata eventually arrived from Capcom, not counting the home sequels. Throwing 2D graphics down over 3D backgrounds made the action way more chaotic, with mostly the same gameplay, with you jumping, sliding, hanging off everything while slicing your way through enemies over 5 missions. Virtua Tennis was next, an arcade-style tennis game by AM3, running on Naomi hardware. It's possibly the most fun tennis game I've ever played, and the basis for 1,000 clone games to follow. Sega wanted to replicate the success of their soccer-based game, Virtua Striker, with another sport. I'd say it was pretty massively successful. Next was Zombie Revenge, a die-hard arcade-style 3D beat-em-up, and a spin-off of The House of the Dead, with slap-up action and tons of weapons. It brings back that fast, in-your-face gameplay that made old arcades so addictive. And lastly from Sega was Outrigger, a really different style of game for the arcade, with its first and third-person style arena shooting action. You had multiple characters with unique abilities. It was like playing a first-person shooter in the arcade, but with a demented Sega twist.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And over to the shooters one more time with the release of Prehistoric Isle 2 by Saurus and published by SNK on the MBS. A sequel to the original and one of the first few games released on the MBS. It's a pretty standard horizontal scroller where you fly a helicopter, rescue people, and blast any dino creatures all to hell before the big old bosses. Although not as classic or well loved as the original, it's still a decent arcade blast. Next was another great entry in Seiko's Strikers series called Strikers 1990's. 1945-3, or also known as Strikers 1999. It was another fun entry in this vertically scrolling series, with the big difference in the modern setting this time, now letting you fly 6 fighter jets with an F-22 Raptors, stealth bombers, Harriers, and so much more. It has great detailed graphics and pumping tunes. It's just another cool entry in this franchise. And lastly was Guwange by Cave and published by Atlas. It is for the most part a vertical shooter, although the screen does move horizontally at certain points. Set in ancient Japan with a story about you trying to take out a head demon who's locked away in a mountain. You got 3 players to choose from, and the action is full on bullet hell madness as you shoot your way through the demon masses. Depending on the character chosen, the ending will also be different. It's one of the rare shoot 'em ups where you either not flying or riding a vehicle, as your character is basically just strolling through the level of destruction. It was another awesome shooter by Cave, who, together with Sekiro, were the masters of the genre. On the light gun front, we saw Konami's redemption for the abysmal Evil Knight with a true arcade classic. So let's first start out with the chaotic madness that is LA Machine Guns Rise of the Machines by Sega, a sequel to 1995's Gunblade New York, swapping out locations from New York to LA and now running on Model 3 hardware. Taking place in the future of 2025, you're now equipped with your own hoverbike zipping around wasting robot terrorists. The same on-rails gameplay as before, just way more intense. It's also not only restricted to downtown LA, but over 5 stages you also get to go to Alcatraz, Las Vegas and more. The sound effects and set pieces are extremely cool. Playing this on a real arcade with a friend with those 2 big machine guns is oh so satisfying. A double pack of this and Gunblade New York were released on the Wii in 2010, which is probably the easiest way to check this game out. And the other on-rails light gun shooter was Silent Scope by Konami, a game that puts you in the role of a sniper as you attempt to stop a bunch of terrorists and try to save the US president's family and the man himself, all held hostage. There are 3 main missions where you have to take out the terrorists as quickly as possible. The coolest part about this game in the arcade was the big mounted sniper rifle with a fully functioning scope for a close-up look at your targets. It was a fun, unique twist on the light gun game that definitely made you want to seek out any arcade you could still find that was open to play it back then. The scenarios are all pretty cool too, from assisting the police in a city block shootout and the difficult but cool night mission raid, plus much more, made you feel like a real sniper. There were a lot of home ports of this series and this first game, although they were mostly good. You just couldn't replicate the true feeling of this game at home, and remains one that you should definitely try to seek out in its original form. It was a hit for Konami, jumping to the number 2 spot for September 99 in Japan's arcade charts. And we'll finish off the decade with a genre that defined 90s in the arcades, the good old versus beat 'em up. Let's first take a look at a few original releases with SNK's Garou Mark of the Wolves, another installment in the long-running Fatal Fury series, with the game taking place long after Geese Howard's death, with his son Rock and Terry Bogard, plus a host of new characters, many of them related to former fighters, as they all enter a new King of the Fighters tournament. The 2 planes of fighting have been removed, with a system that rewards players for blocking at the last second, thus regaining their health. The 2D pixel art here is beautiful, with superb animation, all running on almost 10-year-old arcade technology. For me, this is undoubtedly the best Fatal Fury game, with unmatched gameplay and personality. It was ranked as the number 1 arcade game in Japan for January of 2000. Next was Power Stone by Capcom, an arena-style beat-em-up running off Sega's Naomi board. It sports a colorful cast of characters that duke it out in different closed-off locales, using melee and weapons found around the stages. Power Stones also drop into the arena, and if you manage to collect 3 of them, you can transform into a super version of yourself, Bloody Raw style, with a massive power upgrade and moves for a limited time. It was an extremely fun game to play with lovely 3D graphics and cool stage design. It didn't really make much of an impact in arcades at the time, but the easy Naomi port to the Dreamcast made it one of the most popular multiplayer games the system ever saw. And now a couple of quick look sequels here with King of the Fighters 99 Millennium Battle, which is the 6th game in this series, again on the MVS. The biggest change on this year's release was the introduction of strikers or guest characters. After choosing your usual 3 main team, a 4th member can be chosen, who can be used as an assist in big special moves for a limited amount of times per match. It's pretty similar to Capcom's Marvel vs. games, and is another cool entry in this series. We also got Tekken Tag Tournament from Namco, with the big change giving you a chance to select 2 players for a team, and being able to tag them into a match on the fly, allowing the off-screen character to regain health. A massive 35 character roster and enhanced graphics over Tekken 3, and you have another great sequel from Namco. And the final versus game we're going to look at in this series is Dead or Alive 2 by Tecmo.
I played Dead or Alive 2 in the arcade and I absolutely loved it. It was such a jump forward from Dead or Alive 1.
It was directed by Tomonobu Itagaki and his Team Ninja team, also responsible for the excellent Ninja Gaiden series on the original Xbox.
Mechanics, the graphics, everything was just superb. Then I got the Dreamcast version.
DOA 2 was a massive, which is an understatement, leap in terms of graphics from the original, now running on Sega's Naomi board, which was absolutely dominating arcades at that time.
As soon as I put that in my Dreamcast and started playing it, that was that moment where I felt arcades were kind of done.
The animation and detail was years ahead of everything else. It was to 3D fighters that Namco's Soul Calibur was to weapons-based brawlers. New features included the multi-tiered stages where you can throw or hit a character from one level to another as the action seamlessly continues. The flow of the fighting is seamless from combos, throws and blocks. It's one of those games that actually plays as well as it looks.
That leap had gone, it had gone over, and your home system was now better than an arcade, and it was kind of bittersweet. I loved the fact that I had this Dead or Alive 2 that was better than the arcade, but at the same time I was like, is there any reason to go back to arcades now?
In early 2000, the Dreamcast received a port of the updated Millennium version. It was truly mind-blowing and surpassed the arcade on all levels. It unfortunately was Tecmo's only Dreamcast game they ever made.
And after that, going to arcades was a thing that I only did if I came across an arcade. Like if you're going on vacation and you saw a little arcade, you would go and check it out, but you weren't going out of your way anymore, at least I wasn't, to go and visit arcades. And that's a shame, but that's just the reality of it. Technology finally caught up.
Arcades never truly disappeared like we all think. They simply faded into the background as the mighty steamroller of technology overtook it. The number of arcades in the US in the 1990s was roughly estimated at just over 10,000, but by the end of the decade, it had shrunk to just under 3,000. Many of the companies that made the games had moved on to consoles or gone out of business, meaning less variety for arcade owners, with the almighty SNK also falling victim to the times in 2001, although they did make a comeback and are still around to this day. By the early 2000s, sales of arcade cabinets were at an all-time low globally, and many arcades outside of Japan that were still left adopted the prize redemption route to keep patron interest. It's funny to me from a historical perspective to see the arcades go all the way back to the roots of the penny arcade and redemption carnival games sitting side by side in an equal number to the modern light gun and racing games, which are the dominant genres that have continued on to this day. Over the last year, while putting this entire arcade series together, all 3 decades, I've been documenting any time I've come across arcades in my regular travels, and I was surprised at how often I found them. Although they are still niche, my daughter and I have found them in waiting areas of restaurants, in many retro gaming stores I go to. Most of the local cinemas have them. They're all over video game conventions, and indoor mini golf establishments always have some cabinets. The biggest trend now for modern arcades is the rise of the barcade in most big cities across the world, offering the older crowd who lived through the original arcade days a chance to socially gather with friends, get drinks and play those nostalgia-filled games, now all running on free play. Certain parts of the world, the scene never ever really went away, with Japan and South America in particular, where arcades are just part of the culture and still remain extremely popular to this day. It was the goal of this series to not only chronicle the story of arcades, but to see how different everyone's experiences were across the world. And with the help from all my guests and friends, we got to see that at the heart of it all, arcades really were universal. We all shared in the same adventures, blasted the same zombies, raced the same roads, flew the same skies, and fought many battles across the universe for the price of 1 credit. We all got to escape our lives for 5 minutes, forget reality, and dive into infinite worlds with a smile on our face and usually our best friend on player 2. Arcades truly were the universal language. And that concludes part 3 and ends this entire video arcade series. I just want to thank all my guests right from the 70s all the way up to the end of the 90s for joining me and taking their time to reminisce about the glory days of arcade gaming. And links to everybody that has appeared in the entire series will be in the video description. And before we wrap this whole thing up, now that all 3 parts are out, I just want to say I'll be making a director's cut version of this documentary. It's going to be edited into one long narrative. That's how I always wanted it to be presented, but due to time I had to split it up. There were also games I had to leave out because there was just the sheer amount of games I was covering. I'll be doing special reviews for those, and those will be inserted as well into a whole bunch of the decades, so there's will be a ton of bonus content in there as well, and that'll be coming in the near future. And thanks for joining me, Bastish B at 64K. I hope you had a good time. And if you can please like and subscribe, that'll be greatly appreciated, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.